All right.
Let me know when we've done that.
And we are now live.
Okay. So good afternoon. Thank you for being patient as we settled on a few pre-hearing issues and got technology working properly. We begin. On November 19th, an emergency expulsion was imposed.
All right.
Let me know when we've done that.
And we are now live.
Okay. So good afternoon. Thank you for being patient as we settled on a few pre-hearing issues and got technology working properly. We begin. On November 19th, an emergency expulsion was imposed on Annabelle Sue. Ms. Sue and/or her parents, guardians, are appealing this disciplinary action imposed by Newport High School, resulting in today's hearing. The district and the student, by way of counsel, agree that this hearing is limited to the student's conduct on a few days leading up to and including November 19th. The scope of this hearing is whether the student engaged in conduct that caused a material and substantial disruption to the educational process to the degree that the student's conduct warranted an emergency expulsion. Any information, testimony, etc., outside of that scope will generally not be considered. Counsel, please remind your witnesses of the purpose and scope of this hearing before they are admitted. Today's hearing will be recorded. The district will keep the recording, and requests for copies of the recording will be made to the district, and the district will provide the recording in a timely fashion in accordance with WAC 392-400-465. Witnesses will be admitted to the hearing for the purpose of their testimony, and they will exit the hearing after their testimony and after questioning. Witnesses are not to listen to the hearing prior to when they are admitted. It is my understanding that counsel has advised witnesses of this expectation. I ask that during the hearing, parties silence their phones and any other devices that may inadvertently sound. Counsel, please advise your witnesses of this before they are admitted to this hearing. As people address or refer to others, please use title and surname. For example, Mr. Hasslinger, Miss Smith, Miss Sue, etc. Avoid address or reference by first names. There will be only one student witness today. No one is to refer to other students by name, simply refer to a student as student. If needed, we can stop the recording, confer, and resume. While I understand that attorneys may wish to apply strict rules of evidence regarding their questioning of witnesses, I remind counsel that today's hearing, while an important procedure, is not a court proceeding, and the strict rules of evidence, such as an objection to the form of a question, do not apply. However, it is important that counsel and witnesses adhere to the scope of the hearing. My name is Bonnie McGuire. I am a neutral party and the hearing officer today. I have not made any kind of determination regarding today's appeal. It's my purpose today to listen to what the parties have to say and to consider the evidence, testimony, and information parties provide in support of their position. I cannot consider anything that is not part of this hearing and its stated scope, the conduct of the student, and whether or not the imposition of the emergency expulsion is warranted. That's the scope. When we're finished here today, I'll consider what both parties have said and provided. I will email my decision to the district, and the district will make sure the decision is given to the student and her parents and guardians within 1 business day of today's hearing. If a scheduled witness is not here today, that witness may be excused because of fear of reprisal or another compelling reason. Neither party will address the other party except for the purpose of questioning witnesses. The most common reasons for appealing. Ms. Sue has the right to present her perspective and provide explanation regarding the events that led to the emergency expulsion. When a student appeals a disciplinary action, it's usually one, sometimes two, of a number of reasons. For example, the student may maintain that the student didn't do what the student is accused of doing. The student did violate the rules and expectations, but there were mitigating circumstances. The student did violate the rules, but the student and/or parents' guardians feel the severity of discipline is not reasonably related to the offense. There may be another reason, such as the student wants it out of the student's record. The student can certainly attest to what the student's reasoning is. I might have questions as I look to understand what each party is presenting. What I will typically consider is notice. Did student have notice of the rules and expectations of being a student at the school? Were those rules reasonable? Was there an investigation? Was it a fair investigation? Is there proof to support? More likely than not. This is a preponderance of evidence, more likely than not beyond a reasonable doubt, which we've often seen on Judge Judy or Law and Order. Was the penalty, was everybody treated fairly, and was the penalty in direct proportion to the offense? I know this can be difficult for all parties. If we need to stop and regroup, we can do that, but we can't have any kind of ongoing conflict that erupts or disrupts. We will start with the district's position, and then the student's presentation will be heard. I'll be taking notes as I listen, so accept my apologies in advance if my keyboard is tapping or my pen or pencil is making a scratchy noise, or if my eyes are not on the camera. I am listening. Does either party have a comment or clarification that's needed at this point?
I might have a comment or clarification. I just want to clarify that there may, in order to fulfill Ms. Sue's right to present mitigating circumstances, we may need to have a portion of our conversation where the public participation is closed, so that mitigating circumstances can be described that might reveal, private information.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration and make a determination at that time.
Thank you.
One technical aspect of this as well, I apologize for interrupting, but we can't actually close this meeting without having to create a new link and everything else. So what we would have to do is, as participants, we would mute ourselves. I would create a new meeting link that we could separate out, and then we would all leave this meeting, join another meeting, and then we would all join back in this meeting. And then
sorry, is there not a breakout room function?
What's that?
Is there not a breakout room function for the Teams app?
Not in a live link.
I guess maybe the other thing we could do is all get on our cell phones and just have a phone conference while, while muting this proceeding.
Either way works for me. We can join another Teams meeting. It's easy for me to set up another Teams meeting, but I just want to.
Part of my concern on another Teams meeting is that someone may accidentally leave their meeting on unless you can mute everybody.
We can mute everybody, but once you join another Teams meeting, it puts you on hold in this Teams meeting. So okay. You cannot be in two Teams meetings at the same time.
We've all seen what happens when people don't think the camera's on.
Right. Right. But okay. I just talked to Mr. Bartz, and Mr. Bartz said that he would put up a break slide. So every time we take a break anyways, he will put up a break slide so that none of our images will be shown.
Okay. I'm gonna trust in the technology. All right, we're going to begin. Ms. Smith, you'll begin. We'll start with the district's position, and then we'll move to the student's position. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. This is Jill Smith on behalf of Bellevue School District. Bellevue School District emergency expelled Ms. Sue for up to 10 days because she is believed to have played a role in a November 19th protest. That protest changed from what began as a peaceable assembly into something that substantially disrupted the exercise of education at Newport High School that day. She was emergency expelled for the following conduct, and this is what we believe you should listen for and what we believe the district's evidence will show throughout the hearing. First, because Ms. Sue prepared and posted unauthorized posters on school property before the protest, including perhaps skipping class to prepare posters on November 19th. and then engaged in disrespectful conduct towards an administrator when confronted about being out of class to make posters. I'd ask that Mr. Bartz display Exhibit 9. Another reason Ms. Sue was emergency expelled is because she personally solicited students to attend the protest, even if they don't care, just to come to skip class, LOL. I'd ask that you also display Exhibit 17. Part of the rationale for the district's expulsion is because Ms. Sue had expressed, and if you would move to page 2, if you would, had expressed the intent that her intention was to create chaos and feed this bullshit metaphorical fire. You can close that if you would, because she was personally given an express instruction in a face-to-face conversation with district administrators about the location on campus where the peaceable assembly could be held, and that she point blank refused to comply with that directive about the reasonable location. Because the location that was chosen was disruptive to multiple classes within earshot, it was held instead of at a distance from classroom instruction, up against the east wall of windows of Newport High, much more disruptive than if students had gone to the requested location. Because during the protest, Ms. Sue engaged in the use of profanity and obscene language directed at specific named school administrators, including leading chants to, and I'm going to use the words that Ms. Sue used, fuck Moe-Lobeda. Because during the protest, Ms. Sue named the name of another student as someone she considers her abuser in a way that created a substantial safety risk for that student. Would you please display Exhibit 14? As you can see in Exhibit 14, it is believed that Ms. Sue played some role in the direction or instruction or decision to pass out and give students Post-it notes that they would then come in and display without permission on the office window wall of Newport High School. That ended up including names, first and last, of other students who were deemed abusers. Those names were posted in public on the office wall. Because Ms. Sue's conduct during both parts of the protest, outdoors and indoors, incited behavior from the crowd that then turned unsafe inside the school. Because Ms. Sue continued to lead chants once inside the school that encouraged the crowd to be disruptive, that those chants also included obscenity directed at administrators, and that those chants were a contribution to the crowd's behavior turning into a crowd crush, presenting a safety risk to the principal and other staff. And because after the school went on lockdown as a result of that unsafe situation, Ms. Sue continued to incite Newport students on social media, saying things like, "Don't be quiet, keep protesting." Students do have limited First Amendment rights within the schoolhouse. They don't shed their rights at the schoolhouse door. That's how the Supreme Court talks about it. Bellevue wants students to become able to participate in political discourse. We want to educate students who are articulate. We want them to use their freedoms responsibly. But in the school setting, the school has to have the ability to control the location of speech, the time and manner of speech, and certainly to control obscene speech or speech that incites violence. And that's what was flaunted here. In the United States Supreme Court case Bethel School District in Fraser, the court was clear it is a highly appropriate function of a public school to prohibit the use of vulgar and offensive terms, even in public discourse. It also said a student's speech can't intrude on the work of schools or the rights of other students. Here, I don't think Ms. Sue intends to dispute that she did engage in much of this conduct. We will show that Ms. Sue had clear notice about the types of speech that are acceptable in the school environment. Bellevue School District has a published policy on peaceable assembly. I believe Ms. Sue will testify that she read it before the protest. In any event, it is published online. The link is in her student handbook. The district will show that Ms. Sue was not singled out. There were other students who engaged in similar conduct on the 19th. Their consequences were similar. Her consequence was not more extreme than other students who engaged in similar conduct. This was a 10-day or up to 10-day emergency expulsion. Ms. Sue was represented by counsel who expressly asked that the hearing on Ms. Sue's discipline be delayed. We are holding the hearing within the permissible time frame, but the fact that we're on day 10 is because of that postponement. And I want to be extremely clear about one last thing. Ms. Sue was not expelled for alleging that she is the victim of a previous incident with another student. This expulsion has nothing at all to do with silencing victims or supporting abusers. This is about conduct that was disruptive on the 19th. Bellevue wants to protect every student who claims to suffer any sort of harassment. And because of that, the lawyers today have agreed that the scope of this hearing will not include peripheral evidence about other students, about other proceedings. The district won't be talking about or disclosing protections or situations that it has with any other student. And it's not allowed to disclose its efforts. If this student creates the perception that this is because she was a victim of some sort of other event, the district will be precluded from answering that. So we will let this process play out to its full conclusion. We'll prove what conduct occurred on the 19th that supports that emergency expulsion. And we appreciate you being our hearing examiner. Thank you.
Okay, so the district can continue now to bring up its witnesses or its exhibits. And following that, Ms. Sue and her attorney will do same.
District calls Glenn Hasslinger.
Okay, Mr. Hasslinger, I'm going to read to you what's called a witness advisement. This hearing is publicly viewable. That was Ms. Sue's choice. Ms. Sue's family has also elected to distribute the hearing's live stream link via social media. The district is not in control of where, how, or by whom your testimony may be viewed, re-recorded, or used. By proceeding, you are acknowledging your full understanding that your likeness, image, and oral testimony will be publicly available to anyone who has the live stream link and that they may disseminate it further. The scope of this hearing is whether on November 19th, 2021, Ms. Sue's behavior resulted in a disruption of the educational process that created a substantial barrier to learning for other students across the school day. It does not include allegations against any other students, nor does the scope of this hearing include allegations against district personnel. There may be some level of discussion about the actions and communications of district employees as it pertains to this emergency expulsion. You are to restrict your testimony to that issue. You are not to disclose personal, private, or protected information about Ms. Sue, including information about any medical health, mental health, sexual health, specific disability profile, or any other private information that has become known to you about Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. You are not to make any reference to any previous, future, or ongoing investigations, disciplinary processes, determinations, reports, findings, or any other information about disciplinary matters involving Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and the record in this proceeding. Your testimony must be confined to the expulsion process and the order of November 19th, 2021. You may discuss in a general sense the policies and procedures of Bellevue School District and Newport High School, aggregate and statistical information about discipline, and the contents of any publicly available records regarding discipline generally in the school or the district. You may refer to Ms. Sue by her surname. For any other students, you will identify them as student or by initials. There is zero tolerance for disclosure of other students' name in these hearings, and your testimony can be terminated if you violate this rule. This hearing platform is not to be used to further harass, intimidate, or bully any other person. The live stream link will be shut down immediately if it is so used. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or potential witness until after the entire hearing has concluded. Do you understand?
I do.
All right, move ahead. Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Ms. Hasslinger, tell us your full name and title with Bellevue School District, please.
Glenn George Hasslinger, Jr. I'm the Director of Pupil Management for the Bellevue School District.
How many years have you worked for Bellevue Schools?
I've worked 23 years for the Bellevue School District.
And in your role, are you responsible, at least in part, for administration of student discipline?
I am.
In that role, are you tasked with being familiar with Bellevue's policies and procedures and with state law about student discipline?
I am.
I'm going to ask that Mr. Bartz display Exhibit 1, please. Mr. Hasslinger, do you recognize District's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Policy 3200, Rights and Responsibilities.
Does every student in Bellevue School District get a copy of this?
Yes, every student does get a copy of the rights and responsibilities.
And how does that happen?
That happens at the individual school level. It is also available on the website. They're given an opportunity to go over them within a classroom setting.
Does policy number 3200, students in the top right corner, charge students with submitting to the authority of staff of Bellevue Schools?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Bartz, would you display Exhibit 3 for me, please? Mr. Hasslinger, do you recognize District's Exhibit 3?
Yes, Policy 3220, Freedom of Expression.
Is this policy intended to provide Bellevue's parameters around the fact that students do have the right to some free expression on campus?
Yes, it is.
What is Bellevue's policy around student speech that isn't disruptive?
There are certain publications and distribution of materials that can go through an approval process that allows them to be able to express themselves or go through a newspaper or other kind of things like that.
Does Bellevue encourage student speech as long as it does not substantially disrupt operation of the school?
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the allegations and evidence about the activity of this student in this case?
Yes, I am.
For BSD to find that Ms. Sue's behavior on November 19th was a violation of this policy, is that consistent with BSD's application of this rule for other students in the past?
It is.
Mr. Bartz, would you display Exhibit 4 for me, please? Mr. Hasslinger, do you recognize Exhibit 4?
Policy 3223, Freedom of Assembly.
Thank you. Is this policy intended to provide Bellevue's parameters around student gatherings and peaceful protests?
Yes, it does.
Does Bellevue encourage student activity in matters which affect students?
Yes, it does say that they are permissible. Absolutely.
For peaceful demonstrations, however, must they be held in designated places where they don't present a hazard or disrupt school activity?
Absolutely. It mentions in there that that they need to be on areas that have been designated and that won't interrupt the education of others.
For Bellevue schools to find that student Sue's behavior on the 19th was a violation of this policy, is that consistent with the district's past application of policy 3223?
It is.
Mr. Bartz, would you display Exhibit 5 for me, please? Mr. Hasslinger, do you recognize the district's Exhibit 5?
3240 student conduct.
And does this constitute a sort of generalized statement about expectations of student behavior on campus?
It does.
Did the behavior of student Sue that you're aware of on November 19th conform to BSD's reasonable standards of acceptable behavior as set forth in this policy?
Not in all areas.
Did it preserve the degree of order necessary for a positive climate for learning?
It did not.
For BSD to find that the behavior of student Sue violated this policy, is that consistent with the district's past application of this policy?
It is.
Mr. Bartz, would you display, oh, I'm sorry, that's the last one. Mr. Hasslinger, do you attend discipline hearings on a regular basis?
I do.
Discipline hearings usually public or private?
This will be the first public one we've had.
Was the district willing to hold this hearing in private?
Yes, we were.
Is it your understanding that this particular hearing is public because the student requested so?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Lippick, do you have any questions for Mr. Hasslinger?
I do. Mr. Hasslinger, in the I'm sorry, let me pull up this policy that I can look at real quick. One moment, I need just a moment, thank you.
Would you like Mr. Bart to pull up to display a particular exhibit?
I find it a little hard to have someone else driving, so I'm looking at it and I will ask Mr. Bart to move it when I see the part that I can refer to as wanting to look at, if that makes sense. I have it up on my screen and I'm scrolling through. When I get to the section I'd like to refer to, then I'll, sorry for any awkwardness with that. Just give me one moment, I'll pull it up. So in the rights and responsibilities document, Mr. Hasslinger, which is policy number 3200, I think it's District Exhibit 1. Can we pull that up on the screen? Great. And here, what we see in the rights and responsibilities list, can you describe the section on the bottom under the section that says and the section that says 28A.400.110, what does that say?
Principle to assure appropriate student discipline, building discipline standards, classes to improve classroom management skills.
Okay, thank you very much. And are you familiar with that underlying law, the one that's referred to here in the rights and responsibilities Exhibit 1 by the district?
Off the top of my head, I am not familiar exactly with that one. I would have to look it up.
Okay, so here in the document entitled Rights and Responsibilities, the gist of this paragraph here at the top under Rights and Responsibilities.
I'm sorry, Council, what was the question? Are you familiar with the gist of it? Is that what you asked?
You know, the question is if you could characterize for me what this first paragraph under rights and responsibility is. It's my reading of it is that it's a procedure for the superintendent to develop rules for rights and responsibilities. Is that correct?
Yes, it says each year the superintendent will develop and make available to all students and their parents staff handbooks pertaining to student rights, conduct, corrective actions, and punishments.
And then what's the last sentence in that first paragraph?
They will also confer annually to establish criteria for determining when certificated employees must complete classes to improve classroom management skills.
Okay, so classroom management skills and is listed here in the rights and responsibilities that there's rights and responsibilities for students, and then there's also rights and responsibilities kind of listed here for district employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. And one of the reasons why there are legal references inside the rights and responsibilities policy is that because this policy intends to incorporate those rights and responsibilities, the ones that are listed under legal references?
The legal references are there to show where we retrieve the information and how we are complying with the state law.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that the rights and responsibilities in those legal references are rights and responsibilities that are both referred to in this policy and observed by the district? Is that correct?
Yes, if they're in the policies and procedures, then yes, that's the point behind it.
Okay, and in your testimony, you mentioned that you'd been present for a lot of different disciplinary hearings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in your experience in all these other disciplinary hearings you've been to, are you on another occasion where a student was expelled for using obscene language?
Strictly no, not necessarily just that by itself.
Okay, that's enough. Yes or no is fine, thanks. Are you aware of another circumstance under which a student was expelled for unauthorized post-it notes on walls?
No.
Are you aware of another occasion on which students were expelled for unauthorized posters in non-designated areas of the school?
Yes.
Could you describe briefly the circumstances of that expulsion and how many expulsions you've seen over the many years of your time in the district that relate to putting posters up in undesignated places?
Off the top of my head, I can think of one specific occasion where the posters were also posters that disrupted the learning environment, naming names of students.
And can you tell me what the content, to specify a little more what the content of those posters would have been that disrupted the learning environment? You said they named the names of students. Did they include threats of violence to those students, these previous posters?
As I recall, yes.
Okay, and did these posters that are alleged to have been put up by Alex Sue individually, did those posters, to your knowledge, contain any threats of violence?
Not that I don't know all the contents of all the posters that were put up. So
Do you refer only to the posters for which these allegations are being made, then? The ones that Alex Sue herself is deemed responsible for?
The ones that were shown this afternoon, I did not see anything on there that directly threatened anybody.
Okay, so would you say that this expulsion in an undesignated area is distinguishable or different from the previous single expulsion you recall for posters in a undesignated area?
Yeah, I would say so.
It doesn't include any threats of violence in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, fantastic. I'm sorry, I have another question, but I missed my page of one moment. And so in your experience, the many hearings that you've attended like this, you said you've never experienced one that was public, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's listed in Bellevue School District's policies that if a student or their parents request a hearing, it is their right to have such a hearing, is that correct?
I'm going to ask you to repeat because you were cutting out a little bit there.
Correct.
Oh, my bad. Is the audio okay now?
Sounds okay now, yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry, now I'm lost. The question was, in the other disciplinary proceedings, I'm sorry, one moment, I need to find my notes.
Your question was regarding the hearing.
Sure, the publicity, the public nature of the hearing. Right, so my question was, you said that you had never attended a disciplinary hearing that was public, is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that the Bellevue School District policies state that it is the right of either the student or the parents to request the hearing be public?
I'm aware that it's in the procedures, yes.
Great. So if it's in the procedures and it says that they have the right to do so on request, the hearing will be opened. Would you consider that a right that the students and or the parents have?
Correct.
Okay, and is that why the hearing is open today? Because this student, pursuant to Bellevue School District policy, did request an open hearing?
Yes, that is why it's there.
Okay, thank you so much. And in our understanding from previous disciplinary hearings and your time as a district employee, are you familiar with other occasions aside from hearings where there might be occasion to protect student information in a public setting?
Such things like board meetings, truancy hearings.
Great. So it's pretty common then in your experience to have a public proceeding where there might be the necessity to protect or redact or remove private information for students?
Yes.
And in those public proceedings where you need to remove and redact private information for students, what are the types of procedures you've seen used? For instance, if a student needs to talk about their own personal history in, say, a suspension hearing or at a board meeting, and there's a necessity for them to provide details about their own history, what sorts of technical or other measures would you have taken or have you seen taken to protect that student's information in a public forum?
So typically when we've done public forums, they've been in-person public forums and not live as such as this. I don't know where what the board meetings do in particular. Typically we ask students only to talk about themselves though publicly and not about others. And so that way that they are only revealing their own information and not others.
Okay. And then if there's an occasion for someone, a district employee in one of those public forums to say something that would reveal private information of a student, what procedure do you use to make sure that that's safe and that it's not a public disclosure by the district of the student's information?
We would likely reduce what can be said, not using student names, using no identifiable information.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was there any protection offered for students who wished to testify in this proceeding that were similar to those protections? Was there an offer made by the district to extend protections like the ones you're talking about to the students who might have testified in this proceeding?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any ability that we had on the live stream to do that.
Thank you. Are you aware of proposals about how to do that on a live stream? For instance, allowing students to testify with just audio and no video, allowing them to be identified by an anonymous number rather than a name on their screen. Are you aware of the offers to implement procedures like that for this hearing?
Only just right before the hearing.
Okay, so you were not aware of earlier than right before this hearing, you were not aware that those requests were made to the district?
No, I was not. I'm made aware of that.
Okay, and who do you think would have made you aware of those requests if they had been brought to your attention?
I would assume that it would have come down from, I would assume those requests would have been made to our attorney and then probably would have been vetted by people who are higher up in the district than I am.
Okay, so it's possible that those requests were brought to someone higher up than you and you wouldn't have heard about them. You wouldn't necessarily have heard about them?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'd like to also ask a couple other questions. One moment, I need to look at my notes. All right, so I'd like to go back to your history of disciplinary hearings and the assertion of the district that this one is not, this punishment, this expulsion, excuse me, delivered unto Ms. Sue is not out of proportion to other previous disciplinary hearings. So I'm wondering if in your experience in the district, you recall another time when a student was expelled for telling people about a protest or soliciting them to attend it using a post on social media, off district property and outside of district websites and conveyances and communication tools. Do you know of anyone else, any other expulsion, emergency expulsion that was done on the grounds that someone had solicited attendance at a protest on social media?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Do you remember any other expulsion that's ever occurred in your experience where someone was expelled for stating an intention to, quote, create chaos?
Those exact words, no.
Okay, great. Do you remember anyone else who was expelled because they were told to go to a particular location when they left class and they didn't go to that location when they left class?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those occasions?
Yeah, so when a student is refusing to comply with a
I'm sorry,
directive-
I'm just going to stop you. I'm not saying when a student is, I'm not asking for an overview. I'm asking for specific examples of other situations in which a student was expelled for the purpose of discipline related, an emergency expulsion for the purposes of discipline related to being asked to go to a designated area and then not going to that area. What were the specific examples you recall, the fact profiles of specific examples you recall of students being expelled for that behavior?
So I know that students have been expelled for being asked to go to certain areas from various different reasons.
What type of areas and what type of reasons? Can you give me one example?
Sure. The administrator needs to speak to the student because the student was struggling with behavior and they refused to do so and refused to listen to comply with other change of behavior. So
when you say struggling with behavior, what types of behavior are people struggling with that makes their compliance a matter subject to expulsion? What types of behaviors would begin the process of expulsion if they were not compliant during that behavior?
When their behavior becomes either substantially disruptive to the learning environment, so being loud.
For the rules, what I'm asking for is a specific example of the behavior itself, not the rule about the behavior. Could you tell me an example of a behavior that if a person didn't comply while they were doing that behavior, they were expelled for it or subject to expulsion for it?
Mr. Hasslinger, give me a moment, please. Ms. McGuire, I'd ask that you instruct counsel to let the witness finish his answer, whether or not counsel thinks it's responsive, before she interrupts.
That's reasonable. So it's just a matter, yes, we just want people to be able to finish their sentences. He's trying
Sure,
to.
I'm
trying to.
efficient because this is going to take a while, and I know we all want to get out of here as soon as we can, but I will refrain from interrupting. Thank you.
So when a student has created a disruption or has actually brought other students, pulled other students away from their learning environment, they refuse to follow the instruction of the administrator to go to a certain place or a designated space, they have been emergency expelled.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hasslinger. I'm afraid I still haven't gotten the answer to the question. I would like to hear one or more, but let's start with one. Specific examples from your recollection as an attendee of many, many disciplinary hearings of a behavior, not just that it was disruptive, but what the behavior was for which other students have been expelled when they didn't go to a designated area for protest.
For a protest?
Yes.
You just changed the question on me, so I was just want to refer, because you asked me at first whether it was.
I'm trying to, we're not getting there. Yeah, so let me rephrase. My apologies. I would like to know if in your experience, other students have been expelled when they were asked to go to a designated area for protest several days before a protest, and then they didn't go to that area during the protest. Is there another case like this in your recollection where someone was expelled for that?
I'm not aware of another case where students refused to go to the designated area for a protest.
Okay, thank you. And have you been in attendance, or are you aware of another expulsion, an emergency expulsion for a person leading chants that are naming district employees, like the chant that was referred to? Are you aware of other students being expelled because at a protest they said fuck an administrator or fuck a teacher? Are there other cases like that that you're aware of where a student's been emergency expelled?
I'm not aware of that happening on a Bellevue School District grounds.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask, sorry.
You're asking regarding a protest.
Regarding leading a chant of any kind. It doesn't have to be a protest, but leading a chant. Like if other students led a chant, that's one of the allegations. I'm just hearing it for the first time, you know, the specificity of what the allegations are. Unfortunately, in the notice of disciplinary action, I didn't.
Objection to the speech.
Right.
Sure.
Right, we're
So
moving
I'm
on.
figuring out now what the allegations are from the testimony. So I'm going through, and the district made an assertion that this punishment, this emergency expulsion, was proportional to others. And so I'm just trying to hear how it's proportional and what other cases are similar to this. So I just have a couple other questions. I think my notes are almost finished. So I hear also from the opening statement that there was an allegation is that Ms. Sue played, quote, some role in passing out Post-it notes that were later displayed by other students. They were written on by other students and used to put Post-it notes on the wall. Are you aware of any other student who's been expelled who played some role in passing out Post-it notes to other students?
No.
Okay. And one of the other allegations I've heard from the district, a behavior referred to as inciting. Could you help me understand the definition of incite? How does a student incite behavior from other students?
They incite by convincing others to join them in a way that substantially disrupts the learning environment.
Okay, and so for a student to convince another student to do something, what level of communication would one student have to have with another? So I'll start with a basic. So if a student goes to another student and looks them in the face and says, hey, I think you should go do this thing, let's go do it right now. I imagine that would be considered convincing a student to do something. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be.
Okay, and if a student puts a message up in a group chat and says, hey, I think we should all go do this thing, would that be considered convincing a student to do something else?
Yes.
Okay, and if a student makes a general post in a public media forum saying, I think this is a good idea, and that post is read by an unknown number of other people, would that student be deemed to have convinced every one of those other people to do the thing that they mentioned in the social media post?
Not sure exactly what that would look like and what that would mean, so I don't know how to answer the question.
I am not sure either. So if a student expresses their frustration at a policy and they express their desire to protest or make noise about that situation, and other people disseminate that that post or that information to an unknown number of other people. So there's a chain of transmission where maybe the student says one thing, but then a bunch of other people take that thing and send it to other people. Would the first student who made the statement be considered to have convinced everyone exposed to that information to show up or to do a particular thing?
By themselves, not necessarily.
Okay, and was that kind of analysis used when evaluating whether to emergency expel Ms. Sue? Like, was there an analysis applied to determine who she actually had contact with individually versus who may have heard about what happened from someone else?
I did not take part in the decision for emergency expulsion for Miss Sue.
Okay, thank you. So then you wouldn't know the answer to that. Okay, fantastic. And so I have one more question. So in the district's opening statements, they characterize this as a protest that began peaceful, correct? Was that what they said in the opening statement, the district's attorney, Ms. Smith?
I don't know that she said that exactly. I'd have to look back at the.
Okay, I have a recollection of that, but if you don't have the same recollection, that's fine. We'll move on. My understanding from Ms. Smith's opening statement, but on behalf of the district, was that the protest activities began quote unquote peacefully, and then became a risky thing later on at some point, and she used the term crowd crush. So someone invites someone, like let's say a student invited someone to a concert, and then at that concert, people got too crowded, it was oversold, too many people pushed to the front. Would the student who invited the other student to the concert be considered inciting or creating the crowd crush?
Did the student say?
Beyond the scope of any testimony given and beyond this witness's.
Okay.
Talking about concerts.
No, that's fine. I'll stop. I thought we had agreed there weren't objections because this wasn't that type of hearing, but that's okay. I'll move on.
Good point. Very quickly, let me interject. There can be objections, but the strict rules of evidence in terms of me just saying just move on. That's what we're going to do. And I'll make
okay, so I can have objections also, and I can interrupt the testimony.
If you feel that it's gone outside the scope, right now we're going into a lot of conjecture and what ifs, and if it were somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hear some comparisons, because the district had opened the door by making a statement that this was a proportional expulsion. So I don't have many more questions. I just have a couple.
Ms. Lippick, we have to keep it school specific.
Okay, great. So let's say that okay, great. So in your experience, have other students been expelled because they mentioned on social media an event that would be taking place, and then later on at that event, there was some kind of disturbance? Are you aware of students who have been expelled because they invited people to an event that later became a disturbance?
No.
Okay. And when you've observed the school, have you been present for or witnessed the school going into lockdown on other occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And on those occasions, my understanding of the lockdown proceeding, and that's in the exhibits, I can look up which district exhibit it's in if you'd like, but my understanding of the lockdown procedure is that the school provides a safe enclosure for all students, staff, teachers, and visitors to the school in order to protect them in a situation where there's a potential safety risk. Is that an accurate understanding of what a lockdown is?
In general, yes.
Okay. And is a lockdown ever used to lock students out of the school?
Yes.
Okay. And under what circumstances are students locked out of the school who are on campus and there for the school day?
When they're outside, when the event that caused the lockdown happened, then they are locked out of the school.
Okay, and what provisions are usually made for the safety of the students who don't make it in before the doors get locked?
Usually when a student comes into the door, we identify them, recognize them, and try to escort them to the right space.
Okay, and if there's a large number of students that are trying to get back into the school, how do you usually handle allowing each student back in to continue their learning for the day?
I would not know, because I have not experienced a large scale outside the classroom. Or outside.
Okay, so in your experience in the district, you haven't seen a lockdown like this one before, is that accurate?
There's lots of things about this I haven't seen before.
Okay, me neither. All right, and are you aware of any other occasions where someone making the statement "don't be quiet" on social media is considered a threat for the purposes of an emergency expulsion?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had an experience where another student was emergency expelled for stating on social media that they feel the other students should, quote, keep protesting?
No.
Okay. And if the form of protest isn't specified in a social media post and someone says something like, quote, keep protesting, but they don't mention where, when, or how, or with what methods, would that be considered, generally in your experience, would that be considered threatening or a threat of disruption?
No.
Okay. And I noticed when you were talking with Ms. Smith that you were asked whether Bellevue School District encourages people to exercise their free speech. And my recollection of your testimony was that it is permissible. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what to you is the distinction between something that people have a right to do and something that they are permitted to do?
A right and permitted are very similar words. Although our rights can be not permitted at some point in time if we have a government that is inhibiting our rights.
That's correct. I think you're right. So you can have rights that the government doesn't heed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And sometimes an authority might be trying to do something that would inhibit the exercise of your rights. Is that correct?
That is always possible, yes.
Okay. And so let me run this by you. My understanding of a right was something that's a right versus something that's permitted is that a right is something that's vested in the person who holds it. So if someone has a right to free expression, it's theirs. And if someone tries to take it away, then the person with the right is the one who has the right. It might be abrogated, but it's not anyone's to take away. My understanding of what something that's permissible is that the permission resides in the person giving the permission. So it means it's their discretion, right? Like if something's permissible, then permission can be granted to do that thing. And so for me, my understanding.
Ms. McGuire, and ask that the witness testify.
Right, Ms. Lippig, ask a question as
Yep.
opposed to purporting.
I'm just trying to set up a question. I asked before what the difference in Mr. Hasslinger's mind was between permission, having a permission to do something and having the right to do something. And he said they were very similar. And I'm seeking his, agreement or disagreement about whether a right is something that you have, whether or not someone takes it away from you. Is your understanding of what a right is, that it's inalienable, that it belongs to the person, whether or not a government or anyone else tries to take it away?
I believe there are inalienable rights, but I don't know that all rights are inalienable.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much for your answer. And when you were asked whether Bellevue School District encourages free expression and you said it's permissible, is your understanding that students have a right to free expression or any right to free expression, or is it your understanding that it's permissible?
There is a right to free expression within guidelines, yes. So it is limited.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers. And could you also help me with one thing, which is I think there has been an allegation by the district as an incitement of violence. And I'm wondering if you could help me understand what we've talked about, what inciting is, and that's convincing someone to do something else by your definition. And if you're inciting violence, would that to you that you're convincing someone to commit an act of violence?
That you are inciting the crowd towards violence. Yes, that would be.
So towards violence or to violence?
Semantics, but yeah, towards violence, to violence. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, and what kinds of things, like if someone said, if someone on November 18th, if someone in the crowd said, let's rush the office, but the person in that crowd was not Alex Sue, would you consider Alex to have incited the violence that ensued?
It would depend upon the circumstances and situations that were set up prior to that.
Okay, and are you aware of anything that Ms. Sue has said that referred to violence against anyone?
Not specifically, because I was not.
Okay, thank you.
I was there,
And
but I
were
wasn't.
you? Okay, and when you were there, did you see anything on Post-it notes or on posters that said anything about violence towards anyone?
On the Post-it notes, I definitely saw names up there.
Did you see anyone saying violent?
Also, please let the witness finish his answers.
Okay.
So on the sticky notes, there was fuck you. There was nothing that says let's go beat up so-and-so. There was nothing that said let's kill so-and-so, but there was certainly names up there.
So there were names and maybe names coupled with obscene phrases. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there was no references to violence. Is that correct?
I did not see any with references to violence.
And did you see Alex Sue writing any Post-it notes that were stuck on the wall?
No, there were over 100 kids in that hallway. There's no way I could identify specific kids.
Okay. And so there was no way that you could identify specific kids who had written the Post-it notes?
You just said that.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
great. Just confirm. Okay, so we don't actually know. Do you know if there's someone else in the district who was able to identify who wrote those Post-it notes?
There were so many students writing Post-it notes and slamming them up on the window at that point in time. I think it would be difficult to identify each and every single person who did.
I agree. And so do you think a person who handed out Post-it notes could then be kind of considered responsible for all of the Post-it notes that were written and put on the windows?
I think it's possible, yes. If you're the one who instigated that, yes, it's possible. You're
Okay,
asking
so if you
to do certain things, yes.
Okay, and asking as in approaching those people and asking them to do the thing that they did, which was to write something on a Post-it note and put it on the window?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd have to ask those people with some level of directness to convince them to do the thing?
In the atmosphere that was going on there, it was pretty clear what was going to probably be written on those notes.
Okay, so in the atmosphere, it was pretty clear what would probably be written on notes, and that's a level of responsibility that, have you seen that level of responsibility being put upon the shoulders of an individual 17-year-old student in other disciplinary proceedings resulting in an expulsion?
Again, I haven't seen the level of what I saw there in my 23 years of being in the district.
Okay, fantastic. And to your knowledge, was anyone actually hurt during this day, November 19th?
They were not physically harmed to my knowledge.
Okay.
On that day.
Okay, and do you know of any administrators who were physically harmed during the date of November 19th?
No, I am not.
Are you aware of any student who put their hands on a staff or administrator or teacher in a violent manner during that day?
No, I'm not aware that that happened.
Okay, and are you aware of Alex Sue putting her hands on any teacher, administrator, staff member, or student during that day?
No.
Okay, and are you aware of any threats by Alex Sue to put her hands on anyone, teacher, staff, or students during that day or any other day?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are all my questions for you.
Ms. Smith, did you have any other questions for Mr. Hasslinger?
I do. By way of redirect, Mr. Hasslinger, does the district take each act of a student separately when deciding on an emergency expulsion remedy, or does it evaluate the aggregate acts?
It evaluates the aggregate acts of discipline or of the action to decide the discipline.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I'm sorry, could I ask one more follow-up then?
One more follow-up.
Okay, great. So in looking at the disciplinary matrix that's generally employed by Bellevue School District, can you, I believe it's one of the district's exhibits, and I know we'll get to it eventually, but are you familiar on that disciplinary matrix with whether disruptive behavior is considered an expellable offense?
On the disciplinary matrix in 3241, Exhibit B, which is the secondary one, there is a clause up in the upper left-hand corner of it that explicitly states that anytime that you're going to go above and beyond the disciplinary matrix there, that you need to talk to the, and there it says supervisor, the title got changed to director of pupil management or the executive director of schools. So,
and who's the director of pupil management?
I am the director of pupil management.
Okay, and were you spoken to about going above and beyond the disciplinary matrix in this instance?
I was not.
Okay, who was spoken to about going above and beyond the disciplinary matrix in this instance?
The executive director of schools, Dr. Siegworth.
Is that Dr. Patty Siegworth?
That is correct.
And were you present for that conversation with Dr. Siegworth?
Was not.
And were you privy to any emails, but were you on any email threads about going above and beyond the disciplinary matrix in this instance that included Dr. Patty Siegworth?
I was not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I remind all council that this hearing is not investigatory in nature. This hearing is specific to what happened on that day, as opposed to other days, other places, other students, I understand looking at the fairness and looking at equal treatment, but I would like us to get there in a succinct and direct and less circuitous and redundant manner.
I understand. I'm sorry. I haven't been made aware by the district yet about who made the decision to exceed the disciplinary matrix. So in order to go to the fairness of it, I needed to know that information. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Hasslinger, you are excused.
Thank you.
The district calls Keith Altenhof.
We're waiting for Mr. Altenhof, I guess. I may not be able to see everybody, so.
He'll be summoned in by the team's administrator, so we should get an alert when he arrives.
Oh, I saw.
Hi. Hi there, I'm Mr. Keith Altenhof.
Okay, hang on just a moment, Mr. Altenhof. I'm going to read to you what's called a witness advisement. So just listen up and then let me know if you understand, okay?
Okay.
This hearing is publicly viewable. This was Ms. Sue's choice. Ms. Sue's family has also elected to distribute the hearing's live stream link via social media. The district is not in control of where, how, or by whom your testimony may be viewed, re-recorded, or used. By proceeding, you are acknowledging your full understanding that your likeness, image, and oral testimony will be publicly available to anyone who has the live stream link and that they may disseminate it further. The scope of this hearing is whether, on November 19th, 2021, Ms. Sue's behavior resulted in a disruption of the educational process that created a substantial barrier to learning for other students across the school day. It does not include allegations against any other students. It does not include allegations against district personnel. There may be some level of discussion about the actions and communications of district employees as they pertain to this emergency expulsion. You are to restrict your testimony to that issue. You are not to disclose personal, private, or protected information about Ms. Sue, including information about any medical, health, mental health, sexual health, specific disability profile, or any other private information that has become known to you about Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. You are not to make any reference to any previous, future, or ongoing investigations, disciplinary processes, determinations, reports, findings, or any other information about disciplinary matters involving Ms. Sue or other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. Your testimony must be confined to the emergency expulsion process in the order of November 19th, 2021. You may discuss in a general sense the policies and procedures of Bellevue School District and Newport High School, aggregate and statistical information about discipline, and the contents of any publicly available records regarding discipline generally in the school or the district. You may refer to Ms. Sue by her surname. For any other student, you will use initials only or simply refer to them as students. There is zero tolerance for disclosure of other students in this hearing. Your testimony can be terminated if you violate this rule. This hearing platform is not to be used to further harass, intimidate, or bully any other person. The live stream link will be shut down immediately if it is so used. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or potential witnesses until after the entire hearing has concluded. Do you understand? There.
Forgive me. Yes, I understand.
Ms. Smith, go ahead and begin.
Thank you. Give us your full name and your title, please.
My name is Keith Altenhof. I am an assistant principal at Newport High School.
And how long have you been with Bellevue Schools?
This is my 16th year, I believe, with Bellevue School District, and my 3rd as an assistant principal.
And how many years at Newport?
16 years at Newport High School.
Okay. We're here to talk about a student walkout that ended up resulting in a lockdown on November 19th at Newport. Were you present that day?
I was.
What forewarning did you have that there was going to be a student walkout or event?
2 days prior, we had heard that there would be or might be a walkout event.
And how did you hear that?
I believe it was a teacher had read something on social media and shared it with administration.
At some point, did you become aware of posters being put up at Newport?
Yes, there were posters that were put up which advertised the event.
Mr. Bartz, I'm going to ask that you display District Exhibit 9. This is an exhibit that the district has offered for this expulsion hearing. Is this similar to the posters? The picture has some text over it, but the poster in the background with the blue and red edges, is that similar to the posters that you were aware of?
The poster minus the text that was added digitally is exactly what I saw at Newport High School.
What time of day did the November 19th walkout begin?
It began during the school day. It was right after third period. Third period on Friday ends at 10:45 a.m.
And where were you as it began?
I was standing at the east entrance of the school. I was on the inside of the building at the east entrance.
On what floor?
It's tough to say which floor. It's on a rise above the commons, so it's the main entry at the building, but it is slightly elevated. So I would call it the upper landing.
Fair enough. Mr. Bartz, would you display Exhibit 12 for me, please? Mr. Altenhof, do you recognize Exhibit 12?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Those are the summary notes which I wrote regarding the walkout on 11/19.
Now, do you have independent recall separate from these notes about some of the events of the 19th?
Yes.
Okay, are these notes more detailed than what your memory alone would provide?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you then to work through your notes with me, and we're going to start with the very first sentence. You've said the event began. at the end of third period. What do you mean by the event?
The event is the student walkout and protest event.
Okay, your third sentence begins with, I met, then there's a student's name redacted or marked out, and Alex Sue at the East Courtyard building exit. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you meet that unnamed student and Alex Sue? Why them?
I had identified these two students as organizers and went to talk with them to state what the designated or where the designated free speech location was.
What was
so
that designated location?
On the west side of the building, there is another courtyard building entrance area. So that is the area we had designated, and I went to tell them that that's where the event should take place.
Why did you want them at the west end instead of the east end?
The west side or the west end of the building, that courtyard area is both a safe space to gather and it does not have direct access to classrooms. By direct access, I mean windows facing the courtyard area.
All right. When you say it was a safer area, what do you mean by that?
When standing in that designated space, there wouldn't be vehicle traffic.
Okay. What was the response when you asked them to hold their event at the designated area?
I was told, you're not the organizer of this. We're staying here.
Mr. Bartz, would you display Exhibit 10 for me, please? I know that this is sideways, but it assists, so I'm going to leave it that way if we could. Are you able, using this exhibit, to show us where the students were in fact assembling? I mean, maybe just use the four corners of the paper, top left or bottom right.
Yeah, I can. So let's see. In the center of the page, if you can locate classrooms 1101, 1102, 1103, 1104, and 1105. If we operate under standard north, south, east, west principles, where the top of the page is north, the students gathered just to the south of those 5 classrooms I named. Inside that blank space on this map is a courtyard area, which is the east courtyard. The students had gathered there.
Flanked on the south by the weight room.
Point of clarity.
Yep.
Are you having me identify the designated area or the place where the students gathered on their own?
Good catch. Where did you want the students?
Thank you for the clarity. Where I wanted the students to gather is towards the left side of this page. You see several small office blocks and then a trapezoidal shaped area. To the south of that trapezoidal area is the weight room, and you see gymnastics, wrestling. That is also what we call the outer gym. So that trapezoidal area to the south of those small offices is the west side of the building. That is the designated area, or was the designated area for this assembly.
And had it occurred there, classrooms wouldn't have been directly below or next to the protest, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where did the students instead insist on assembling? Using the map.
Right, using the map, the students instead assembled on the east side of the building to the south or below on the map, below classrooms 1101, 1102, 1103, 1104, and 1105. I'd also add, this is only a first floor map. There are classrooms on the second floor, which also have windows directly facing this courtyard area. I had previously, yeah, sorry. Oh, I had previously counted 13 classrooms with windows directly facing this area.
As you encountered Ms. Sue and the other student and asked them to go to that location, were they actively soliciting other students to the walkout?
Yes, as students were in passing, they were in the doorway waving people to the outside, which to the outside meaning to the east courtyard area.
In your notes, which we'll go back to now, I'm sorry, go back to the previous exhibit if you would. You've said that once they were outside, the crowd of students grew. How many
Yes.
students would you estimate were at the outside part of the walkout protest?
In total, my estimate would be 350 students.
Your notes then discuss an episode with a parent who you encountered in the crowd who was there filming. Did that happen?
Yes, that happened.
I want you to be extremely careful and slow with your testimony at this point, but do you know, just yes or no, do you know why he was there filming?
Yes. He stated he.
Go ahead. What did he?
He stated he was there filming, and that his son had just been named as an alleged abuser.
Your notes go on to discuss meeting with the father and his son in your office for about 5 to 10 minutes during the continuation of the protest. Is that right?
Yes.
Did the father express any safety concerns or perception of safety concerns for his son?
Yes, he did.
Did the son express any fear for his physical safety?
The son didn't engage in conversation in my office. The father spoke for him.
Based on what you had seen so far, did you have any opinions on whether that student was physically safe at school during the event?
I was happy to hear that his father was pulling him out of the building.
Why is that?
There were a very large number of students that were, I would say, growing angry, distressed, agitated, and this gentleman's son was the target of that by name.
Did that student ultimately leave school for the day?
He did, from my office to leaving school.
I want to pick up then with your notes at the point where you're discussing by time mark. You've started with one about 10, 12 lines down. It says at 11:16 a.m. I observed student, and then that name is redacted, lead a chant of "Fuck you, Newport" with all students. Without disclosing who that student was, describe for me how student chants were occurring. Meaning, were they, well, describe how they occurred.
Yeah, their student chants were occurring via a megaphone. So students that were speaking to the crowd of other students were using a megaphone to amplify their voice. And then in this case, the student with megaphone would yell, "Fuck you, Newport," in redundant chanting fashion, and the students gathered would then repeat.
The next sentence says at 11:18 a.m. I observed an unnamed student, and then the word name. Is that as a verb, meaning they gave the name of?
Yes, that name is used as a verb.
Okay, so you observed a student name another student as one who has committed rape and sexual assault. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. The next statement in your notes is immediately afterward, unnamed student stated, "This all started by one social media post. Alex Sue put herself out there and making herself vulnerable." Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The next statement you have attributed to a student is at 11:20. What was that statement?
A student named another Newport student as an abuser and called him a piece of shit.
Were you visible to the people who were participating in the protest as you were observing all of this?
I was visible.
Where were you?
I was standing in the doorway with the door open of the east entrance to the building, slightly elevated from the students that were gathered. I was wearing a bright red shirt and was watching the events.
It appears that the speaker with the megaphone continued by addressing you. Is that correct?
Yes, speakers with the megaphone were looking in my direction. That is, we were facing each other from some distance. So they and any other speaker at that day would be able to see me where I was standing.
How did the unnamed speaker address you at 11:20 or so?
Yeah, they addressed me by name and said, "Hi, bitch."
Okay. The student chant that followed of "fuck you," did you believe that to be directed at you as well?
Yes.
Based on what?
It was in succession by saying, "Hi, bitch," and then the same student on the megaphone continued to lead a chant of "fuck you."
Did that student then encourage others in the audience to name other students who have committed abuse?
Yes.
Did students do that?
Yes.
What was the next chant?
Yeah, next chant as written was a chant of "Suck my dick, Newport."
Then more students are named?
Yes, and then the same speaker named other students.
Okay. I want to scroll down if we could. I don't know that my display is the same as yours, but I want to see the bottom half of this page, please. Thank you, Mr. Bartz. There we go. All right. The sentence that begins to the bottom right third of the page with this student's name, Alex Sue, spoke at 11:35. Can you find that spot in your notes?
Yes, I found it.
There's a section that follows in quotes. Did you use quotes to capture as nearly as you could to accurate what Ms. Sue actually said?
Yes.
What did she actually say?
She said, "Hi, admin at the door. I know you can see me. Fuck you." Then led the crowd chanting, "Fuck you."
When the chant, go ahead.
Sorry. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
okay. And then following the "fuck you" chant, she then said, "Fuck you, Moe-Lobeda," or pardon me, especially Moe-Lobeda, and then led the chant, "Fuck you, fuck Moe-Lobeda."
Okay. Did other students join in on that chant?
All of them.
Well, let's be clear. You don't know that everyone in the crowd yelled, do you?
Thank you for the correction. It was in unison response from a majority of the crowd.
Let's stop at that moment. You're back at the door, but your door is open. Could you hear it clearly from where you were?
Yes.
If your door had been closed, was it loud enough that you still likely would have been able to hear it?
Yes.
Were there classroom windows having instruction at that time that would have been able to hear it?
Yes.
How many?
13.
After leading that chant, did Ms. Sue name another student by first and last name as, quote, her abuser?
I want to find it back in the notes. Yes, she did.
It appears that another student took the megaphone back at that point. The rally continued outside. I want to move forward in time to when the crowd moved inside. Okay? Where did you end up physically when the mass of students moved inside?
I was in two places. When students initially came inside, I was to the south of the students as they massed right in a central part of the school, right in front of the main office. I was to their south, and then I moved into the main office to face the group of students at the main office entryway.
Did the crowd or did the protesters continue to use the megaphone inside the school?
Yes.
What kind of things were they using the megaphone for inside the school?
For leading more chants, more expletives. Yeah, I would say, you know, student chants and expletives were number one.
Are you aware of whether this student, Alex Sue, led any chants with the megaphone inside the building?
I don't recall that.
On the bottom paragraph of this page of this exhibit, it's described that they created a massive log jam. What do you mean by that?
There's the building layout of Newport is unique in that the majority of academic classrooms are to the north side of the building. And to transition to lunch, all of the students on the north side must pass through this area where they had gathered in order to either A, get their lunch, or B, transition to a class on the south end of school. Could be in one of the 8 portables, could be in the gymnasium spaces, could be in the music, CTE, or art wing. All of the students that were gathered in this space were packed so tightly that people could not get through the area, either to get to their lunch or to transition to the next class.
Did you see any specific students who tried and were unable to go to their next educational experience, whatever that was?
I noticed students on the north side that like kind of walked up to the group, and then from there I just saw them turn, but I don't know where they went or what else they did, but I just saw them meet the crowd of students. That wasn't the center of my attention for what was happening, but it's something that I noticed.
In the bottom 4 lines, you've described students gathered at the senior steps directing their statements of "fuck you" and "suck my dick" at Dion Yehudi. Who is that?
Dion Yehudi is the building principal.
Where was Miss Yehudi as the students were chanting this at her?
She was standing in the east entry to the main office, right in the doorway.
Did you at some point join her in that area?
I did.
Why?
There was a large crowd of students growing in anger, directing all of these expletives at her. She was alone in that crowd. I went to join her in that crowd of students. I didn't know if something was going to happen to her, but I wanted to be there to support.
Did it seem like the kind of atmosphere where her physical safety might be at risk?
It did.
When you joined her there, were there other adults in your vicinity besides you and Miss Yehudi?
There was one other teacher who was standing right next to me.
Was that Mr. Borth?
Yes, Mr. Borth.
Did you tell Mr. Borth at some point during that student event on that office door that he didn't need to stay there if he felt threatened for his own safety?
Yes.
At this point in the indoor portion of the protest, it appears that students began or were already using sticky notes. Can you describe for us what you saw with regard to the students using sticky notes?
Yeah, the sticky notes, well, students were writing the sticky notes with a variety of messages on them. Some of them were general distaste for Bellevue School District. Other sticky notes were distaste for Newport High School administration, and other sticky notes were written to publicly name Newport students as so-called abusers.
And how or where were the sticky notes being placed?
They were being placed on the exterior of the main office, on the outside of the windows and wall of the main office, in public view of anybody.
You can post a sticky note with fairly little pressure. Is that how these sticky notes were being applied to the window?
No.
How were they being applied?
With a lot of force, pounding, creating loud sounds in the office.
Were there students who had already placed their sticky note but then continued to pound on the glass?
Yes, I would say that there were students pounding on the glass before the windows were filled with sticky notes, and afterwards. That is not pounding a sticky note, but rather closed fist pounding on glass.
At some point, did Bellevue police arrive on scene?
They did.
At some point, lockdown was called. Do you recall when in the course of all of this lockdown was called?
I don't recall when lockdown was called, aside from we were inside the building. Students had gathered at the senior steps. The so-called log jam was happening. Students pounding on the windows. But that's when a decision was made to call lockdown. But I don't know the time.
As you stood there in the door, but before lockdown was called, was there any moment you can point to that felt like a change of tone or demeanor in the crowd?
Yeah, it was shortly after students came inside. When students came inside, you know, I didn't know what direction this was going to go, but quickly they gathered on the steps. The number of kids was really large inside this building, and the megaphone amplifying sound inside this closed space just created reverberating chants, really loud, students repeating the chants. So I would say, you know, within 3 to 5 minutes of kids being in the building, it was really intense.
Is there a point in time where students began to push or surge forward into the office?
Yes.
How did that stop?
Myself and Mr. Borth, we were at the east entry doors and imploring kids, just the ones in the front, like imploring loudly, you have to stop pushing, someone's going to get hurt, stop, you have to stop this. Repeating those statements, and eventually it did abate.
Once lockdown was called, were you able to secure the building immediately?
No.
Why not?
The exterior doors are being held open. Students were holding the doors open.
Did you see or hear anyone ask them to let the doors close so that they could lock?
Yes.
Did they?
No.
Was there any point during what you've described so far where you were fearful for your physical safety?
Yes. At the specifically when students were shoving towards the door, towards the office entry doors.
Was there a time where you were fearful for Principal Yehudi's physical safety?
Yes.
What was the risk that you saw that led you to have that fear?
She had her back up against the office doors and was surrounded by angry people.
Did instruction resume as normal after lockdown was called?
No, I would not say it was normal, resumed to normal.
Were you on some form of lockdown or modified lockdown for the rest of the school day?
Yes, we were.
Does that interfere with the regular delivery of instruction?
It does.
In what way?
A few ways. One, there was a lot of, I would say, confusion in the building, and students can't transition, or I would say teachers were confused. Let me back up to that. I think teachers were confused as to what period we were in, and if we were truly transitioned from traditional lockdown to modified lockdown. The other piece is, in a modified lockdown, students in portables should not be transitioning between classes because they're exposed to the outside of the building or any potential threat. So they should, in essence, lock in that place or shelter in that portable place rather than transition.
Were there students who were not able to access food or lunch that day as a result?
Yes.
What happened for after-school tutorial
That was canceled.
because of the events of the protest?
Yes, because of the protest events, we canceled tutorial.
What about after-school sports or evening activities?
Right, we also canceled sports and all after-school activities.
Has there been any impact of the protest or its aftermath on the learning environment since Friday, November 19th?
Yes.
In what way?
On Tuesday, that would be Tuesday the 20, pardon me for the date. Tuesday the 23rd, there was, during 7th period, there was a silent protest where many students left their 7th period class, went to the commons, and sat in their place and sat silently. Many chose to write letters, others simply sat. But instead of attending class for 7th period, they spent 50 minutes, which is more than half the class period that day, sitting in the commons.
And that remained peaceful, that event, correct?
That was a peaceful event.
Was anybody disciplined in response to the sit-in or event that you've just described?
No.
Were there any other effects on students or the school environment as a result of the protest?
Um,
And I want you to
yeah.
be careful about student names. If you can't answer without disclosing identities, then don't. Let me know that and we'll withdraw the question.
Certainly. I can say this. Multiple students were named as alleged abusers on Friday the 19th. Those students that were named had a variety of, I would say, mental health crises that prevented them from either attending school or required them to be on watch for their personal safety. Some of those students requested to change schools or to change school formatting from attending Newport High School to attending a virtual academy that Bellevue School District is offering this year.
Can you scroll, please, Mr. Bartz, to the bottom of the next page, or the top of the next page of this exhibit? I want to ask you about the top 4 or 5 lines of your second page of your exhibit. Were you also targeted by name by the student protesters once they were inside?
Yes.
In what way?
I was referred to by names by one student with a megaphone standing on the senior steps, saying Altenhof can suck my dick. Then that student looked at me directly rather than the crowd and said, your mom can suck my dick. Another student tried to engage me in conversation, asking if I had daughters, and that if this happened to them, would I silence them?
Was there any possibility of dialogue or conversation in that setting as you've described it inside the office lobby?
No possibility for dialogue.
Why not?
It was not an environment conducive to conversation. It was people who were angry with a megaphone that were not seeking to listen and have dialogue, but rather tell their position.
Right.
It was loud, and it was angry, and that does not fit what would constitute a conversation.
Thank you. Those are the questions that I had, but please sit tight for cross-examination.
Okay, we're going to actually take a break right now. It's been 2 hours since our last break. So we will come back at 4:16. As I'm looking at my computer, it says 4:06.
Okay.
So we'll come back at 4:16.
Okay.
Okay, we should be resuming at this time.
I don't know how we do it, but we have to get to true questions.
We're online. I will remind council of both parties that questions should be succinct and to the point and not framed in any other way other than to ask a relatively simple question while there may be some complexities that either council cannot testify within the question. We have to have simple questions and allow the witnesses to answer. So with that, Ms. Lippick, I hope I'm saying your name correctly?
It's Lippick, yes.
Gotcha. So Ms. Lippick, so go ahead and you can question Mr. Altenhof.
Wait, we have to tell Mr. Bartz to go live again. Are we ready?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Altenhof. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Good afternoon.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm just going to jump right into it. So during your testimony, you said that 2 days prior to the event, you had forewarning, and you said that there was forewarning that there might be a walkout because, as you recalled, a teacher may have read something on social media. Is that correct? I'm sorry, could you? Yeah, thanks. Is that correct, Mr. Altenhof?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, am I saying your name correctly, Altenhof or Altenhof?
You are. Thank you. Yes, you are.
Thanks. Okay, and so do you recall an email going out to teachers giving them advance notice that there was going to be some kind of walkout or could be some kind of walkout that day?
I don't recall.
Okay, and so do you recall what happened when you received that forewarning 2 days prior that there might be some kind of walkout?
I don't recall.
What did you do when you received forewarning that there might be some kind of walkout?
I don't recall exactly. I do. Yeah, no, I don't recall exactly what I did.
Okay, so when you say you identified some students as organizers, how did you identify students as organizers? What process did you use to identify them?
I knew students that were hanging posters.
How did you know students that were hanging posters? I'm sorry, my fault. I thought you were finished.
Oh, no. So students hanging posters, and then on the day of, as I made notes, I spoke with one student and with Miss Sue at the east exit entrance of the building.
Sorry.
They were, you know, inviting people to go to their chosen location for this event.
Okay, and is that in your notes?
Yes.
Could you call up that, I'm sorry, Mr. Bartz, could you call up those notes that we're referring to onto the screen, please? I don't remember the exhibit number. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. You met as a student and Alex Stu at the East Courtyard building exit and asked them to hold their event at the designated area, the West Courtyard by the outer gym. Could you tell me who designated that as the area for the event to happen?
School administration designated that area.
Okay, when did the designation occur?
I can't tell you the time, but when I met with them at the end, with them meaning these students, that was at the end of third period on Friday, the 19th.
And when was the event scheduled to begin?
Fourth period on the 19th.
So you had 2 days notice that there was going to be a walkout at a certain time and place, and you approached the organizers, the people you thought were the organizers, minutes before the event was supposed to start to alert them where the designated area was. Is that correct?
I met the students at the end of third period once we saw where the location was to be held. We knew that a walkout would likely be occurring. We did not know the location.
Okay. Did you ask any of the students that you saw putting up posters what the location would be?
No.
Did you approach anyone that you had, in your eyes, identified as an organizer to ask them where the walkout would go to?
No.
Did anyone, to your knowledge, after the designation of this location, approach people before the event was due to start and ask them to go to a different location?
I don't have knowledge of that.
And did you announce to teachers that they could tell their students in class where the designated location was for the assembly or the protest?
I did not tell teachers that.
Okay, did anyone, to your knowledge, tell teachers to announce the designated location for a protest that would abide by school designation for location?
I don't have knowledge of that.
Do you know whether teachers were asked to say anything to students at the end of third period?
I don't know.
Is there a school communication system that would have allowed an announcement over an intercom or maybe screens in the school to alert the students participating in the event that they were being asked to go to the west side for the designated location?
We have a public address system in our school, yes.
Was that public address system used to address the students and let them know where the designated location for the walkout would be?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, do you know who would make a decision about how to use the public address system in the school? Like who would usually do that?
Yeah, people that usually do that are school administrators and front office staff.
Can you name any of those people who usually do that?
By usually do that, do you mean people that have knowledge and expertise in using the PA system?
No, I mean, if typically in your experience as an employee of the district and a person who's at the school a lot, when there's an announcement that needs to be made on the public address system, is there a particular employee or a group of employees who are usually the ones who would make an announcement on the public address system?
The building administrators and the front office staff, including our 2 secretaries.
Okay, could you name those 2 secretaries?
Wendy Woodard is skilled and has done announcements on the PA system.
And
Shelley Anderson, our office manager, she also has knowledge and has made announcements on the PA system as well, all 4 building administrators.
Okay, and are any of the 4 leaders going to be called as witnesses today?
Forgive me, you were kind of choppy in your question as a technical issue. Yeah, not as a person, but as a technical mishap.
Sure. Is this clearer now?
Yeah, let's try again.
Okay. To your knowledge, are any of those 4 building administrators or any of those 2 secretaries going to be called as witnesses today? Do you know?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who it is that you believe that will be called as a witness who is among the people who could use the public address system?
I believe all 4 administrators have been named as witnesses today.
Okay, I'm sorry. And just so I have the right people, can you
The
name
names.
those 4 administrators for me?
Yeah, so building principal Dion Yehudi,
Okay,
assistant principal Tom O'Connor,
okay,
assistant principal Leif Moe-Lobeda.
okay. Who's the 4th?
Ms. Lippick, I'm going to interject because this is outside the scope of the
fine.
students' behavior, and we're again
No, I'm
going to our
Wondering
field.
what was done. So, Mr. Altenhof, getting back to the day of, when you say you identified people as organizers, and you say that was because you knew people who were putting up posters. Could you clarify? Do you mean you saw people putting up posters?
In the morning prior to the event, yes.
Who did you see putting up posters?
Alex
Do
Sue.
not name
Okay,
students.
so only my client's name can be mentioned.
Yes,
And
thank you for that reminder. So Alex Sue and other students.
How many other students?
I recall seeing 2 other students.
Okay, and at the time you saw them putting posters up, did you tell them about the designated area for the protest?
No.
Did you ask them where the protest was planning to be held?
No.
Okay, so in any time during the 2 days notice that you had about the walkout, did you personally have any conversations with anyone, any student involved or involved by your lights in the organization of the protest or walkout? Did you talk to any students about where they were planning to go when they walked out?
I don't recall doing so.
Okay, and you don't recall when the designated area was determined?
Correct.
Okay, do you believe, to the best of your recollection, was that designation made the moment before the walkout, or was it made in the 2 days of prior warning before the walkout?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
To your knowledge, was the designation of the place the students were intended to go, the west side of the building, was that designation made at some time before the day of the walkout?
I don't know when the students designated that location.
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking when the school designated the designated location on the west
pardon
side.
me, the designated location.
Yeah.
It was prior to Friday. Whether it was Thursday or Wednesday when that was designated, I don't know, but it was prior to Friday.
Okay, and so was there ever an announcement to your knowledge? Were there signs put up asking people to go to a designated area for the walkout on the 19th by administration?
I don't recall any signs or statements.
Any conversations between administration and, for instance, district or school security folks about helping people to understand where the designated area might be for the protest?
I'm sorry, what was the first part of that question?
I'm wondering if you recall any plans being made with security people for the district or the school about how to direct students to the west designated area for the walkout during the days before the walkout occurred.
I don't recall plans with our security team, the district security officials.
Do you recall any plans with the security team in the 2 days prior to the walkout?
I don't recall conversations with the BSD security team.
Okay, do you recall conversations with the Bellevue police about the potential walkout that was known 2 days before it happened?
I don't recall conversations with Bellevue PD.
Okay, do you recall who spoke to Bellevue PD the day of the walkout when they appeared?
I don't know.
We are far afield, council, and
I agree.
we are
Sure.
here
So I'm
about
just wondering, you know, if we have a, I'm sorry, if we have a designated area and the students don't know where it is, it seems a little impossible. It sounds like, I just want to make sure that this is correct, that you personally heard
asked
about.
and answered.
I'm not finished with my question, Ms. Smith, so I'm not sure you can tell me whether it's been asked or answered. Please let me finish. Thank you. You've said that you had 2 days prior warning about this walkout happening, and you said that you've indicated in that time that your administration was unable to redirect students to a designated area for the walkout. I'm asking the question, do you believe that Alex Sue was better prepared to tell people where the designated area would be during those 2 days prior to the protest?
You're going to have to, if you would, please tell me exactly what you want me to answer.
Did Alex Sue, to your knowledge, had you told, or does anyone you know, I'm sorry, let me start over. Are you aware of anyone informing Alex Sue in the 2 days prior to the walkout what the district's designated area for a protest assembly would be?
Asked and answered.
It wasn't told to Alex Sue? Okay, great. Then my next question is, do you think that Alex Sue could have told all of the students who walked out that day where to go to a designated area when you told her at the end of third period?
Yes.
Okay, how would Alex Sue have accomplished that task when your district was unable to with 2 days?
This is conjecture on what could have, it's a coulda, shoulda, woulda sort of question. And
well, it's a question about who's controlling the actions of a bunch of students.
I understand, Ms. Lippick. I actually do understand your point, but I think we can move on because that's not the question at hand.
Sure, I can move on. Mr. Altenhof, when did you write the notes that are in this exhibit?
During the event, quotes were taken in real time as I'm looking them over. So the first sentence, the event began, and so on, down to when the time signatures begin. About a third of the way down the page, it reads at 11:16 a.m. So everything preceding at 11:16 a.m. was written in summary. That is after the same day when I pulled my phone out just prior to 11:16, I jotted down some of the notes that I remembered happening. By jotted down, meaning I typed them into my phone. And then 11:16 is the first time signature and I would say live scripting of the event.
And so when you say live scripting, you mean that at the time of the event, you were typing with your thumbs into your phone?
Correct. I was watching the event and typing what I was seeing and hearing.
Could you demonstrate for us how you were holding your phone and typing and looking at the event at the same time?
We're not doing,
Scope.
that has nothing to do with the student.
That's fine. Mr. Altenhof, on the event as opposed to taking notes?
You're having some technical difficulties. I did not hear your question.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you had your phone available and you were trying to make a contemporaneous record of what was happening that would be accurate for the future, why did you choose to take notes rather than filming the event with your camera phone?
Yeah, for me, it was more important to capture quotes as they were happening and give time signatures for when those events took place. We have security cameras. We have security cameras around the building.
And do those security cameras, when you view a security camera footage, does it have a timestamp on the screen?
Yes.
Every time you've viewed security camera footage from inside the school, it's had a timestamp on the screen?
Inside and outside.
Okay, thank you very much. And how well do you know Alex Sue? Like, do you recognize her by sight because you've had previous interactions with her? Or how do you know what she looks like?
Alex Sue is a student of mine in her 9th grade year.
What year was that?
Her 9th grade year would have been, well, let's see, 3.5 years ago.
And how old was she? How old is a 9th grader?
9th graders are typically between 14 and 15 years old.
Okay, so you had her in class when she was 14 or 15, is that correct?
That's correct.
How much interaction have you had with her since then?
Passing interactions, but not conversations.
So you haven't had a conversation with her since 9th grade year. Are you aware of what colors her hair is in general? Do you keep track of her changing hair?
Before answering that, I would say that I can't necessarily say I haven't had a conversation with her since 9th grade. That's what you had said.
Well, you said you'd seen her in passing, but no conversations. So I was just repeating what you said. Do you want to revise it?
Let's move forward because that's not
okay.
specific.
The question is going to his ability to identify Alex Sue, because he said he identified her and that he identified her as one of the organizers and that he had a conversation with her. And I just want to make sure that it's not a mistaken identity. My understanding is that there may not have been a conversation, may not have occurred.
Ms. Lippick, I am confident he knows who Alex Sue is. So now we're going to move forward.
Okay, next question. How did you, let's see, one second. And you said you were writing these notes contemporaneous to the event. So all of the notes were written. Did you edit them later?
For spelling and for fluency, yes.
Okay, and sorry, one second. When you said that some students said to you, "You're not the organizer of this. We're staying here." Could you tell me whether my client Alex Sue was the person who said that?
I don't believe Alex said those words.
Okay, so Alex is not the person who said those words to your recollection.
Correct.
It was another student in the vicinity. Do you know who that student was? Don't say the name, just do you know who that person was?
That's not specific to what's at hand, so we're going to move forward.
I'm identifying that Alex Sue was not the person who said anything about being an organizer.
You already answered that question, exactly.
All right, great. And one second. So you described Alex as actively soliciting people to go to the East Courtyard, and you said you saw her waving at people. Can you elaborate on how waving at people is actively soliciting them to participate in a protest?
Yeah, waving at them, not in the sense of waving hello or goodbye, but rather waving at them to indicate the direction that students should go, as in over here, over here. And is it your understanding that waving at someone is a method of convincing them to do something or inciting them to do something? Yes. Are you aware in your history at the school of other students who have been expelled for waving at people as a method of encouraging them to do something? No. Thank you. You had some conversation about, okay, right. So as far as you know, with this waving and this solicitation, we've heard a couple things from you. One is that
Counsel, we don't need you to recite back to him his testimony. Ms. McGuire, I would ask that you would instruct counsel to let witness testify and counsel ask questions.
I'm not finished with questions.
Again, I'm going to repeat that this hearing is not an investigatory process. This hearing is specific to information regarding the student's conduct. I feel like
if I had been allowed an investigatory process beforehand, I would have been prepared much better, and I will try to keep it in check. I appreciate it.
I am your audience, so to speak, in terms of who you're trying to convince. one way or the other, both parties. So I would like you to keep that in mind of what you're asking him regarding what helps to eliminate or lessen your client's participation or action specific to the emergency expulsion.
Sure.
So we're going, and I understand that you feel you didn't have enough time. That's not the issue at hand.
It was prevented
That's
from being evidence, but thank you. I appreciate your guidance. So you spoke during your testimony about a parent who was filming and whose son was named as an alleged abuser. I don't want to know that person's name. I don't want you to say that person's name, but at some point you left your office with that parent and that student. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that student someone whose name had been mentioned by Alex Sue?
Yes.
And at the point when you and the parent and the student left the office, the father of the student took the person off campus so that any threats to that person's safety would be nullified by his absence on campus? Absence from campus, is that correct?
I believe that was his intent.
Okay, what time was it that this person, the father and student, left campus to your knowledge?
It was prior to 11/16, but I don't know the exact time when they left.
Okay, it was prior to 11/16. So it was before, in your statement, you observed an NHS student leading a chant of "fuck you, Newport." Is that correct?
Let me go find that in the notes here.
All right, it's on the first page, about maybe 13, 15 lines down.
Right there, it's at 11/16. Okay, so yeah, so as I'm reading that, yes, so they were in my office, we talked, they left, and then I went out and observed the protest.
Okay, so after 11/16, there couldn't have been no imminent danger to that student because that student wasn't on campus. Is that correct?
I mean, how am I supposed to predict what could happen to a student outside of school?
But you know where Alex Sue was. So Alex Sue student after that student knew Alex Sue to be on campus. Is that correct?
I think I know what you're asking. Technical difficulties. It was really hard to follow you.
Sure. What I'm asking is, you observed Alex Sue to be on campus after 11/16, correct?
Correct.
And you believed the student who left campus to have been gone off of campus by 11/16, correct?
Correct.
So during the day after 11/16, Alex Sue, who was on campus, could not have been presenting a physical threat to a student who was off campus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Can you tell me how many students approximately were named on the Post-it notes, posters, and verbally and on social media? How many students were, when you referred to the students who had issues or had to leave school, about how many students were named that had these issues you're talking about and had to leave school?
Let me make my best educated approximation. I would estimate a dozen students.
So your estimate is 12 students, is that correct?
Correct, 12 would be my estimate.
And how many of those students were named by Alex Sue?
I witnessed one student named by Alex Sue.
Okay, and when you witnessed that person being named, was that after 11/16 or before 11/16?
That was after.
Okay, so once the student was already off campus was when Alex Sue said their name out loud, according to your allegations, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that student's safety had been seen to, they'd been removed from school, not by a decision of the administration or anything else, but because of... It is, if you let me finish it.
It's a lecture. Ms. McGuire, I'd ask again that council be instructed regarding proper questions and answers.
The questions need to be short, succinct, and specific to the scope of this hearing. I understand that when the student is gone from school, that Alex did not pose an immediate threat to any student who was not at school at that moment. So I don't think there's any reason to go into any more of that. That if Alex is at school, that Alex cannot physically touch someone who is not in school.
Right, so my question is not regarding whether he was in school. The question that I wasn't allowed to finish was this one, which is whether that student was removed by a decision of the administration to separate the two students, or whether that student was removed by a decision of the parent to take the student out of school. My understanding from your testimony.
Right, but that has nothing to do with Alex Sue. You're asking him to get in.
I'll tell you why it does. It does because district is obligated to attempt de-escalation efforts before expelling a student. So if there's things that can be done to prevent a violent situation from happening, the administration has a duty to try to do those things before expelling Alex Sue. Okay, so that's what I'm bringing it up.
Ask that question. That's the question to ask, rather than long, winding switchback road up and down an interesting number of mountains. Ask that question. That's a really reasonable question. One I'm interested in.
I'll attempt to modify my personal style on the fly. I'll do my best. I'm not always able to follow direction that closely, but I'll try. So, did the administration make any effort to separate Alex Sue and this other student during the 2 days prior to the walkout? Were any arrangements made to keep the two of them separate?
Please wait, Mr. Altenhof, before answering. Ms. McGuire, I'd request that we go off the record for a conversation before that question is answered.
All right. So Glenn, you send us a link.
I'm sorry, are we going to do it on the phone? Like we each just talk on our cell phones and leave this open and muted? Or are we going to do it on a separate team? I'm concerned that I might not be able to connect as to the off-camera proceeding.
I don't know how we would.
Let's
just pick up our phone.
Can we kill the live stream? Okay. Let's do that first. Okay, Mr. Bartz, can you take us off of the live stream?
And then we'll just all reconnect to the live stream.
Oh, okay. So we are still though there in voice.
Okay.
We can't be in voice.
So let me send you a Teams link. I apologize. I was trying to talk, but I realized I was muted while I was trying to talk. So I'll send you a quick Teams link for the five of us. Take me about, give me a few seconds to do that because I got to type in everybody's email address to send them.
This is, am I supposed to join this?
You are party to this, so you get the choice. You get to join.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, so we should be checking our email for a link, is that correct?
I'm going to be, I can't call you directly. And yes, I'm going to send you an email to the link. Just realize
so
that.
While we're on the other link, will any conversation be heard on the public link?
No, it should. When we leave this to join the other link, we will be leaving this meeting.
And how do we get back into this meeting?
You can resume the meeting. It will ask you that when you go back to this screen, it will ask you to resume the meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bartz.
Mic on.
That is correct. You will also be able to rejoin the meeting from the meeting event on your calendar.
So if we just leave this meeting, hit the leave, the hang up.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest that we all hit the hang up because I think it's better to err on the side of caution.
Okay.
So leave this meeting and look for the link for the other meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't take a chance of anything technologically going awry.
Mic off.
Are all participants here? We can start up again.
Mic on.
I do not see Miss Lepek. Oh, there she is.
You're back. You did it.
Mic off. Mic on.
You will need to unmute Miss Lepek.
I will also need to unmute. Here and unmuted. Is everyone here?
Mic off.
Oh. Am I hearable?
You are. I can hear you.
Yes. Fantastic. I had the little notice that said unmuting for an unusually long amount of time. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me just collect myself.
Just a second. Mr. Bartz is going to resume the live stream. There we go. There we go. Now we're live. All right. So we're going to pick up where we left off. So Ms. Lippick, if you'll go ahead and ask your question to Mr. Altenhof.
Sure thing. Mr. Altenhof, my question is, during the 2 days in which the district had forewarning that there was going to be a walkout, what measures were taken short of an emergency expulsion to ensure the safety and orderliness of the event in regards to Alex Sue?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, my question is this. Generally, a district has an obligation to do whatever they can short of an expulsion. That's just, you know, I think it's the way that discipline works, that if you can prevent a situation, you'd rather prevent it than, you know, than apply discipline later. Is that a correct understanding?
Well, I think what you're asking is if we know something is going to happen, do we try to prevent it from happening?
No, not exactly. What I'm asking is, in my understanding of disciplinary proceedings in the Bellevue School District, an emergency expulsion or an expulsion of any kind is the most severe and the most judiciously applied, kind of the last stage of attempts at discipline or attempts at de-escalation. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, when I look at the disciplinary matrix, I'm sorry, can I go back and start again? So
Please.
If we look at the disciplinary matrix and we look at disruptive conduct, for example, the thing that Alex Sue was expelled for was in the November 19th notice of disciplinary action, she was expelled for disruptive conduct. And when I look at the disciplinary matrix, there are a number of steps. And maybe, Mr. Bartz, can we call up the, I'm sorry, we haven't seen it yet, never mind. On the disciplinary matrix, it appears to me that there are a number of preliminary steps to attempt in response to disruptive conduct, and those steps are meant to be taken before or in lieu of an expulsion. So when I look at those steps, I see things like a restorative justice.
Are you asking him a question or are you testifying?
I'm asking a question. On the disciplinary matrix, I have seen things that are done in disciplinary situations involving disruptive conduct. Those things include, for example,
Counsel, you're testifying. Ms. McGuire, I'd ask the questions have to end with a question mark, not a period, not an exclamation
question
point.
mark. If you stop interrupting me, there will be a question mark. I promise.
Let's begin with the question. He knows what the disciplinary matrix is.
Okay,
so
great.
Ask him his question.
Any restorative justice or restorative circle or restorative practices to de-escalate the potential for this walkout to become disruptive in the 2 days prior to the walkout?
Did I meet with Alex Sue for a conversation in the 2 days prior to the walkout?
No. Did you or anyone from the district, to your knowledge, meet with Alex Sue or attempt the specific thing on the disciplinary matrix, which is it's a restorative practice to de-escalate the potential for harm of this walkout, this planned walkout?
The disciplinary matrix is for to respond to things that have happened, not things that might happen.
Okay, but so you knew ahead of time that this walkout was planned. Did you meet with Alex Sue to, for instance, ask Alex Sue to not participate or to, change her participation or to limit her participation? Did you meet with Alex Sue in the 2 days that you had notice of the walkout to request her compliance on whatever you might have asked her to do? Did you meet with her?
I did not meet with Alex Sue in the 2 days prior to the walkout.
Okay, thank you. So you did not. All right. Moving on. I'm sorry. So you said that there were 12 students, approximately, you're not sure of the number, but that there were 12 students who were named during the walkout, and that there were a number of students who named other students during the walkout. Could you give me an estimate of the number of students at the walkout who named people that they alleged to be their abusers?
I'm going to interrupt because that has nothing to do with Alex. So let's move to conduct specific to the scope of this hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to the proportionality of the discipline and wondering if
you can narrow it down to that, I think that's actually reasonable.
So yeah, so I'm looking at the proportionality of the discipline of various students who are alleged to have named people as their other students as their abusers during the walk.
We can't hear you, Ms.
Can you give me, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so can you give me the number of students who are alleged to have named their abusers during the walkout? From that number of students, how many of them do you know to have been emergency expelled on November 19th?
I can't give you the number of students who named abusers, because from what I know, people were naming abusers in multiple media, that is in person and online.
So your notes.
I can't tell you how many people posted names online.
Okay, but you can tell me how many people you heard, because it's in your notes, it's redacted, but in your notes you say you heard a number of people naming their alleged abusers, is that correct?
I heard multiple people name abusers, yes.
And of how many people did you hear name their abusers?
To be clear, Council, your question is to name their own abusers or
Yeah.
to name people who they identified as abusers?
Absolutely, I'll take that clarification, yes. So Mr. Altenhof is alleging that he heard a number of people allege that other students were their abusers. How many students did Mr. Altenhof hear naming alleged abusers?
Okay, well, I'm going to ask actually for clarification as well. Their abusers or abusers?
Their abusers.
So person A says this person was my abuser. How many of those is what you're asking? Okay, as opposed to someone who was just naming abusers on behalf of others.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it comparable as possible. So other students that named their own alleged abusers, how many people did you hear naming their own alleged abusers during the day of November 19th? I can't tell because they're redacted. It could be one person over and over again. It could be, 12 or 13 people. I don't know because of the redactions. So tell me the number of people who named their alleged abusers during the day of November 19th that you heard.
Again, naming their own abusers.
Yes, naming their own abusers.
One.
Can I interject also? Is the question can the question be, for simplicity's sake, were all of those who named their own abusers similarly disciplined? Is that what you're getting to?
Yes.
Okay, that's a simple question. Would that be all right to ask it that way?
Sure. Of the people that you heard naming their own abusers, how many of them were expelled after as a result of the events on November 19th?
Expelled is what you're asking.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Emergency expelled. Expulsion and emergency expulsion are different actions.
Sure. I'd like to ask both questions. So how many of the people that you heard naming their own abusers on November 19th were emergency expelled?
1.
How many people did you hear naming their own alleged abusers on November 19th?
1.
Okay. And what you're saying is that the testimony, it's just hard to read your notes because of the redactions. So are you saying that Alex Sue was the only person who named her own abuser during the day, or alleged abuser during the day of November 19th that you heard?
Your question cut off slightly at a really critical point.
Sorry, is Alex Sue the only person that you heard naming her own alleged abuser during the day of November 19th?
Yes.
You did not hear any other students naming their own alleged abusers during the day of November 19th?
Their own. No, I only heard one student name their own.
Okay, so when you say that you believe there were 12 students named, are you saying that those 12 students who were named as alleged abusers were named by people not their own alleged victims? Is that true?
I believe that other students who named students were naming people they believed to be abusers, not necessarily their own abusers.
Okay, and I understand the distinction, not necessarily their own abusers, but so you personally don't know of any other students who named their own alleged abusers during that day? I just want to be clear.
I don't know what the history of the other speakers are and their relationship to the people that they named. I can't elaborate on that. I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't hear anyone. I'm not trying to go to their histories. I'm just trying to go to what you heard that day during November 19th at the walkout. You didn't hear anyone else naming their own alleged abusers.
Well, for the other people who named alleged abusers, I can't tell you with certainty if they were naming on behalf of someone else or if they were naming on behalf of themselves.
Okay, and the way that it was phrased that you heard didn't clarify that. Sorry, I'll retract that question. Okay, so you're aware of 12 students who were named as abusers, but you're not aware of the number of students who named their own abusers. Is that correct?
I can't tell you if the people who named other students, people who are not Alex Sue, who named students as alleged abusers, I do not know if they are naming those students as their own abusers or if they are speaking on behalf of other people and naming them as abusers.
Given that we don't know that, then I need to expand the question a tiny bit and ask how many students who named alleged abusers, whether their own or not, during the walkout on November 19th, how many of the students who named other students as abusers, allegedly, were emergency expelled for naming those students during the walkout?
I'm counting to make sure I get it right.
Okay.
Three students were emergency expelled that named others.
Okay, and were those 3 students that named other students, were those all of the students that named other students as alleged abusers?
No.
Okay, so there were some number of students who named other students as alleged abusers who were not emergency expelled. Is that correct?
I know of one student.
Sorry, could you clarify one student who what?
One student who named a student who had been previously named, who was, and that namer, if you follow, was not emergency expelled.
Okay, so of the 12 students who were named as alleged abusers, were all of those 12 students named by these 4 people who you know to be namers of alleged abusers?
No.
I guess what I'm asking is there a correspondence between the number of students who named alleged abusers and the number of students who were named as alleged abusers? And then were all the students who named alleged abusers emergency expelled? That's my question.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to repeat it.
Okay, so we know from your testimony that approximately 12 students were named as alleged abusers. And we know that there were 3 students who were emergency expelled for naming other students. Are there some number of students who named one of those 12 students who were named? Sorry, let me start over. This is complex. Trying not to say the things. Okay, so there were 12 students named as alleged abusers, and there were 3 people emergency expelled for naming alleged abusers. Are there students who named alleged abusers who were not emergency expelled? Or did those 3 students who were expelled name all 12 of the alleged abusers who were named?
Students were expelled because they created a substantial disruption to the educational process. That disruption created an unsafe environment.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get to the proportionality. So there were potentially students who named other students as alleged abusers, and there are potentially students who did not receive emergency expulsions for that aspect of their behavior. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and could you tell me what you know of any investigation or inquiry that was made into which students were naming abusers on Post-it notes outside the office?
Post-it notes?
Yes.
I don't know what investigation is happening because of a Post-it note being hung on the office windows or doors. Investigations have ensued for naming individuals that have happened on Instagram and other like social media platforms.
Can you tell me how many investigations are ongoing into naming folks on social media?
I can't speak to what my administrator colleagues are investigating. I am currently, I have one open investigation with one student who's posted multiple names.
Okay, and there may be other investigations that you don't know about, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so is there security camera footage that you have seen that shows people putting Post-it notes on the office?
I haven't seen footage to the Post-it note hanging specifically.
Okay, and do you know whether someone in the district is assigned to look at security camera footage and try to determine who put Post-it notes on the office and who put Post-it notes naming students on the office?
Our Bellevue School District Security Department would have access to those videos and could be tasked with that.
Have they been tasked with that, to your knowledge?
Okay, once again, this has nothing to do with the student, so I'm going to ask that we just.
It has to do with the proportionality. Like, there's an allegation that Alex Sue gave people blank Post-it notes, and there's an allegation that those Post-it notes were then used to do something that was characterized as a very severe threat to safety, right? And my question is, was Alex, who gave out blank Post-it notes, punished in proportion with the people who actually wrote things on the Post-it notes and actually slammed them onto the windows of the office and actually named abusers on the Post-it notes. I'm wondering whether proportional discipline was enacted for the people with the person who is alleged to have blank Post-it notes, and is that discipline proportional to the people who are alleged to have written on those Post-it notes, slammed them on the windows, knocked on the windows, and or named abusers or alleged abusers on the Post-it notes?
And that's the question, I think. I think you've just the question. I would ask that you ask that question.
That is the question I'm asking.
Right. That's perfect. It's a good question.
Please ask the question for me.
Okay. I am trying to get to the proportionality of discipline, and it's alleged that Alex Sue distributed blank Post-it notes to people before or during the events of November 19th. It's also alleged that those Post-it notes were used by unidentified or unknown students, unknown to me, students who then wrote on the Post-it notes and named other students as alleged abusers, and who were alleged also to have pounded the Post-it notes onto the doors of the office, pounded loudly, created a disturbance, and posted unauthorized Post-it notes on a surface. Alex Sue is currently being, we're appealing an emergency expulsion that is partially on the basis of the distribution of blank Post-it notes. What I'm asking is, has there been an inquiry or an investigation or a disciplinary proceeding brought against, to your knowledge, brought against any of the people who actually put Post-it notes on the doors or the windows or the surfaces of the office?
I don't have knowledge of investigations pertaining to Post-it notes.
Okay. Do you have an idea of who might have knowledge as to investigations about Post-it notes?
Other assistant principals or school administrators here at Newport may.
Maybe they'll come up in our witness list. So then I guess my question is whether it is proportional to deliver a stronger punishment or a more severe disciplinary action to a person who distributed blank Post-it notes and hold them responsible for things that were done later, as opposed to seeking out and disciplining the people who actually did the pounding, the Post-it noting, the unauthorized posting, and the naming of alleged abusers on the Post-it notes. Is it proportional to punish the person who has given out blank Post-it notes with emergency expulsion and not inquire as to the people who actually wrote on the Post-it notes, pounded on the windows, or did any of the other things that are alleged to have happened on November 19th regarding Post-it notes?
I have a question before answering this, and that is, are you, well, let me say this, I guess Ms. McGuire, this might be a question for you. Are we trying to establish that Post-it notes themselves are the reason for an emergency expulsion?
It's part of the bigger picture. She's asking the kids who are pounding the Post-it notes on the wall, are they disciplined in proportion or out of proportion to the person who was handing out the Post-it notes for them to make that action?
Okay, and I'm seeing the whole day as much more than just Post-it notes, so I guess that's why.
The question you're being asked isn't about the whole day, it's about the Post-it notes, because there's individual elements to the expulsion.
And posting them. So same as my earlier statement about discipline investigations related to Post-it notes, I don't know any proceedings for students that posted or pounded Post-it notes. I'm finding it hard to answer because the emergency expulsion is not grounded in Post-it notes alone.
No, not alone. Multiple questions. One of the questions is about Post-it notes, and I'm wondering about the proportionality of inciting with Post-it notes that are blank versus the action of pounding Post-it notes with alleged abusers' names onto the office wall. And my contention that I'm trying to get to is that handing out blank Post-it notes is not exclusive.
Counsel, Ms. McGuire.
Yep, you're right. You're right. I will track the contention. I apologize.
Okay.
So
my understanding, my understanding of Mr. Altenhoff's answer is that he doesn't see a proportional opportunity to make that comparison. That it's apples and oranges in terms of one little thing versus an aggregate of things.
Right, and I'm trying to get to the aggregate of things.
By calling it little.
Right, I'm trying to get to the aggregate of things because from what I've understood from Mr. Altenhoff's testimony, it doesn't sound like Mr. Altenhof saw Alex Sue.
Then go ahead and go to your next question.
So let me ask. Yep, I will go on to the next question. So hold on, I have a number of questions. Okay. So did you see Alex Sue inside the building during what you described as the I'm sorry. Okay, I'll go back. From your perceptions and from your testimony, it appears that you felt like the atmosphere of the protest changed when the students entered the building, and it got really loud, and they were using someone was using a megaphone inside the building. And from your testimony, you said that things changed. The tone seemed to change. Did you see Alex Sue re-enter the building at that point?
I didn't see her re-enter. I did notice her inside at one point.
And at what point did you notice her inside?
I was on the south side of the main office, and it was briefly.
Okay, and when you briefly saw Alex Sue indoors when you were on the south side of the main office, approximately what time was that?
Oh, I don't know. It would have had to have been sometime during first lunch. So let me look at our bell schedule. That would have been sometime after 11:40 a.m.
And what's the latest it could have been by your estimation?
Oh, geez, it would be tough to estimate. I mean, first lunch is 35 minutes, so 11:40 to whenever the police were called.
Do you know when the police were called?
I don't. I didn't make that call.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we may have already covered this, but do you know who did make that call?
I don't know the person that called the police.
Okay, do you know of any way we could establish what time the police were called so that we can figure out?
Object to scope.
Right.
Okay, just trying to figure out what time it may have been when you saw Alex Sue. So can we scroll down on the testimony down to the area where Mr. Altenhof is talking about what happened inside the building? Okay. Okay, so so at the point at 11:37 a.m., when you're quoting Alex Sue, was she outdoors or indoors at that point?
Outdoors.
Okay, so at 11:37 she was outdoors.
Yes.
And then after that you saw her again. Indoors.
Inside. Yes.
And do you have a sense of how long there was between that 11:37 sighting outdoors and your indoor sighting, or is that just completely lost in the shuffle?
It would have been sometime after 11:40. But I can't tell you exactly when.
Okay, so what you
were outside and then they came in.
Okay, so what it says in your notes, I'm sorry, at the bottom here is that it says that there was someone took the megaphone.
Okay,
and
question.
I'm asking a question. It's saying that you don't recall the exact time, roughly 11:43 a.m., but it says that, you know, there was an intention form to chant for 2 minutes and then disperse and go to lunch. And do you recall what Alex Sue did after the outdoor call to disperse and go to lunch at roughly 11:43 a.m.?
No.
Okay. And do you know that Alex Sue re-entered the building at around that time?
She must have.
I mean, at some point she ended, but so far we've narrowed it down to a window of sometime between, you know, 11:37 and 12:15. I'm just trying to narrow it down a little further. You don't, okay, so what, yeah. All right, so when you did see Alex inside, what was Alex doing?
Standing with other students.
Standing where?
In the vicinity of the senior steps, tile steps area.
So is that, and that's correct?
It's right near the main office.
Is that across the hallway from the main office? There's kind of some large sitting steps, and then there's a hallway, and then there's the office doors. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say the walking area and the large steps are all in the same immediate vicinity.
Okay, and you testified that in order to go to lunch or go to other classes, that people have to pass through that area?
They have to pass through that area or the slightly risen area, which is just to the east of that, which is between the senior steps and the east entry door.
Okay, and you saw Alex Sue on the senior steps, is that correct?
In the vicinity of the senior steps, it was either on the walkway or on the first step.
Okay, so that walkway that leads to lunch and all the classrooms and all the places that someone might want to go, that's where you saw Alex?
Yes, in that area.
Okay, do you know that Alex wasn't on her way to lunch or class or to disperse as planned?
She could not have been going to lunch because lunch was behind her.
Okay, could she have been?
That was not blocked.
Could she have been going to a class or trying to go to a class?
I would doubt that based on her participation in the event to this point.
Sure, but it looks like in your testimony that, and in your notes, that the person on the megaphone at that time said that they were going to chant and then disperse and go to lunch. And to disperse and go to lunch, people would have been going inside the building towards the lunchroom or towards classes or towards wherever they were going in the building. Is that correct?
That's what one would think. However, they showed up, entered the building, and became encamped in that location, walkway, senior steps.
When you say they showed up and entered the building, are you saying that you saw Alex encamp or approach the office or do any of the things that caused disruption? Did you see Alex Sue do any of those things after the point at which other students entered the building?
She was in the same place where the inside portion of the protest was occurring. Yes.
Do you help me define the inside portion of the protest? I'm not sure what you mean. You
There
mean
are
indoor,
two.
the
Yeah,
indoor?
they're in the indoor portion. There's the outdoor portion, which occurred prior to 11:40, and there's the indoor portion, which occurred after 11:40.
Okay, but we don't know what time Alex Sue was spotted inside by you on the steps. We know you say it was sometime after 11:40, but you said it could be as late as 12:15. You don't remember what time you saw her. Is that correct?
Sometime after 11:40, I don't recall the exact time.
Okay, so it's possible that Alex Sue remained outside for some amount of time, didn't come in right with those students. It's possible that you saw her closer to 12:15 and not participating in any kind of logjam or disruption or banging on the doors or anything like that. Is that possible?
The time difference is possible.
Okay, so there was a time at which people did start to disperse. Is that correct?
Are we talking about outside or inside?
Inside.
Inside, yes. At some point inside, the crowd began to disperse.
Okay, and can we scroll down to the next page of notes? Do you have recollection of Let's see, I'm sorry. I'm trying to locate the place in the notes so I can direct you to it. One moment. Okay, so you testified that you implored the mass of students to stop pushing and stated that someone would get hurt doing this. And then it says the surge abated. So does that mean that the students listened to you and backed off the office when they were asked to do so?
I don't know if they listened to me, but shortly after I began imploring students, the surge, all I can think is like waves pushing back and forth, waves of kids pushing at the door. And after yelling at them several times, that wave surge stopped.
Okay, and did you see Alex Sue in that wave or surge?
No, and I couldn't tell you anybody that was in that crowd. It was a large mass of people that were trying to gain access to the main office.
Okay, and were you standing facing that large mass of people at the time?
Yes.
And were they students who you see around or that you know personally, any of them? You didn't recognize anyone who was in that crowd?
I just saw students.
Okay, and one of those students could or couldn't have been Alex Sue. You don't recognize people in crowds?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is in the moment where I was fearful of my own physical safety and the safety of people in the office, I was not taking stock of which students were right in front of me. I was doing what I could to stop a crushing rush of students.
Okay, after that moment passed and the students did stop. So, okay, back up chronologically. So do you recall hearing someone on the megaphone, a student on the megaphone, asking the other students to move back from the office? Do you recall hearing that?
No.
Have you reviewed any video of that moment that you're calling the surge or the crush?
No.
Have you reviewed any cell phone footage or audio recordings or any other contemporaneous evidence of what happened during that surge or crush?
Surge or crush specifically? No.
Yes, specifically. Okay, so this is the moment when you were feeling most fearful, and you haven't reviewed any footage of that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know of anyone else reviewing footage or seeking footage from that time to determine who was surging and crushing? Well, I'm trying to identify whether my client was in that surge or crush, whether anyone saw her or whether anyone tried to figure out whether she was there. So I'll retract the question. I'll retract the question. But so what it sounds like is that you saw Alex on the senior steps, but you never saw her in the surge or crush. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't have a recollection of someone being on the megaphone and asking the students to step back from this office. Is that correct?
No recollection. Correct.
Okay, but you do recall that the students surged forward for some moment and then that they stopped. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at the time that they surged forward towards the office, were the doors of the office open?
Yes.
And why were the doors of the office open if you were trying to prevent access to the office?
We were worried that if we closed the doors, that would be seen as a negative act or an affront to students. And so we felt that it was actually safer from a sense of anger that the students were expressing to keep the doors open rather than close them.
Okay, so it sounds like you elected to keep the doors open, and there was a moment that got a little dicey and maybe the students looked like they were pushing forward, but then upon your imploring them to not do that, and what I've heard is that someone from the on a megaphone.
Scope of the testimony by counsel.
You're repeating what he said, which we heard. So looking kind of head for your next question.
I guess what I'm trying to do is establish that the level of disobedience you've described, I've heard described by counsel, for example, as a riot, was actually, it sounds like it was a crowded space and the
Well, again,
but they searched back. Sure. And the question is, do you believe that Alex Sue had control over the crowd or incited the crowd to surge forward at that moment?
I have no way to answer that. I don't know, because
do you have any do you believe that Alex Sue participated
He's still
as an As an eyewitness, do you believe that Alex Sue participated in encouraging the crowd to push forward?
I believe that Alex Sue encouraged the crowd of students. Now, moment to moment, I can't comment on what she was doing or the encouragement that she may or may not have done moment to moment.
Okay, is it possible for Alex Sue to have encouraged people to show up outside and peacefully protest and then not participated in any of the part that you're classifying as the surge or the violent part or the indoors part? Is that possible?
Well, I wouldn't classify the outdoor portion as a peaceful protest.
Okay, fine. Outside of that quibble, is it possible that Alex Sue encouraged people to the outdoor portion of the protest, but did not encourage people to the indoor portion of the protest? As an eyewitness, is that possible?
Let me repeat it so I make sure I have it. Is it possible that Alex Sue encouraged people to the outdoor portion of the protest, but did not encourage them to the indoor portion?
Yeah, is that possible?
That's possible.
Okay, is it possible that Alex didn't know that people were going to go inside and crush the office?
I can't comment on what she may or may not have known.
I'm asking what you think is possible. Is it possible for her to have not been involved at all?
Ms. Lippick, I don't think it's possible to ask him what he thinks she was thinking.
I agree, but that's the allegation against her is what
No.
she knew and how she controlled things and what she incited. So I think, this is going directly to the allegations against her, which is that she somehow caused or incited these events that he's describing. But so far, I haven't heard any, I didn't see any video footage, and I haven't heard any testimony.
Not
Sure.
testify.
Yep. Okay. So the question is, did you see Alex at any point after this surge moment?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you see Alex Sue leave the building?
No.
You don't know what time she left the building. Okay. Let me look at my questions. One moment. At the point after the surge happened, the police came and people started to disperse, what did you do?
The police arrived. A group of students left the senior steps and went outside. Shortly after that, I went outside and listened to the conversation they were having with the police officer and continued to take notes on my phone.
Okay, and were there any staff or admin? I'm sorry, never mind. I retract that. So when you went outside and listened to the interactions with the police officer, did you see Alex Sue outside interacting with the police officers or participating in anything that was happening outside?
I don't recall seeing Alex outside at that time.
Okay, and when you re-entered the building, do you recall seeing Alex Sue in the building at that time?
No.
Okay, and sorry, so did you hear during this time when you were observing the interactions with the police and taking notes on your phone, did you hear anything that the police said?
Some statements, yes.
What did you hear?
One thing I recall was Officer Hanaumi, same officer in my notes there on the screen. He was talking with a group of students that surrounded him and asked, he was trying to engage with them about like what they knew, and then talked about having a case opened. It would seem to be more general conversation about the situation that led to the protest that day.
Okay, so was it a conversation about the protest that day and opening a case against students who protested?
No, he was talking about open cases surrounding the allegations of abuse.
Okay, and did you hear any officer talking about opening cases or bringing charges against people for participating in the protest?
No.
Okay, and is your understanding that the police ever entered the building?
I don't know. Not at the entrance I was at. I don't recall people entering at the west entrance at that time.
I'm sorry. So you were at the, I'm sorry, you were at the west entrance at that time, and it was outside the west entrance that you encountered the students talking to Officer Hanumani. I'm sorry, I don't have his name.
Hanaumi, yes.
Hanaumi. Okay, Hanaumi. Sorry. So that was outside the west entrance, not the east entrance.
Correct.
Okay. And so, do you know if there were police officers outside the east entrance as well, or if they were just outside the west entrance?
I don't know if officers were on that side as well.
Okay, but the east side is where this disturbance was happening that you're describing as a surge. Is that correct?
No, that's not
the
correct. It's the
Okay.
east. The surge occurred indoors at the east entrance to the main office. There are two entrances to the main office, the east side and the south side. The initial outdoor protest occurred on the east side of the building.
Okay, so when you say the east entrance of the office is not facing the east entrance to the building. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. The main office east entrance does face the main building east entrance.
Okay, and is that where the surge occurred?
At the east entrance to the main office, yes.
Okay. And that's where you saw Alex Sue on the east, near the east entrance on the senior steps. Is that correct?
In the vicinity of the east entrance to the main office by the senior steps, yes.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry, just to be really clear, I'm trying to keep the geography in my head. So the police arrived to the west entrance of the building. You went and talked to them at the west entrance of the building, and that's on the other side of the building from where the surge occurred. Is that correct?
The location is correct. I was not having a conversation with the police officer. I was observing students having a conversation with the police officer.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't know the school layout well enough. To leave the main office to go to the west side to observe the students talking to the officers, can you do that through the office, or do you have to go through some other part of the building?
Office to an entry area.
Miss Libet, can I ask you how, because I might be missing it, how this relates to Alex's conduct that day?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, Alex left at some point and she was no longer observed by anyone, and I'm just trying to figure out if Mr. Altenhof knows something that would help indicate when she left, or like her participation during the indoor portion.
That becomes investigatory. I'm looking at the map, trying to go up, down, and left, right, and I think that he's made it very clear he kind of doesn't know where she went. Okay. He lost sight of her.
And doesn't know what time she left. And
right, and we've got it narrowed down to.
Great. And you didn't see her when you came back into the building, is that correct?
No, you mean after observing the students and the police officer?
Yeah, your last line.
Right, when I re-entered the building, I don't recall seeing Alex.
Okay, and you reconvened with your admin team after entering the building. And did you make any effort to find Alex Sue at that point, or after the end of your notes?
Personally, I did not.
Okay, do you know anyone else that did?
That's outside the scope of.
Okay. Sure, okay. Sure. I'm just trying to figure out where he says she was. Okay, great. So you saw Alex Sue one time near the senior steps, but not in the crush that you recall. And all right, cool. I'm going to move on. One moment.
Mr. Altenhof, just so I get a sense of direction, when you say the west entrance, is that like where the choir room is? Is that where the...
Good question. No, the west entrance is by the outer gym, or I believe on the floor plan is listed as gymnastics and wrestling and the weight room.
Okay, and so the north entrance would be where all those classrooms were?
That would be the east entrance by the classrooms, closer to the vicinity of choir and music. Choir and music would be to the south of the east entrance.
And the culinary arts is south or north?
That's at the far south end of the building.
That's what I needed, just to get, I'm with Miss.
Get your bearings.
Trying to right. So Gotcha. That actually helps out.
Okay, so moving on to, and just so that everyone knows what direction these questions are going, it sounds like there's a lot of the allegations against Ms. Sue that stem from the feelings of administrators that there was some kind of jeopardy to their safety. So, Mr. Altenhof, you testified that when you talked to Mr. Borth next to you, you said he didn't need to stay if he felt threatened. Did he elect to leave at that time?
Slight mispronunciation. You mean Mr. Borth?
Borth, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I couldn't tell an O or an A in my. Okay, so
go ahead.
Sorry, you asked him if you told him he didn't need to stay if he felt threatened. Did he elect to leave at that time?
Not at that time.
Okay, so in the office at that time, the doors were open. There was you, as far as district administrators, there was you. Dion Yehudi was somewhere nearby. Mr. Borth was there. Is that the total number of administrators that were present when this surge you're describing happened?
Once again, what does this have to do with Miss Sue?
Because if Ms. Sue wasn't present and people were afraid, I'm just trying to figure out whether, whether there's anyone who can demonstrate that she was there at the time when people were afraid.
Then I think that when those witnesses come up, that's time to ask them. I think what you're kind of doing is on this expedition to find out who might be able to give you that information, and that's really not what this is about right here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I understand.
Okay. So, all right. And how many left? Okay. And I'm sorry. So later on, you talked about people. Okay. I'm sorry. We were talking about the aftermath and teachers being confused. Okay. So what I heard from you, and this is kind of, I think, goes to the time period after your notes end. And what I heard from you is that teachers are confused about the lockdown, whether it was partial or total, and that there was some confusion about whether classes should be reinstituted, what should happen to students in the portables. So what was the lockdown status at that point when the crowds had dispersed, people were trying to get back to class and the teachers were confused? Was that still a full lockdown or is that a partial lockdown at that point, by your understanding?
It's hard for me to say. I was not in the lockdown communication channel. I couldn't tell you what type of lockdown we were in at that time.
Okay, and were there ongoing safety concerns at that point that Alex Sue would do something that would cause safety concerns in the confusion following the lockdown order?
There were concerns in that. There were concerns related to the disruption of school that day. Yes.
Okay, could you name what those concerns were?
In terms of the educational process, that was fully disrupted.
No, in terms of Alex Sue, what concerns were there that Alex Sue could cause continual disruption for the time after the dispersal of the crowds?
I can't answer that. I didn't know where Alex was. I wasn't tasked with finding her.
Were you a part of any conversations regarding the decision to emergency expel Alex Sue?
Yes.
Okay, and during those conversations, did anyone articulate ongoing concerns about what would happen if Alex Sue was not emergency expelled?
Say that again, please. Were there ongoing?
What concerns were articulated in the conversations about emergency expulsion about what would happen if Alex Sue was allowed to return to school? What were the concerns about Alex Sue leading to her emergency expulsion?
I don't recall specific details from those conversations.
Did you talk in those conversations or just listen?
I was more of a listening participant.
Okay, did you take notes on your phone about the conversation regarding concerns about Alex Sue?
No.
Okay, so at what point did you stop taking notes on your phone during the events of that day?
After I left the students and police officer outside.
Okay, so where your notes end, where you say upon re-entering the building, I reconvened with my admin team?
Right.
And you stopped taking notes at that point?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you offer anything from these notes during the conversation about emergency expelling Alex Sue?
I reviewed the notes that I had with my team. Here's what I saw, here's what I heard.
Okay, and in that conversation about emergency expelling Alex Sue, do you recall any conversation about how long the emergency expulsion would need to last?
No.
Okay, do you recall any conversation about potentially having an emergency suspension rather than an emergency expulsion?
I'm not familiar with any such term.
Okay, a suspension then. Did you have any conversation about having a suspension rather than an emergency expulsion?
Yeah, no, I don't recall that.
Okay, do you recall having any conversation about any other alternatives to expulsion in regards to Alex Sue during the conversation?
What I recall is a discussion about the extenuating circumstances of the day's events, and that those extenuating circumstances were so great that an emergency expulsion was warranted.
Okay, so that's the conclusion you reached. I'm trying to get to what discussion happened before the conclusion. We know the conclusion because it came out in the the notice of disciplinary action. So what I'm asking is what alternatives were discussed prior to that, and if you're saying that everything seemed so extenuating that no other alternatives were discussed, how did you arrive at the conclusion that no other alternatives needed to be discussed? What is your recollection of that conversation?
There was a substantial disruption to the educational process, and in order to create a functioning school, that an emergency expulsion needed to happen.
So you decided that there was an ongoing need to keep Alex Sue away from the school physically in order to create a safe school. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you discussed what you thought might happen if Alex was allowed to return to school, say 3 days later or 5 days later. Did you have that discussion?
We didn't have discussions with time signatures in terms of numbers of days.
Okay, so
I don't recall that.
Okay, so you recall going to the do you recall going to the maximum 10-day emergency expulsion first as the first alternative?
When we made a decision to emergency expel all of the students, we never predetermined the number of days that the student would be out on emergency expulsion. Never did we want kids to miss school.
Fair enough. And when you say that you made the decision to expel all of the kids, do you mean that you had a conversation about expelling all of the kids who participated in the surge, in the pounding on the doors, in the notes, in the talking to Ms. Yehudi and talking on the megaphone? Is that all the students you're referring to?
I can't classify the students as you've just described.
I'm sorry.
In my statement of the emergency expulsions, I would say the students who we identified as organizers or who we believed were organizers of this event or had unique roles in it, those are the students that were emergency expelled.
Okay, could you describe the term unique role for me? What does it mean in terms of a disciplinary proceeding for someone to have a unique role in the events of November 19th?
So I made two classifications, organizer and unique role. Okay.
Could you describe unique role to me?
Yeah, there's one other student who I would describe as that. I would say highly engaged in inciting the crowd of students.
And what's the difference between being highly engaged in inciting and being an organizer?
Organizing led to the disruption. Highly engaged in inciting was in the moment of.
Okay, so would you say the organizers were not highly engaged in inciting at the moment?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that they were, or you wouldn't say that they weren't?
I wouldn't say that organizers were not highly engaged in the moment.
Would you say that Alex Sue was highly engaged in inciting the crowd at the moment of the indoor portion where there was a surge that led to you feeling afraid?
I can't comment on that based on my earlier testimony. I saw her, I recall seeing her one time inside.
Okay, so you're not going to comment on whether she, okay, fair. So how many people were expelled as organizers?
Four.
So are you saying that a total of 5 people were emergency expelled for the actions of the crowd on November 19th?
Object to the form.
Right
Okay.
there.
Is that the total number of people?
Understand
that
the
were expelled?
question?
They weren't
Is that the
expelled.
total number of people that were emergency expelled because of the events of November 19th.
You're wanting to know how many students were emergency expelled?
Yeah, was it 5 students? Was that how many students were emergency expelled because of the events of that day?
5 students.
Okay,
Yes.
and what is your estimate of the number of students who participated in what you're calling the surge? The crowd of people that was not identifiable to you but was frightening. How many students do you think was involved in that portion of the protest? How many?
I can't give you a number. You'd have to count through video footage.
And no one's done that to your knowledge?
I have not. I don't
Okay.
know how many people were there.
Okay, and do you think it was more than 10?
If I were to estimate, I would say it was at least 150 students, possibly as high as 250.
Okay, so something between 150 and 250 students participated in this moment of fear that you're describing as the surge. And of those students, 5 people were emergency expelled. And 4 of the people who were emergency expelled may not have had a unique role in inciting during the time of the surge. Is that correct?
Objection compound. Do you understand the question?
Sorry, we don't have rules of evidence as far as compound, as far as I've been told. So I can phrase it to make it clear. So my question is, your estimate, if you were to give one, would be that 150 to 250 students were involved in the portion of the day of November 19th that you're referring to as the surge. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And of those 150 to 250 students that you estimate could have been present during the event you call the surge, there were 5 people who were emergency expelled. Is that correct?
I don't know if all the people that were emergency expelled were in front of me in this moment we're calling the surge.
Okay, so there's some number of people, including potentially Alex Sue, who maybe didn't even participate in the surge, but were emergency expelled for the events of that day. Is that correct?
Repeat that, please.
Okay, you're not sure who of the expelled students was present or inciting during the surge. Is that correct?
I know some that were.
Okay, how many?
Four. I can picture 4 distinctly.
Okay, so you can identify 4 of the expelled people as present during the event you're calling the surge. Is Alex Sue among those 4 people?
No.
Okay, so Alex Sue is not among the 4 people you can identify out of the 102 or to 250 students who participated in the search. Got it. So my question is, are there, to your knowledge, 150 to 250 open investigations as to who participated in the search and identifying those people and looking at crowd shots and things like that? Do you know there to be an investigation or an inquiry into those students who participated in what you're calling the surge?
I don't know of open inquiries.
During the time that you discussed Alex Sue's emergency expulsion, did you discuss the possibility of expelling everyone who was involved in what you're calling the surge, those 150 to 250 students?
No.
Was there ever a conversation, to your knowledge, about expelling 150 to 250 students who participated in what you're calling the surge?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's enough questions about the surge. One more moment. Okay, returning to your eyewitness observations. You said that there was a student who looked you in the face and said some obscene things to you. First, something naming you and then something naming your mother. Was that student expelled?
Yes.
And then you also named a student who said to, I believe you, a question about do you have daughters and would you silence them? Was that student expelled?
No.
Okay, can you, okay, so, and I'm sorry, in your testimony, you also referred to the idea that the protesters or the people that were inside, or I'm not sure who you're referring to, but that the groups of students were, quote, not seeking dialogues. They were telling their stories instead of, you know, having a dialogue or a conversation, that they were loud and angry and that that's not conducive to dialogue. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the purpose of a protest, in order to be legitimate, has to be in order to engage in dialogue?
Okay, this is outside the scope of the student's conduct. So let's
It's in the scope of what she has the right to do, but I'll move on.
let's
So,
move on.
so I'm sorry. So, was Alex Sue among the people that you said were loud, angry, telling their stories, not seeking dialogue, and not behaving in a way conducive to dialogue? Was Alex Sue among those people?
Yes.
At what point?
I recall in the outdoor portion.
And what attempts of dialogue did you engage in with Alex Sue? Who attempted to
Object to
engage her
the
in
scope.
dialogue?
You're going
Not
out.
this witness on trial.
You're
No,
asking-
no, one's on trial. I'm just, you know, if there is to be a dialogue to de-escalate the situation, I'm wondering if it occurred with Alex Sue. Was there a dialogue, an attempt to de-escalate, or was she just immediately emergency expelled with zero attempt to dialogue? So I'm asking, was this witness one of the people who attempted to have a dialogue with Alex Sue during that day?
Then that's the question, rather
Yeah,
than that long preamble before. Let's just get to the question.
So the question is?
You know what,
Did
never
you-
mind, it's asked and answered. I asked you earlier. So one moment. Do you recall seeing any other staff members attempting to engage in, or district employees attempting to engage in dialogue with Alex Sue on the day of November 19th?
I'm going to stop there. Where our focus again is Alex's behavior, not the district's behavior.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how Alex behaved when she was spoken to at different times in the day, because if Alex is alleged to have behaved disrespectfully in general, then I'd like some specificity. Was she disrespectful, like just at this moment when it's described in Mr. Altenhof's testimony, or did he observe other times when she was disrespectful?
That's the question, as opposed to, that's the question, as opposed to, did you?
That's the question.
That's the question, correct.
I'm sorry, I'll need you to ask me the question so I know exactly which I'm going to answer.
Can we roll back in the notes to the first page? Okay, so we've covered the first interaction where you indicated the designated area and some student that was not Alex answered you, correct? Then we're moving on. So it says that you're naming Alex Sue because you say that another student said that she put herself out there.
Question. Don't read him the exhibit. Ask him a question.
I'm doing my best. If you stopped interrupting me, I'd get there. Thank you. So I'm looking at the notes. So, right, so I'm going to this statement that says, in your notes, that says that someone, not Alex, stated this all started by one social media post. Alex Sue put herself out there and making herself vulnerable. Is your recollection that Alex Sue was near that speaker at the time, or encouraging that speaker at the time, or participating in that speech act at the time?
Near, yes.
How near?
Hard to estimate from, but I would say 6 to 8 feet.
Okay, and is it 6 to 8 feet that's crowded with students, or is it 6 to 8 empty feet?
Neither. So Alex and the speaker and other people who were at the front, if you will, that is the far east end on the maps that you have. They were standing on some elevated, either on steps, like, you know, steps like multiple tiered landings of steps walking up. So they were either on one of the landings, or they were standing in some planters, concrete planter areas built into the retaining wall, elevated above the crowd.
Okay, and where was Alex standing?
I recall her standing in one of those elevated sections in the stairway portion.
And where was that in relation to the speaker on the megaphone?
The speaker was also standing in the stairway portion.
6 to 8 feet away at the same level or at a different level?
Same level.
Okay, do you think Alex Sue could have touched the person from where she was standing?
I don't know if I mean,
sorry,
from moment to moment, sure, you could move in, touch somebody, and move out, perhaps.
But I just mean, could she have prevented that person from saying what was said, or like, could she have intervened like immediately, or could she have, you know, did she appear to be directing what that person was saying or controlling it in any way?
Lots of questions. So let's break it down into like one question. Are you asking, could she have intervened or should she have intervened? I think
no,
you're
not asking either of those things. I'm asking was, you know, did you observe her directing or, you know, inciting or encouraging the person who was speaking to speak?
I don't recall seeing her. I mean, no, I don't recall seeing her tell the speaker to do something.
Okay, great. And is it your understanding that when people say that someone puts themselves out there and makes themselves vulnerable, that that's a form of incitement or threat? Let me rephrase. Yeah. If you were told, like, okay, sorry, let me rephrase again. If someone says, you know, Alex Sue really made herself vulnerable, would you take that to mean that Alex Sue really incited a bunch of things or that she made any threats?
So if I take that one thing out of context, is that itself a threat?
I'm not asking you to take anything out of context. I'm asking you to consider as an eyewitness in the context of the day's events, whether that person stating that Alex Sue put herself out and made herself vulnerable was an expression that Alex Sue had somehow incited or encouraged or directed the events that happened later.
I see. So I'm looking for it in my notes here, the sentence. There, student says, this all started by one social media post. Alex Sue put herself out there and making herself vulnerable. I don't see the statement of making herself vulnerable as a threat.
Or an
No.
incitement?
Well, I guess point of clarity, we're talking about what one student has said about another student.
Yeah, and it's one of the few times that my clients is named in your notes. So I'm just trying to clarify if that's being used as evidence that Alex somehow incited something.
I see. I got it. So yeah,
So
I do see this as inciting. Yes.
By the student who said it or by Alex?
By Alex, so-called putting herself out there in the mentioned social media post. This all started by one social media post.
If someone makes a social media post describing their own experience without naming names, but putting themselves out there and being vulnerable in an electronic format, you would consider that inciting later events, is that correct?
One comment? No, but.
How many comments would it require?
Oh, well, I can't give you a number. What I'm looking at is a large group of students that are gathered as identified by this one student who says, where I lost the line, pardon me. This one student who says this all started by one social media post, Alex Sue, put herself out there and making herself vulnerable. So
right, and
in
what we're
that,
talking
I'm reading this whole event is occurring because of Alex Sue's post.
Okay, and so you consider the person who said that, who was not Alex Sue, to be the most reliable and credible witness, and that one statement made on a megaphone that this all started because of Alex Sue, you consider that credible?
And to the testimony.
I don't think that's what he's saying, but so let's just
All right,
keep
so
moving.
my question is, do you know what social media post was being referred to by that student?
No.
Do you know how many people viewed the social media post referred to by that student?
No.
Do you know if it was a public or private post?
No.
Do you know if it was limited to Alex's friends or not?
No.
Okay, so do you know that a bunch of students getting upset and deciding to share experiences and have a protest because they were inspired by someone going out there and making themselves vulnerable? Is there a distinction there between that and the student who made themselves vulnerable inciting events that happened later? Is there a distinction in your mind?
I'm not following.
Okay, someone could make a social media post. Someone like my client, Alex Sue, could make a social media post that's limited to her friends and say something that's very vulnerable, like that I'm a survivor of abuse, and it's upsetting, and I'm feeling like there's not action being taken. And someone could make that social media post and not know how many people had read it, not know whether it was passed around by other people, and
we're going again. We're drifting away. So a specific question
is I'm getting to the question. Thank you. Is it possible that when that student said that, what they meant is that Alex Sue's vulnerability and Alex Sue's putting herself out there honestly was the inspiration for other people to engage in action rather than an incitement? Is that possible?
I suppose that's possible from that statement.
Okay, was there an inquiry into whether that's what happened? Were students, to your knowledge, questioned about why they showed up that day and whether it was directed by Alex or inspired by Alex? Are you familiar with any inquiry into that distinction in the course of the investigation before emergency expelling Alex Sue?
I didn't engage in that inquiry.
Do you know of that inquiry happening by other people?
I have no knowledge of that.
Do you remember a conversation about that inquiry during the conversation you were present for in the decision to expel Alex Sue?
I don't.
Do you recall at any point in the conversation where you were present about expelling Alex Sue, emergency expelling Alex Sue, do you recall any conversation about finding out or giving Alex the benefit of the doubt? Do you remember any conversation about finding out whether she incited or whether she inspired? Do you have any recollection of anything like that?
Objection.
No. Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. Thank you, that's all.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Altenhof, I'm going to keep this very brief.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, one moment. That was all with that line of questioning. One more moment.
Oh, I
And-
understood you.
I'm sorry, when you go on and you say that, sorry, could you go down to it's kind of near the bottom of my screen. Alex Sue spoke at 11:35. Okay, and here kind of in the middle of the screen, it says Alex Sue spoke at 11:35 saying, "Hi, admin at the door." Can you see that line?
I see it.
Okay, and was Alex Sue on a megaphone at that time?
She was.
Was she wearing a mask?
I don't recall the
How
mask
far-
or not.
Okay, how far away were you from her at that point?
Estimating, maybe 150 feet.
You were 150 feet away. There were a mass of students. They were maybe wearing a mask, and you were able to identify that it was Alex Sue saying that. Is that what you're contending?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know that it was Alex Sue?
I had spoken with her earlier that day.
I'm sorry, I've spoken with, yeah, like, I'm sorry, could you elaborate? If you've spoken with someone earlier in the day, does that, I don't know that that necessarily means you can identify them in a crowd.
Ms. Lippick, I'm going to stop that particular. He identified her. He said it was her. Move on to your next question.
Okay, great. So when you say that she led a chant and that following this chant, she publicly named a named student as her abuser at 11:37 a.m.
That's right.
So those are the actual actions that you observed Alex Sue taking, that she, while outside, said some obscene words and said the name of a student. Is that correct?
This is what I observed her doing. Yes.
Okay,
And can you describe what Alex Sue was wearing that day?
he's already identified her. So we're not going to go with what she's wearing. He's identified her. It's reasonable that Ms. Lippick, it's reasonable. Again, this is not a court. This is not.
No, I understand.
and
It's, you know, Mr. Altenhof said that he was unable to identify people in a crowd because it was too
Yeah.
stressful to hear. And I'm wondering if he had the same inability to identify Alex in a crowd earlier.
he identified her. At that moment that you're describing when this happened, he identified her. I don't think there's any argument but that he identified her. So let's move forward.
Okay, Mr. Altenhof, if the events that you've named, the allegations that you've named against Alex Sue were the only things under discussion in an emergency expulsion conversation, do you believe that conversation would have led to the decision to emergency expel a student as opposed to taking other disciplinary measures?
Are you asking me to take
Let me
these words
ask
and
that.
actions out of the disruption that occurred?
Yeah, I am. I'm asking you to remove Alex Sue from the actions of all the other students and to isolate in your mind the things that you saw her doing and to ask and to answer whether those things would have justified an emergency expulsion without any other discussion. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. So if the outcome is a substantial disruption to the educational process, then yes, an emergency expulsion would be warranted.
I'm asking you to allow for the possibility that the things that happened later were not the outcome of Alex Sue's action, that they were the outcome of other factors, other people, other things that intervened. What I'm asking you to do is imagine if you didn't know what happened inside. Let's say you just stayed outside that day and all you saw was what Alex Sue did. Do you believe that what you saw Alex doing would have justified an emergency expulsion that day?
I feel like I'm being asked to play pretend.
Yeah,
And
you
I
are.
don't- And I don't know, is this?
Well, it's not pretend. It's not pretend because I don't think we have the evidence to show that Alex Sue actually.
Argument, this is not
the
questioning of witness.
So what I'm asking,
Ms. Levy, hang on. Mr. Altenhof is not the person who emergency expelled Alex Sue. So let's move on because his name is not on that disciplinary action. So it's all kind of hypothetical from his perspective and from mine. So let's move forward because he did. Okay.
I mean, what's not hypothetical is that his testimony in the conversation to expel her was affecting the decision to expel. So that's fine. We'll move on. Okay. At any point when you were observing posters and or, advertisements and or social media posts about the protest, did you observe that they identified the walkout as being for the period of the fourth period?
I'm trying to recall how I learned when it was going to happen, and I don't know if it was a poster around school or if it was a social media post that a teacher sent.
And I'm sorry, let me clarify. My question is not when it was planned to begin, but when it was planned to end. Do you recall the specificity that the walkout was meant to be for fourth period, and not longer?
I don't recall the duration on any of the posters.
Do you recall anyone saying anything during that day about ending after a certain point?
No.
I think that it says in your notes, and you said in your testimony, that there was a point at which a speaker on the megaphone said, "We're going to chant for 2 minutes and then we're going to disperse." Do you recall that?
Yes, I thought you were talking about posters or other media related to the
I don't
event.
think there was any other things that you observed that.
I got it. In the moment. Yeah, in the moment, in my notes, yes. In the moment, I do believe that I heard the speaker say, "We'll chant for 2 minutes and then disperse, go to lunch." Yes.
Okay. And so could that have been the plan of the organizers, if there were organizers for the protest? Could it have been the plan that it would be a controlled walkout that happened during one period and then ended with people dispersing and going to lunch? Is that possible based on what you observed?
The time, yes, though I would debate the term controlled.
I mean, sure, of course. Obviously, no one can control hundreds of people who are making up their own minds, neither the school or Alex, but do you recall seeing any posters or social media posts that used the phrase fourth period or for fourth period, or any specificity about the end of the planned protest?
I don't recall seeing anything about the end of the protest.
Do you recall any conversation about that with your administrative colleagues about the plan for the protest to end at the end of fourth period and disperse into lunch?
No.
Did you make an inquiry, or anyone else to your knowledge make an inquiry to any of the people accused as organizers of the protest? Did anyone make the inquiry to organizers about what time they planned to end the protest?
No.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
If we can keep this brief, I think we should take a break after my redirect.
Yes.
Mr. Altenhof, in Newport High School, is there such an event as an assembly?
Yes.
What's the difference between an assembly and an event like the one on November 19th?
Excuse me, assemblies are school sponsored, whether they're pep rally type assemblies, or they are assemblies to honor veterans. They're school sponsored, organized, and in a safe designated area.
When there's a
Sorry. Oh, and then I was going to say, and the walkout protest was not that on the 19th.
Was it a free speech and assembly? That's the context. Just to clarify, that's the context in which I use the word assembly. It's free speech and free assembly.
Ms. Smith is asking the questions right now, so.
when Newport has an assembly, are students directed over the PA or by their teachers to a particular location at a particular time?
Yes.
Would Newport use the assembly methods or directing students when it is in fact not a school-sponsored event?
No.
Why not?
The purpose of the school day is instruction, curriculum, and doing that in a safe space, safe and orderly space and process. School assemblies, school-sponsored assemblies are deemed to be part of the school day and part of the school's curricula overall. You know, identifying the space. What was the second part of your question?
But why wouldn't you use the PA system, for example, to notice students? Now is the start of the walkout.
The school didn't sponsor the walkout, so we weren't using the PA to support a non-school sponsored event.
You were asked some questions about whether Alex was present at certain minutes between 11:40 and 12:15. Do you know whether Alex was present later in the school day before school was dismissed?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was Alex expelled for her social media post?
No.
Was she expelled for putting herself out there or being vulnerable on social media?
No.
So if you would please articulate the manner in which Alex's behavior on November 19th contributed to the decision to emergency expel her.
Her behavior helped to create this tremendous disruption to our school day and process, and the ability for other students to get their education.
And in what way? In what way did her behavior do that?
She was publicizing the event, helping other students leave their class and go to the walkout. And in that, she was a leader of this event, which caused this disruption. She was a speaker in the courtyard, part of that process.
Okay. Is there anything else about Alex's behavior from your perspective that contributed to why she was emergency expelled?
Yeah, no, aside from her leadership role, her advertising, and just encouragement of the walkout itself.
Did her obscenity in the courtyard contribute?
I think her obscenity in the courtyard was encouraging of other students to do the same. She was the so-called reason we're all here, and her behavior was certainly watched by others to be emulated.
Okay, those are the questions I had. I would suggest that we take a break, but I want to make clear on the record before we do that the district is losing its ability to call witnesses because of certificated staff going home and other staff being off for the day and not being able to be compelled to remain after hours. We'll continue with the hearing, but
Yes, we should talk who the most important witnesses are then to get them in tonight and maybe get them here before they go home. Should we have an off camera for that?
Well, my understanding is that that's the district's prerogative as to who will be called from their witness list to testify.
Okay, I mean, it would just help me organize my questions if I knew who they were going to call and when.
Well, we're going to take the break, and I'm going to get as many witnesses through tonight as I can. I don't have a hard stop, but I'm telling you, people are becoming unavailable at 6:30, 6:40 at night. So let's take our break. If we could resume at 6:45, we'll go from there. And if witnesses are unavailable, we'll use the procedures in the policy to help explain why they are now unavailable. So if we could, let's go as quickly. 6:45, resume.
All right, that's 8 minutes.
Am I free to go?
You are, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to resume. Hey, Glenn, you're muted.
Yes, I am.
And then maybe that's a good thing. I don't know.
I want you to see my face so you knew I was here. That's all.
Okay. Suffolk, you're back.
Hi all. My clock still says 6:45. I hope I'm on time.
You are. You're just fine. You're just fine. Is Alex present?
I can't know. We're not in the same room. I don't see her. It looks like she's coming on. At least maybe I'm wrong. She's muted. I don't know. Let me text her.
Okay.
While we work on that, the district would call Jerry Borth next. Maybe we can get him lined into the meeting.
There he is. There's Mr. Borth.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Borth. Will we get started with you in just a minute? We're just making sure all participants are back online.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this late.
No problem.
Mr. Barnes, could you pull up Exhibit 10 for us?
Alex in?
I don't see Alex in. 1 second. That was a quick amount of time to go to the bathroom. Hold on a second.
Would there be any objections from anybody if I went ahead and read to Mr. Borth the witness advisement? Would that be all right?
Let's go ahead. That's a good solution. Yeah.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Borth.
Thank you.
I'm Bonnie McGuire. I'm the hearing officer today. This hearing is publicly viewable. This was Ms. Sue's choice. Ms. Sue's family has also elected to distribute the hearing's live stream link via social media. The district is not in control of where, how, or by whom your testimony may be viewed, re-recorded, or used. By proceeding, you are acknowledging your full understanding that your likeness, image, and oral testimony will be publicly available to anyone who has the live stream link and that they may disseminate it further. The scope of this hearing is whether on November 9th, 2021, Alex's behavior, or Ms. Sue's behavior, resulted in a disruption of the educational process that created a substantial barrier to learning for other students across the school day. It does not include, meaning this hearing does not include allegations against any other students. This hearing does not include allegations against district personnel. There may be some level of discussion about the actions and communications of district employees as they pertain to this emergency expulsion. You are to restrict your testimony to that issue. You are not to disclose personal, private, or protected information about Ms. Sue, including information about any medical health, mental health, sexual health, specific disability profile, or any other private information that has become known to you about Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. You are not to make any reference to any previous, future, or ongoing investigations, disciplinary processes, determinations, reports, findings, or any other information about disciplinary matters involving Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and the record in this proceeding. Your testimony must be confined to the emergency expulsion process and that order of November 19th, 2021. You may discuss in a general sense the policies and procedures of Bellevue School District and Newport High School, aggregate and statistical information about discipline, and the contents of any publicly available records regarding discipline generally in the school or the district. You may refer to Ms. Sue by her name. For any other student, you will use their initials only, or preferably just refer to other students as student. There is zero tolerance for disclosure of other student names in this hearing. Your testimony can be terminated if you violate this rule. This hearing platform is not to be used to further harass, intimidate, or bully any other person. The live stream link will be shut down immediately if it is so used. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or potential witnesses until after the entire hearing has concluded. Understand? Can you make a verbal acknowledgement?
I understand.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay.
Mr. Borth, I'm Jill Smith. I'm representing Bellevue School District. Can you tell us your full name and title with the district, please?
My name is Gerald Scott Borth. I am a CTE marketing teacher, and I've been teaching at Newport High School this is my 20th year.
Thank you. What was your physical location during the time on November 19th when there was a student rally happening outside the building?
I was in my classroom 1201, and then I moved towards the student store, which would be room 1321.
Okay. You didn't hear or overhear any of the interactions or communications occurring outside, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your first notice that the student-led protest was moving indoors?
As I was approaching the student store, I saw a large group of students had come in through the main entrances and were standing between the main entrances on what would be called the senior steps and in front of the main office.
Okay. And when you came out, were you able to estimate at all the size of that group?
I estimated about 200.
Where was the principal of Newport High School at that point?
Principal Yehudi was standing in the doorway facing towards the external doors.
Okay. What did you see as you watched that student group come in and take up the senior steps with the principal?
I saw the students chanting and yelling at the principal, and I saw Principal Yehudi standing in the office doorway alone, and I thought it would be prudent for me to go there and stand with her.
Did you have the impression in that moment that she was in some sort of danger?
I thought there was a possibility, yes.
What caused you to think that?
the volume of the crowd, the tone of the crowd, the language that was being used, and just 20 years of working with high school students.
Okay. Your spidey sense. Is that
Yeah,
what you-
basically. Yeah.
Got it. And when you say the language of the crowd, what are you referring to?
There were chants of swearing directed at the principal, at the school, at the administration, at the district. Insults being hurled.
Were you present to see any sort of physical acts of property damage or attempts to damage property?
Students were putting Post-it notes on the windows, some of them just easily just putting them on like that. Some were slamming them hard, and some were punching them like this, kind of like with your fist like that. I don't know if the intent was to damage property or is it just to aggressively post a note on the window.
Who sits or whose desk is nearest that window?
Wendy Woodard's.
And where is her desk in
The office
relation?
secretary.
Okay, where is her desk in relation to where that window is?
Right next to it.
When you went to stand near Principal Yehudi, did anyone else from the district join you there?
Mr. Altenhof was with me for a while, and then Enrique, unfortunately I don't know his last name, the janitor, he came in later during the group presentation.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Altenhof while you stood there?
I did.
What did he say or you say to him?
He asked me that if I felt uncomfortable for my own physical safety, I had the option to leave. And I told him that if I felt that way, if I felt like I was being threatened physically, then Principal Yehudi would be in the same situation, other office managers would be in the same situation, and I couldn't leave. I would feel, I would have felt it was important for me to be there to try to assist my coworkers.
Were you running through in your head what that might look like?
Yes, I think I was. My goal was to make sure Principal Yehudi was safe, and I'd be pulling her out of any harm's way, and then trying to prevent students from coming into the main office, using as little force as possible.
Was there a moment where there was a change in the momentum or tone of the crowd as you stood there at the office doors?
Yeah, it was a wave. It kept on going up and down, up and down, up and down. As different students took the megaphone, they would incite people to yell and scream. Comments would be made. They would yell at either Principal Yehudi or Vice Principal Altenhof, and then it would kind of calm down a little bit. And then someone else would take up the microphone and ramp it back up. And it just had this kind of continual up and down motion. And people would be pushing in, pulling back, moving around the main office door.
Was there a point at which the group as a whole tried to access or surge through the doors?
There was a point where several people near the doors tried to force their way in, yes. I couldn't say the whole group. I don't know. But there was definitely, to me it seemed like 10 to 20 students near the front doors started to move to come into the office.
Could you tell what their purpose or intent was in trying to access the office?
No. I don't know their intent.
Did you hear the people that used the megaphone call out individual administrators by name?
Yes.
Did they pair that with obscenity or vulgar language?
Yes.
Did you hear students over the megaphone subject individual administrators to insults or comments about their families?
Yes.
How close were the nearest classes in class to this event that you're describing?
I had students in the student store, which is 10 yards away, but there was an instructional aide there. My classroom, 1201. Well, actually, there's the music wing, which is probably closer than my classroom. My classroom is down near the other end of the cafeteria, and then you had the academic wing towards like rooms. What is it here? Let me look at the map. 1101, 1112, stuff like that. So about, anywhere from my classroom being 10 yards to other classrooms being 20 yards or so.
From what you experienced, was the activity being led by the student protesters loud enough to prevent or disrupt instruction in those classrooms?
Absolutely.
Did you see any students who were unable to get to their next assigned area or class?
Yes.
What happened with them?
One of the students was able to wiggle their way in right to the entrance of the main office where I was standing. And I don't know the student, but the student asked me, I'm trying to get to my class. Can I cut through the main office to get to my class? I kind of asked around, looked for somebody to talk to. There really wasn't an authority figure I could immediately get a response from. I kind of gave him permission, said, like, if you'd like to go through, you can. Then he changed his mind and kind of went back the other way, and I lost sight of him.
Now, I want to be clear. Did you have any role whatsoever in decision-making about discipline, or which students would receive discipline?
None whatsoever.
Do you know the student who has requested this hearing, Alex Sue?
No.
And do you have any intent or purpose of trying to identify her in any particular way for the events that you saw inside? Like, can you put any particular conduct on Ms. Sue?
The question's kind of vague.
Okay, let me ask it more specifically. Do you recall seeing her hold the megaphone?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recall about that?
She gave her a testimony about her feelings about the situation that probably lasted I'm guessing approximately 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay. Anything else that she said or did while she had the megaphone that you saw?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Do you recall any of the specifics of her testimony?
Her anger at the district, her anger at administration for her perception of not being heard, and her general anger and hurt.
Did you see or interact with any staff members who were visibly or who stated they were upset or could not work because of how this affected them?
Yeah. Wendy Woodard, the office manager, was visibly upset, visibly shaking, almost on the point of tears. Yeah, she was being victimized by the group of students.
What do you mean when you say victimized?
Emotionally, just she felt threatened.
And she's the one that sits right behind that window wall.
Yes.
In the days since November 19th, have you continued to teach the classes that you have?
Yes.
Have the events of November 19th caused any disruption since that day in your work with students?
Yes.
In what ways?
I've been spending a great deal of time attempting to rebuild culture and connection between myself and my students. After this occurrence, many students kind of grouped staff and teachers together as one unit under the perception that the district doesn't care and is not listening. And I had to spend, I still am, have been spending days trying to communicate with students saying, I am here, I want to listen to you, I want to hear your concerns, I want to be able to teach you, and if you don't think that I care, and if you don't think that I listen, this educational relationship is not going to work very well. So I'm spending a lot of time trying to rebuild teacher-student bonds.
That's not a bad thing, right?
No, it's not.
Right.
It's not, but it's something you do over time, slowly. It's not where I'm taking every class, I'm spending 30 minutes engaging in conversation where I'm setting my curriculum aside to just focus on the social emotional. I like to weave it in. I like to weave the relationship in as I teach and build those bonds and develop. For about a week, I really had I had to separate my class into social emotional and then try to attempt to do curricular work.
I think those are all the questions that I have for you. You need to sit tight for cross-examination, please.
No problem.
Okay, Ms. Lippick.
Hello. Sorry,
Hello.
it's been 1 second. Thank you so much for bearing with me.
No worries.
I'm Sarah Lippick. I'm the attorney for Alex Sue, and I just have a few questions. Let's see. So I'm just going to go directly into things that you've spoken about. So please stop me if anything's unclear. I'm happy to clarify. So you talked about people putting Post-it notes on the windows of the office.
Yes.
And that there were some students who were just placing the Post-it notes and others who were putting them on kind of more forcefully, but you're not sure whether the intention was to damage the windows or to, cause any intimidation, but just,
I didn't say I didn't say any intimidation. I said I didn't know if they wanted to damage property. Okay. When you slam your hand against a window very hard, you're going to intimidate people.
Okay, how many students do you think did the intimidating part, like the slamming the hands on the window?
I would have to guess.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
30, 40, 50, somewhere in there maybe. And I don't know if that's the number of bangs I heard, whether that's a few, like 10 students doing it a bunch of times or people doing it once, I don't know.
Sure, and you didn't see how many, you didn't see people, or no. You didn't have enough of a view to see an estimated number of people that were actually banging the windows?
Correct. Okay. All I heard was the result.
Okay, so I'm sorry, just to clarify, were you standing in such a way that you couldn't see the people putting stuff on, you could just hear it?
Correct.
Okay. So you heard the banging, but you didn't see any particular students doing the banging. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And so Alex Sue banging on windows, is that correct?
Could you cut out for a second? Could you repeat, please?
You didn't see Alex Sue banging on windows, is that correct?
I couldn't identify anybody who was doing it.
Okay, yeah, and did you see Alex Sue any closer to the main office than the senior steps?
I don't know her, and
Yeah.
the only time I saw her identified was when she was on the senior steps and another student gave her the megaphone. So
Okay,
that's the first time I said, "Oh, that's Alex."
Okay, and you knew it was her because the other student introduced her, or because she introduced herself, or how did you know it was her at that point?
I believe the other student introduced her.
Okay, and did you know the other student that introduced her, or no?
Nope.
Okay, and when you talked about what she said when she was on the megaphone, when she was on the senior steps, I'm just trying to get the time frame correct. So was the banging on windows after she spoke about her feelings on the steps, or was it before or during?
I think it was after the banging.
She spoke after the banging had subsided. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And after the banging had subsided and you heard Alex Sue speaking about her feelings, did you hear her say anything that was threatening to anyone or that was about violence towards anyone?
Not that I recall, no.
And do you recall her saying anything that other students should do? Did you hear her encouraging them to bang on the windows or invade the office or anything else?
No.
Okay. And you said you described the things that she said as being about her feelings of anger and hurt. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you said that she spoke for about 1 or 2 minutes about her feelings about the situation. In the time that she spoke, did you hear her call any students by name?
No.
Okay. And
not
when
that not that I remember, no.
Right. And when she spoke, do you recall her saying anything about other students, or was she just talking about the school, the administration, and the situation?
Yes. School administration, the school administration, and the situation.
Thank you. And you described the mood of her comments as being general anger and hurt. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and you said also that during the times when students were talking on the megaphone, that sometimes there were like lulls that were a little bit calmer, and sometimes there were more intense times when people were getting agitated and swearing. Is that accurate? You said it was kind of like a wave going up and down, the mood of the crowd.
The wave would go. I want to make sure I explain it correctly, the way I recall it.
Okay.
Someone would get on the megaphone and incite anger and volume and swearing and just general mayhem. And it would remain at a high pace until the crowd got tired and it would go down. Then another student would grab the megaphone and they would incite and lift it back up again.
Okay, so
it was, in my opinion, it was driven by this. I gotta make sure I don't know if I can say this. In my opinion, it was driven by the students with the megaphones. Megaphone.
And during the time when Alex Sue was the student on the megaphone, which you said was after the banging on the windows had subsided, was your opinion, since we're offering opinions, was your opinion that the way she spoke on the megaphone was, compared to other students, more or less inciting of that type of activity?
It was less inciting than other students, but I would still consider it inciting.
Okay. And how many students roughly did you hear on the megaphone making comments that caused reactions in the crowd?
I would say about 5.
About
5 or 6. 5 or 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you know any of the students? Please don't say their names out loud, but were you familiar with any of the students in those 5 or 6 that you heard speaking? Did you know any of them?
I was familiar with one of the students.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was that one student emergency expelled because of the events of this date?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you recall seeing that student in school after November 19th to date?
I hadn't seen that student anytime this year. I had that student in class in a previous year.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I have a couple other questions. I'm going to go back in my notes. Were you present during any attempt to collect or clean up the Post-it notes that were on the windows and on the office?
No.
Okay, do you know that to have happened, or was it something that you don't know about?
That the Post-it notes were cleaned up?
Yeah, cleaned up or collected, or?
I'm sure they were.
Okay, and do you recall seeing them gone later on?
Yes.
Okay, and was it later on that same day that the Post-it notes were cleared off?
Yes.
And do you have a sense of what time frame you saw the Post-it notes gone?
Not exactly.
Like that afternoon?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. And do you have knowledge of anyone collecting them to read them or look at them or inspect them or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. And did you yourself ever read any of the Post-it notes that were on the walls?
No.
Okay. And at the point when you said that there were 10 to 20 students that started to move as though they were going to push into the office, is that, I just want to make sure I'm characterizing what you said correctly. Is it accurate that you think it was 10 to 20 students that were pushing into the office at one point?
That's the sensation I had, because when it started to happen, I got tunnel vision.
Right, of course, things get stressful.
So, yeah.
And among those 10 to 20 students, you did not recognize Alex Sue as among them?
No.
Okay, and you don't recall Alex Sue having spoken immediately before that or during that?
No.
Okay, and of the 10 or 20 students or the people that were within your tunnel vision at that time, did you recognize any of those students? Were you familiar with any of them?
No.
Okay, and it sounds like there was a lot of fear, and that you've said that 10 to 20 students were starting to move towards the office. Yes. At that point, were the office doors open?
Yes. And the office doors that Miss Yehudi was standing in previously, the other office doors on the at a 90-degree angle, those were closed.
Okay, but so the doors that the students were at, were those doors open? The ones that were pushing forward?
Yes. We felt that, okay.
Sure, yeah. I heard your testimony about feeling like the door should be left open because it would be a sign of anger and, and rejection or what, okay. to close them. I grasp that and I appreciate that. And so it sounds like 10 to 20 people moving towards those open doors probably could have pushed through. Is that accurate? Do you think they could have if they had pushed? Like pushed you?
If they had wanted to get in, Enrique and I would not have been able to stop them.
Okay, and at that time,
if that group of students had used as much force as they wanted to, sure. as they could have, I don't want to say want to, that's misspoke.
Sure.
If that group had used necessary force, they could have pushed past us, yes.
Okay, and what do you think prevented them from using that necessary force to have gotten
Enrique and I barking at them and saying no, and us standing there and kind of locking arms and just making eye contact and saying, this is not happening.
Okay, so when you made eye contact and you locked arms and you stood still, the students kind of backed off. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did any of them put hands on you or Enrique, to your remembrance, to your recollection?
Not to inflict harm on me, but to try to push by me.
So just kind of like trying to.
They was kind of like grabbing and pushing like this to try to get by, and I would just lean and go. Yeah.
Like
I never felt like a student was trying to harm me. They were trying to move me as a barrier. That was my interpretation of the situation.
that makes sense. And so from your perception, you and Enrique, presenting a forbidding front, but not moving to physical action of any kind, you were able to dispel those 10 or 20 students and they backed off eventually. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember anyone else participating in attempts to keep the students out of the office, like Mr. Altenhof, for example? If you don't recall, that's totally.
I think I after that happened, the people on the megaphone kind of stopped their incitement, and it kind of just petered out and people disappeared. And then I just kind of stood there for a while until it was nearly empty. Then I left. So I don't know what happened after that.
Okay, that makes sense. So how long do you think it took roughly for for the petering out and the dispelling to happen, from the time that people felt like they were really pushing those 10 or 20 people to the time that everything could just kind of dissolved? How long do you think that was? Was that minutes, half an hour?
I'm not trying to be evasive. I don't know. It just time was weird. I would
time's weird.
I would guess it could be anywhere from 3 minutes to 20. I can't be. I'm sorry. I can't be more specific.
No, it's okay. But you don't think
I was in a very bad headspace at that moment.
Of course. But your perception, it was not like 4 hours or 3 hours. It was No. Okay. All right. And do you recall hearing anyone on the megaphone, any students on the megaphone encouraging students to move back from the doors?
On the megaphone, no, I did not hear that.
Do you recall hearing students in the crowd or any students encouraging people to move back from the doors of the office?
I think same thing with the tunnel vision. I wasn't focused on listening to anything, or
Sure.
I was focused solely on the faces and bodies directly in front of me.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, and so, sorry.
That's fine.
And sorry, earlier in your testimony, you said that that if you had felt threatened, you would want to stay in this. Oh, I'm sorry, let me back up. So you said that Mr. Altenhof talked to you and that he offered that you could leave if you felt physically threatened. Is that correct?
He offered me an out, yeah.
Okay, great. And at the time that you talked to him, you said something like, if I was feeling threatened, then that would mean other people were threatened. I wouldn't feel right about leaving. Correct. Is that correct? Okay, and was there a point at which, any other point other than this tense moment, did you feel threatened at any other point?
A majority of the time when that crowd was there, yes, I felt threatened.
Okay, and did you feel threatened verbally, or did you feel threatened like people were making physical gestures at you, or bringing their hands up or anything?
The verbal interactions weren't ever directed at me. They were directed at administration and the district in general.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the general level of anger. I've been teaching for 20 years. I've never seen anything like this. And that general level of anger concerned me because I had no idea where 14 to 18-year-olds were going to take that.
Sure. So your knowledge of kind of adolescent brain development and things like that was informing your assessment of the situation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you've looked into as an educator, like how the adolescent brain develops and,
I have degrees in psychology and communications, specializing in child development. I've been a teacher for 26 years, and I'm aware of brain development and how it works.
Okay, perfect. So are you aware then that a lot of people theorize, and there's been some evidence that when adolescent brains make decisions, sometimes they're not aware of or able to imagine the long-term consequences of their actions. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, thanks. And so in your conversations with students, during the time since November 19th. You've said that you've been, on some days you were spending up to 30 minutes trying to reestablish trust between yourself and between, reestablish a good teaching relationship with students in your class. During those conversations, did it become apparent that any of your students participated in the walkout in any way?
Many of them had.
One names, just whether you talked to anyone who was there.
Many of them had when it was outside. Because students told me, I have no direct firsthand knowledge of what happened outside, but students talked to me about what occurred, the number of students out there, and as the tone of it changed, I would estimate about 2/3 of the students said, we don't want anything to do with this. And that's a lot of students voiced that with me.
And have any students voiced to you feeling pressured or pushed into the inside portion of the protest by Alex Sue?
No one's ever talked about that, no.
Okay, thank you. And have people voiced to you their reasons for going to the outside portion of the protest?
That has nothing to do with the.
It has inciting and convincing, and it's been alleged that Alex Sue incited, convinced people to go to the. Yeah, so first I'm trying to see if he's got the information, and then we'll make it specific. But I'll make it specific right now. Have any of your students expressed that they were
You're frozen
or persuaded
you
by
froze.
Alex Sue? Oh,
sorry, you froze.
Am I okay? Am I frozen still?
No.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. In my world, I was still moving. Okay. So have any of your students voiced to you that they felt individually persuaded or convinced to participate in the indoor portion of the protest by Alex Sue?
No.
Has anyone said to you anything indicating that they believed or knew Alex Sue to have planned any portion of the indoor part of the protest or the frightening parts of the protest?
Some students previously shared with me about the outside protest, or pardon me, about a protest. They didn't differentiate whether it was going to be inside or outside, but they asked me my opinions about the idea of having a protest and going to a protest.
Okay. And when they talked to you about the protest, did they ever indicate that there was a planned end time for the protest, that it was supposed to be during one particular period? Or, I'm sorry, that's the end of the question. Did anyone ever articulate to you before or after the protest that it had been planned for one particular period?
No, it was just a start time.
Okay. And do you recall anything about, like, from that day? Do you recall anything about people in the crowd saying that they were going to disperse or go to lunch, or that they, were done with their part of the protest before it went inside? Or, sorry, like, at any point?
I have no direct knowledge of anything that happened outside.
Sure. I'm sorry, I made that unclear. Did you hear anyone talking about dispersing when they were inside, or leaving, or going away, or did it just kind of melt away at a certain point?
It just slowly melted away.
Okay. And do you recall seeing Alex Sue at any other point other than when you saw her talking about her feelings on the senior steps?
No disrespect, I don't think I could pick her out of a lineup.
Yeah. Are there a lot of petite Asian female students in the school?
I'd say approximately 26% of the population matches that description.
Okay. And were
I
people
teach
generally
marketing, I know demographics, so yeah.
right? Our 26 sounds really, that's a
It's
marketer's.
52%.
Yeah. So was your recollection that most people in the crowd that was inside the building, were most of them wearing masks?
Some were, some were not. I couldn't give you a firm percentage.
Sure.
I think if there's a video, you could get a better answer to that than I could give you.
Yep. Thank you so much. And when you recall seeing Alex Sue, do you recall if she was wearing a mask?
I defer to the video. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, I would love to defer to the video.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And let's see. So in your years of teaching at the school, have you ever heard an announcement over the PA for a safety concern, like, I don't know, a small earthquake or any other reason? Have you ever heard students being directed to do something in an emergency situation over the PA?
Yes, multiple times, in drills and in real life.
And in real life, what kinds of things are students directed to do over the PA?
There's either a lockout or a lockdown.
And can you explain the difference between a lockout and a lockdown for me? I'm not sure I know.
A lockout is where the external doors are locked, but we kind of continue to operate as normal. Students are allowed, I believe students are allowed to move from class to class in between, and we just kind of continue business, but we just kind of secure the outside of the perimeter of the building. A lockdown is when I immediately go to my door. I remove the magnet holding my door open because it's locked. I immediately go to the cafeteria. Any kids nearby, I grab, I bring them in. I close my door, I put the screen down, we turn off the lights, and then we are very, very quiet.
And do you remember either a lockout or a lockdown being announced on the PA that day?
There was a hybrid lockdown that was announced.
Do you remember
it's not something we had ever drilled for.
Right.
It's not something we'd previously done.
And what was, do you recall the words in that announcement that students would have been able to hear, what they were instructed to do?
The idea behind it was go to your class, but if you, because it happened, it blocked out, it took over second lunch, and so half the school had not eaten lunch. And so students were invited to go to the cafeteria, get lunch, and then go back to their classrooms after that. And then we were going to run a modified 6th period and then a regular 7th period.
Okay. And do you have a sense of what time that announcement went out? Even a vague sense of what time that announcement went out?
Let's see, 6th period starts 1:30ish, 1 to 1:30, somewhere in there maybe. That's an estimate. I didn't look at the clock.
Sure, of course. And do you recall an announcement over the PA, like during the time when students were inside the building and things were looking tense and restive and frightening? Do you remember an announcement on the PA at that point?
At what period of time are you asking me the question? That there was a lot of time. That encompasses a great deal of time.
Any of those times, was there a lockout announcement or a lockdown announcement that you recall on the PA during the time that you were standing in front of the office doors and trying to keep the situation under control?
I didn't hear one, and I'm not sure I would have been able to with the volume of the crowd.
Because it was loud. Okay. And did any of your students that you talked to afterward, did any of them talk to you about recollecting a lockout or lockdown order that day?
Students were confused about whether they should get something to eat, because my classroom's right by the cafeteria, if they should get something to eat or if they should go to class. And I tried to explain to them, if you haven't had lunch, go grab lunch, then come back in. And so we just had some general conversations about that schedule concept. And then we just started to debrief on what's going on and where do we go from here.
Okay.
As a community.
And did any of your students take advantage of the opportunity to go get some food and come back, to your recollection?
No, because, well, 6 periods my prep is one of my prep periods. And so I didn't have many students then, but it seemed like during 7th period starting, there was still some general confusion about where kids should be. There was still pretty significant disruption.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me look at my notes real quick.
Oh, excuse me. I would like to amend one of my answers. I think the time the announcement was made was before 1 o'clock, because I remember moving some of my students from the student store, because we were in a modified lockdown. And I remember moving some of my students from the student store to my classroom 1201 so I can consolidate all of my students into one place. And so that was probably near the end of 5th period, maybe the last 15 minutes of it, I'm gonna guess.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, just to be clear, the portion of the protest that was indoors when you were at the main door, or sorry, the east doors of the main office and trying to prevent people from coming in, was that during 4th period? Is that accurate? Or you don't know?
No, it would have been the time where I was over there by the student store would be the beginning of first lunch. I think the outdoor component started during 4th period, I believe.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't know the schedule very well. When does first lunch start?
At the end of 4th period.
Okay, and why is it called first lunch? Because there's some division between which
half the
students
school
go.
is starting class 5A, and half the school is doing first lunch, and then everybody goes to class. So there's a 5A and 5B running, and then 5A, when their class is over, they go to second lunch, and then 5B is running concurrently with second lunch.
Okay, I'm gonna nod my head as though I have that all straight. Thank you.
And that's on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Right. Okay, well, my props for your remembering just the schedule. That's an accomplishment. So sorry, so you think that the indoor part would have happened, the part that you recollect as while you were in front of the office and having to, stand in the doors of the office to prevent people from coming in. That was during first lunch, not during 4th period, to your recollection?
It would be the beginning of, I got involved in going down to the office near the beginning of 5A and first lunch.
Okay.
That's when I engaged, because that's when I normally move from my classroom 1201 to the student store.
Okay, great. Do you recall instructions being given to the teachers in any form other than a PA announcement about kind of like what to do that afternoon after the protest had kind of dispersed, but while things were still disrupted? Did you get communications other than the PA announcement about what to do?
We got emails.
And were you like looking at those emails kind of contemporaneously while you're in the classroom?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no, if that makes sense. I can't stare at my screen waiting for an email that might or might not come and work with students. So I would kind of glance and see, and from time to time I would pick one up.
If there was new news, you'd pick it up. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and sorry, I just have a couple other things, but I need 1 second. Sure. And you spoke earlier about if you had felt that there was a physical threat that got escalated, you would have pulled Principal Yehudi out of the way, and then your goals would have been to pull Yehudi out of the way and prevent students from coming in using as little force as possible. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And
which would have been a mess.
Right. Yeah. Sounds like it. And so I guess what I'm not clear on is while you and Enrique were standing there trying to prevent people from coming in, where was Principal Yehudi? Was she still in front of you? Was she in the office?
Patty Seaworth had, I believe, I'm kind of like reading into what I think Patty was thinking. I believe Patty saw that Principal Yehudi was kind of like the focal point of the crowd's anger. And so she kind of tapped her on the shoulder and pulled her out and removed her from the vision of the group. That increased the anxiety of the group for about a minute, and then it started to dissipate again. And then they didn't have a target, so then they turned on Vice Principal Altenhof and yelled at him for a while. That lasted maybe a few minutes, and then without anyone to direct their anger at, that's when it started to decay.
And when you say decayed, is that the time it started to disperse or the time it started to push towards the office?
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I misspoke. I apologize. So after Principal Yehudi was removed, there was an increase in tension. They yelled at Altenhof for a while. Then there was the move to come in. They didn't, and then it declined. Sorry, I apologize for my previous statement.
Oh, no worries. It's a lot to keep straight. It's very chaotic.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. So let's see. So Yehudi gets removed. Altenhof gets yelled at. There's a push to enter the office. They don't enter the office. They draw back, and then they kind of disperse. Is that accurate to your recollection? Okay.
Yeah.
And
that whole time might have been 10 to 25 minutes, somewhere in there.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry, when you said that Patty Siegworth pulled Principal Yehudi out or away, do you know where she was taken? Did she go into the office or down the hall? Do you know where she went?
As soon as she got behind me, I lost complete. I was focused solely on the people in front of me.
Okay, where
would have been into the office? Is that correct?
Real quick, where Miss Yehudi was at that moment doesn't connect to where, unless you can make the connection to where Miss Sue was at that moment. So I'd like you to refocus.
I guess the connection is that we still don't have anyone placing Ms. Sue any closer to the office or closer to the people who felt threatened than the stairs, the senior stairs across the hall from the office door. So I just haven't heard anything that would indicate that Alex Sue ever got close.
Where Miss Yehudi is doesn't connect to that.
It connects because Mrs. Yehudi or Principal Yehudi is alleged to be one of the people who was feeling scared and intimidated, and I want to know whether being scared and intimidated had a direct, connection to Alex Sue, or whether it was,
the whole mob thing was about Alex Sue.
Yeah, about, but incited by. That's the distinction we're looking at, and I'll ask some questions about that if you want. But I guess the thing that I heard earlier was that Alex's particular.
Ask questions, counsel. We're not testifying. Ask the witness questions. It's 7:40 on his night off.
It's also my night off, and so is Saturday when we didn't get to look at evidence. I appreciate everyone's time. I really do. Okay. So, sorry, I just have one last question.
Sure.
Let me just take a second to phrase it properly. Correct. I have two last questions. One is very brief. Wendy Woodard, the person who works in the main office who was upset and felt threatened, was she removed from the situation as well? Like, was she taken away the way Principal Yehudi was?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember seeing her where she was during the time when you saw Alex Sue? Do you have a sense of how close they were together or whether they were ever near each other?
Alex Sue was in the group of 200 people that were screaming and chanting and threatening individuals in the office. So how far was she from her directly? I would say about 10 yards through a glass wall with another
Okay.
200 people screaming.
Sure, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And then my last question was about, you know, the potential for continuing disruption. And you had said some things that you were, you know, that you're working on rebuilding culture and connection, and that students seem to be grouping staff and teachers together into one entity that was not listening, and that you were spending a lot of time in class focusing on social emotional stuff, which you'd prefer to do woven into your curriculum. And I'm wondering if in those conversations, was any of the source of anxiety or any of the distrust or the broken trust with the administration attributed to any of your students' personal experiences of not
Objection, scope. We're gonna have to reconvene if this question continues.
Right. The issue is not, I'm not asking for anyone's history. I'm thinking that if hundreds of students get this upset, then it's possible that some of them are upset about things
That's not
other than being incited, by Alex. And so what we're trying to go to is, you know, how much of this can be attributed directly to Alex and how much of it is a general anger and tension that's been building and erupted.
Oh,
I don't think that Mr. Borth is the person to whom to ask that question.
He's the only person I've heard that's had conversations with students, you know, and tried to rebuild the trust. So
that's not
fine,
that's,
drop it and we can move on.
That was, hang on. That was his answer to an earlier question. Your question needs to be specific about Miss Sue, not about what's in the minds and hearts of other students. What he thinks about
I'm not asking about their minds and hearts. I'm asking about the conversations that Mr.
That has nothing to do with Miss Sue unless you're asking him, did they tell you that Miss Sue caused this? That's a reasonable question.
Okay, here's my question. Did 100% of the students that you spoke to, trying to rebuild trust with them, attribute their lack of trust to Ms. Alex Sue?
So are you asking me the question, was every student perfectly satisfied with their experience at Newport High School prior to this event? I can say that's no.
That's what I was trying to ask you.
You're trying to differentiate. You're trying to. Yeah, I actually no. I'm not. I'm being quiet.
Okay, fine. Yeah, what I'm trying to ask is, were there other reasons for people to be dissatisfied that they expressed to you other than being incited by Alex Sue? That's what I'm asking.
so
The almost riot that occurred in my school blew up the culture of my school.
Okay, we're going to stop.
Destroyed it.
Stop.
Thank you.
Let's stop. Thank you, Mr. Borth.
You're
Are you, hang on, don't go away.
Yeah.
Ms. Lippick, I assume you're finished with your questions with Mr. Borth?
Sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
yeah,
Smith?
Mr. Borth, you are excused. I appreciate your extra
Thank you.
time on tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Borth.
No worries. Thank you. Bye-bye.
District calls Wendy Woodard.
I believe Ms. Woodard's on.
Hi,
Hi,
Ms.
Ms. Woodard.
Hang on, I got to do the witness advisement. Hi, Ms. Woodard. I'm Bonnie McGuire, the hearing officer. Thank you for taking your late evening and speaking to the two attorneys. So I'm going to read you what's called witness advisement. It kind of gives you an overview of expectations, okay?
Okay.
Okay. This hearing is publicly viewable. That was Ms. Sue's choice. Ms. Sue's family has also elected to distribute the hearing's live stream link via social media. The district is not in control of where, how, or by whom your testimony may be viewed, re-recorded, or used. By proceeding, you are acknowledging your full understanding that your likeness, image, and oral testimony will be publicly available to anyone who has the live stream link and that they may disseminate it further. The scope of this hearing is whether on November 19th, 2021, Ms. Sue's behavior resulted in a disruption of the educational process that created a substantial barrier to learning for other students across the school day. It does not include allegations against any other students. It does not include allegations against district personnel. There may be some level of discussion about the actions and communications of district and employees as they pertain to this particular emergency expulsion. You are to restrict your testimony to that issue. You are not to disclose personal, private, or protected information about Ms. Sue, including information about any medical health, mental health, sexual health, specific disability profile, or any other private information that has become known to you about Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. You are not to make any reference to any previous, future, or ongoing investigations, disciplinary processes, determinations, reports, findings, or any other information about disciplinary matters involving Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and the record in this proceeding. Your testimony must be confined to the emergency expulsion process and its that order of November 19th, 2021. You may discuss in a general sense the policies and procedures of Bellevue School District and Newport High School, aggregate and statistical information about discipline, and the contents of any publicly available records regarding discipline, generally in the school or the district. You may refer to Ms. Sue by her name. For any other student, please refer to them as students. There is zero tolerance for disclosure of other students' names in this hearing. Your testimony can be terminated if you violate this rule. This hearing platform is not to be used to further harass, intimidate, or bully any other person. The live stream link will be shut down immediately if it is so used. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or potential witness until after the entire hearing has concluded. Can you let me know if you understand all that?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Smith, the school district's representative, will talk to you now.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Woodard. Can you tell us your full name and your title at Newport High?
I'm Wendy Woodard. I'm Assistant Principal Secretary.
And how long have you worked at Newport High School?
6 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about where your desk or your work site is located?
In the main office.
Okay. From your desk, do you have a view out into the common area outside the main office?
I do. Yes.
Were you at school on November 19th?
Yes, I was.
How did you notice, or what was the first thing you observed that indicated something was brewing in that main common area on the 19th?
Students running around putting posters up that were offensive.
Okay, what time of day was that?
Second period, so about the 9 o'clock hour.
Was one of those students Miss Sue? And I want you to be careful not to disclose any others.
Yes, one of those students was Miss Sue.
What's the next thing you observed or heard that let you know that something out of the ordinary was happening?
An announcement by students that the walkout was happening now. Join the walkout on a bullhorn outside my office.
Was that loud enough that you could hear it from inside your office?
Definitely, yes.
Once the students convened in that east courtyard, could you hear what they were saying outside from inside your office?
Could not hear what they were saying, but could hear cheering.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened after that?
Students came into the building. This is about, I don't know, 2 periods later, so an hour and a half later maybe, and came towards the office in a loud crowd.
What happened after that?
Pounding on my glass windows, putting a post-it notes on the glass windows, continued pounding, yelling, screaming.
Were you able to make out the words of the students at that point?
Yes, they were offensive.
And I don't want to push you outside your comfort zone, but could you describe in what way they were offensive?
Naming out certain admin, telling them to F off.
Thank you.
F off BSD. Certain executive directors that were there. That's about it.
Did it appear that students were hitting the glass more times than necessary to simply post their notes?
Yes.
What did that sound like?
Loud.
How far from your desk, like where your chair fits into your desk, is that window?
Less than a foot away.
Were you in fear at all that that glass might break?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of how many times the glass got hit?
Too many.
Fair enough. Could you put a number on it?
Over 100.
Okay. At some point, did your supervisor tell you to abandon your workstation?
Yes.
And where did you go?
Back of the office.
What was your emotional state or condition at that point?
Felt unsafe. I was shocked. Then I got mad, but still shocked.
Why were you mad?
The behavior of the students, the language of the students towards my principal and other staff members that tried to listen to them and calm the crowd and keep them from coming into the office.
Did this event cause a disruption in your ability to do your job?
Definitely.
In what way?
Was not able to carry on the school day. Students were not able to go in the halls when classes were changing to pass period, to nutrition services. I just couldn't do my job. I'm there to help students and students couldn't get to me.
Did you have any role in helping decide what discipline should be imposed?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any role in IDing certain students or helping figure out who should get disciplined?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ask you to make any sort of announcements or go on the PA for anything throughout the entire day?
No, ma'am.
And just to be clear, you didn't go outside or try to assess who the speakers were or what the behaviors were outside, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're really just here to talk about what it was like to sit inside at your desk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have right now, but sit tight. You do need to wait for cross-examination.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry, I was told that we could sometimes take a tiny break when there's a lull. And
Why don't we do that? Let's do
really
that.
calls and I need to use the bathroom. Can I take 2 minutes to go and then come back to the testimony?
7:57 on my computer. So we'll go 5 minutes. So 8:02, we will all be back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodard. We'll be right back. You put.
I think you're still muted, Ms. McGuire.
Right.
There we are.
Do we have all participants back? I think so. Miss Sue is there. Okay, Miss Lippick, you can unmute and we can start. And Miss Woodard, you'll have to unmute yourself. Looks like she's unmuted now. There we are.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Woodard. I'm sorry, is it Ms. Woodard or Mrs. Woodard, or what is your preferred form of address?
Mrs. Woodard.
Mrs. Woodard, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear it when you were introduced. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'll just have a couple of questions. You said that you saw students putting up offensive posters earlier in the day of November 19th, and you said you saw Alex Sue doing that. Can you tell me what, sorry, let me rephrase that. Could you read the posters from your vantage point inside the office?
Yes, I could.
Okay, and do you have a clear recollection of exactly which ones Alex Sue was the person who put them up?
Yes.
Okay, and could you tell me about how many posters you saw Alex Sue put up?
One outside my office.
Okay, so you saw Alex Sue put up one poster outside your office. Could you describe where that poster was placed?
On top of a college announcement board.
And could you describe to me where the college I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with the school geography as you are. Could you tell me where in relation to your office and in relation to the outside doors that the college announcement bulletin board is?
Outside my window is a place called the Commons.
Mm-hmm.
About 20 feet across from my window against the outer wall is where I saw the poster be put up, which is in clear view of my windows.
Okay, and just so I get it right, is that area, if you're looking from the main office towards the east exit from the building that goes to the student parking lot, is the college announcement bulletin board to the right or to the left of the doors leading outside?
It's in between the two sets of doors.
Okay, so it's to the left of the right set of doors, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry to put you through that. I'm just trying to get a visual, and I'm not in the school every day, so I need a little extra help. I appreciate it. So when you saw Alex putting up one poster, can you tell me what the poster said?
Fuck BSD.
Okay, did the poster
Use my
include
language.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the necessity to be accurate. Conflicts sometimes with the desire to not say those words. I appreciate that. Did the poster say anything else besides that?
No.
Okay, there was no students or admin people or anyone, individuals named on that poster?
No.
And there was no call to action. There was no specific thing that was said on that poster that other students should do?
No.
Thank you. Just 1 minute. Okay, my other question was, we kind of started your testimony with the events of November 19th, and I'd like to rewind a little bit previous in time and ask you whether you had heard ahead of time from anyone that there was possibly going to be a student protest or walkout of some kind on November 19th. Did you hear about it prior to November 19th at all?
Yes.
Can you tell me what form that notice to you took?
Posters brought to my attention that were around school.
And how were those posters brought to your attention?
They were found in the hallways and brought down to the office, and I found some myself in different locations.
Okay, and can you tell me the day or dates that those posters were found by you?
I don't recall.
Okay, and do you recall when the other posters were brought to you or brought to your attention?
I don't recall.
Okay, and do you recall any conversation with your supervisor or anyone else kind of planning for your safety in the event of a walkout or a protest?
No.
Okay, did anyone instruct you what to do in case of an emergency situation that might arise during a protest?
No.
And during the protest, did you get any instructions from security staff or anyone else about what you should do?
No, I've already been trained how
Okay,
to handle emergencies in our buildings.
okay, great. And can you tell me more about that training? What did it consist of?
Keeping students safe.
Okay, and so you've been trained to keep students safe during and what did your training lead you to do during the time that this was happening on November 19th, the events you've described?
I just was at my desk watching what was going on. There's not
Okay.
a whole lot I could do.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get you to say any particular thing. I'm just trying to figure out what.
You're going in and out. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me clearly now?
I can now. Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. We've had a few. I think it's just the number of people on the line sometimes gets a little bit of lack of clarity on the audio. What I was saying is I'm not trying to get you to say any particular thing. You're saying that you had some training about emergencies, and I was just trying to determine what your training led you to do, and it sounds like you stayed at your desk. Is that correct?
At this point, yes.
Okay, and then later on you were told to leave your desk?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, could you tell me who told you to leave your desk?
Head of counseling told me to leave my desk.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with everyone on staff. Who's the head of counseling?
We're going to stop there because that's not specific to Miss Sue's behavior. So frame your question so that we continue to be focused on the scope of the hearing.
Sure, I'm sorry about that. I guess what I'm trying to get to is whether there were, what kind of communication there was with Mrs. Woodard to maintain safety for her and for students during the events of November 19th. So including including Alex's keeping her safe and all right. Can you tell me when you found posters and and these other posters were brought to your attention, were you do you recall being asked about which of those posters were attributable to Alex Sue putting them up?
I wasn't asked that.
Okay, and did you know about any other posters? Did you see any other posters being put up by Alex Sue other than the one that you saw put up by her on November 19th?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. And during the day of November 19th, when you heard people, I'm sorry, I'm going to look at my notes 1 second.
Alex or Miss Sue, are you raising your hand for a question? What's your question? You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, what's your question?
Am I allowed to eat during this hearing?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, we're jealous.
Okay, so, excuse me, I'm sorry. So I guess that's about it, other than You said that you couldn't hear the words that were being spoken outside, just kind of the roar of the cheering or the people outside. And then the students came into the building at some point. Do you recall seeing Alex Sue inside the building?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's all.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Appreciate it.
A follow-up from the district, so you
Oh.
are excused.
Thank you.
The district calls Leif Moe-Lobeda. While we're waiting for his appearance, Mr. Bartz, could you display Exhibit 10?
For what it's worth, I appreciated the succinctness and the tightness of the questions on this last person. Are we just waiting for Mr. Moe-Lobeda to come in?
We are.
He's been
We are
summoned.
waiting. He just stepped away. We tried calling him. We're trying calling him again. He just became available again on Teams.
Hi, Mr. Moe-Lobeda. You're gonna have to unmute yourself.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Bonnie McGuire, the hearing officer. I'm going to read to you what's called a witness advisement and get a confirmation from you at the end that you understand, okay?
Okay.
This hearing is publicly viewable. That was Ms. Sue's choice. Ms. Sue's family has also elected to distribute the hearing's live stream link via social media. The district is not in control of where, how, or by whom your testimony may be viewed, re-recorded, or used. By proceeding, you are acknowledging your full understanding that your likeness, image, and oral testimony will be publicly available to anyone who has the live stream link and that they may disseminate it further. The scope of this hearing is whether on November 19th, 2021, Ms. Sue's behavior resulted in a disruption of the educational process that created a substantial barrier to learning for other students across the school day. It does not include allegations against any other students. It does not include allegations against district personnel. There may be some level of discussion about the actions and communications of district employees as they pertain to this emergency expulsion. You are to restrict your testimony to that issue. You are not to disclose personal, private, or protected information about Ms. Sue, including information about any medical, health, mental health, sexual health, specific disability profile, or any other private information that has become known to you about Ms. Sue other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. You are not to make any reference to any previous, future, or ongoing investigations, disciplinary processes, determinations, reports, findings, or other information about disciplinary matters involving Ms. Sue other than what is contained and in the exhibits in the record in this proceeding. Your testimony must be confined to the emergency expulsion process and order of November 19th, 2021. You may discuss, in a general sense, the policies and procedures of Bellevue School District and Newport High School, aggregate and statistical information about discipline, and the contents of any publicly available records regarding discipline generally in the school or the district. You may refer to Ms. Sue by her name. For any other student, please refer to them as students. There is zero tolerance for disclosure of other student names in this hearing. Your testimony can be terminated if you violate this rule. This hearing platform is not to be used to further harass, intimidate, or bully another person. The live stream link will be shut down immediately if it is so used. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or potential witness until after the entire hearing has concluded. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Smith is going to chat with you now.
Okay.
Chat might be a little optimistic, but would you give us your full name and your title with Bellevue Schools, please?
Jonathan Leif, Moe-Lobeda, Assistant Principal at Newport High School.
And how long have you held that position?
This is my third, I'm currently in my third year at Newport High School.
Where were you before that?
Chinook Middle School for about, I think it was 7 years.
Are you familiar with student Alex Sue?
Yes.
Did you become aware sometime during the week of November 17, 18, 19 that there was going to be a student walkout on the 19th?
Yes.
Did you, as the administration of Newport High School, decide where a student-led protest would be least disruptive?
Yes.
What was that location?
That would be outside the west main entrance between the office and the gyms.
Why there?
There would be the less potential for it to be disruptive to classes that are in session. It also provides easier access to larger spaces such as the field should the walkout have grown in the size that was necessary.
How many classroom windows face the area that the administrators intended for this walkout to be held?
At most one, if the weight room was in session at the time.
How many classroom windows face the area where the students actually assembled?
18, 20 if you include the music classrooms.
Are classroom windows being kept open at Newport High School?
That is the intention, to improve circulation due to COVID.
What's your familiarity with Bellevue's policies around student speech or freedom of assembly?
It's my understanding from reading the policy that students have the freedom of assembly as long as such activities do not interfere with the normal operation or provide a substantial disruption.
I understand that you, among others, determined that certain students on the 19th had engaged in behavior that did cause that kind of substantial disruption. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's yourself, Mr. O'Connor, also Assistant Principal Altenhof. Is that the group that made that decision, first level?
That would be the initial level, although in decisions regarding emergency expulsions, we always would consult with a few other individuals.
And if we could, just to be clear, what level or rank of administrator would you have to consult with?
We would consult with our principal, Ms. Yehudi, as well as Executive Director of Schools.
Okay, and who is that?
That's Patty Sigworth.
Right. When you, well, were you at school on November 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that you probably have some recall of it. That was only a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also make any notations or documents that captured your observations on that day?
Yes, so I did not take many notes day of, but I did write up a written recollection a couple days later.
All right, Mr. Bartz, I'd ask that you would display Exhibit 13 if you would. Do you recognize Exhibit 13?
Yes.
What is it?
That is my written statement.
Okay. Do you recall how long after the 19th you wrote it? You said a couple of days.
I believe I wrote this the morning of Monday. That would be the 22nd.
All right. It begins with at approximately 10:40.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how that relates to the end of third period and the start of fourth period on Newport's bell schedule?
10:40 is, I think, right at the end of third period or maybe 5 minutes prior.
All right. And your notes reflect that you were outside the main office. Do you mean by that the area where Wendy Woodard works?
Yes, it would be right outside those windows or the door there.
Okay. And it says, I saw, and then there's a name redacted,
Mhm.
and then the name Alex Sue, and another student with blonde and purple hair, and then later identified. And they were holding signs.
Mhm.
How did you know that that was Alex Sue?
I recognized her.
In what way? Like, how do you know? Have you encountered her in the past with an
I've met her before. I've had discussions with her before, so I know what she looks like.
Okay. And it says that they were holding signs that had phrases such as, and then you put in parentheses, paraphrasing.
Mhm.
Is that because you don't remember what the sign said?
I do not remember the exact words on the sign, but they were of that nature.
Okay. And you've listed one as fuck Newport, another as Newport supports abusers. Do you happen to recall which sign Alex was holding versus other students?
I do not recall that.
All right. You've listed that they were standing in the upper east entrance, encouraging others to join the walkout. In what manner were they encouraging others?
They were using a megaphone, small megaphone bullhorn electronic amplification device, and saying, "Come join the walkout."
Okay. And do you recall who had the megaphone among that group of three?
I believe at that time Alex did.
Then you've said two staff members approached them to have them move outside, which they did after about 10 to 30 seconds of conversation. Could you hear that conversation?
I could not, no.
Okay. Then in the next paragraph, you've described that another student about 30 seconds later started shouting what he shouted, came down the stairs and out the lower east doors, continuing to shout. Where did Miss Sue go at that point, if you know?
At that point, I believe that she was just outside the upper east doors.
Did you have an understanding, and I want you to testify slowly now, did you have an understanding that the focus of the protest had anything to do with Miss Sue? That's a yes or a no?
Yes.
All right. Did you have an understanding that portions of the protest were around accusations Miss Sue had made about another male student?
Yes.
Another yes or no? Okay. The next paragraph talks about observing a student that they may have conflict with. Who is the they in that phrase?
That would be Alex and potentially her friends. But
Okay, not names, but okay.
you asked me who the they would be.
Okay, did that they include Alex Sue?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And you observed a student that Alex and perhaps others may have conflict with walking from choir to, what is LA?
Language arts.
Why did you decide to follow that student?
Knowing that there might be the potential for conflict, I just wanted to make sure that there were no negative interactions.
All right. Sounds like you were able to get him most of the way there visually and then lost contact. Is that right?
Yep, I lost contact, so I wanted to just make sure he had made it to classroom and hadn't gone outside with the rest of the group.
It says you then returned to the commons. Where do you mean by that? Where did you go?
I believe I was just outside the main office.
Okay. And when you got there, did you find that the students had moved to the designated location?
No.
Where had they assembled instead?
In the east courtyard.
As they assembled there, were their voices loud enough to be heard in classrooms along the east window wall?
Yes.
In your notes, you then go on to describe that you moved to the second floor to try and get a better vantage point. Is that on that same east wall of windows?
Yes.
Okay. And where you went on the second floor, were you able to hear the voices of the speakers at the event?
For the most part, not every time. I could definitely hear voices, not every single word.
Okay. Could you hear what was said over the megaphone?
Yes.
Did you remain there for the rest of the observations in the next couple of paragraphs?
Yes.
Okay, let's have that scrolled down just a bit if we could, so that while observing the events is the top.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Bartz. You've described then some bullet points. The pieces that are blacked out are my markings.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath those black markings, is it other student names?
Yes.
Okay, so is your intent with these notes to capture a student name followed by the comments or remarks that you heard them make?
So the blacked out names by the dash would be the name of a student, and then the bullet points underneath would be items I observed them saying.
Okay.
And then
I'm sorry.
The blacked out items within there would be student names that they used.
Got it. You've listed 4 students before we see Ms. Sue's name at the bottom of the page.
Mm-hmm.
And you've said above, not in chronological order. Why is that?
At the time, I could not, when I was writing this, I couldn't recall exactly what the chronological order was.
All right. The first one you've recorded, you have a bullet point that says shared that she had been abused and shared trauma, didn't name names.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The second speaker has quite a lengthy set of bullet points, 7. And it then has blacked out portions within the first 4. Is that because the second in your list of speakers named other Newport students?
Yes.
All right. The 5th bullet point says, thanked Alex for being brave to share her story. Did you understand that statement by the student to be a reference to Alex Sue?
Yes.
Okay. Was the student who's listed second in your notes subject to any disciplinary action?
Yes.
And without going into details about who that student is, what was the discipline imposed on the person you've listed second?
It would be a emergency expulsion, which was then changed into a safety plan.
Right.
At a later date.
Okay. That student spent some time out of school.
Yes.
The third student speaker listed, you've begun with 1 bullet point, thank the crowd for attending, that it was stressful to organize, and then led a chant such as, suck my dick Newport and fuck you BSD.
Mm-hmm.
Was that student subjected to any discipline?
Yes.
And what was the nature of their discipline?
Similarly, a emergency expulsion, which then was changed into a safety plan at a later date.
The 4th student, whose name is crossed out, says share general story. I was unable to hear all the details. Don't believe they named names. Do you know if that student was disciplined?
Not to my knowledge.
The next line is the name Alex Sue, and then if you would please, Mr. Barth, scroll to the top of the 2nd page. Are the bullet points on the top of the 2nd page the notes you made of statements that Alex Sue made during the outside portion of the walkout?
Yes.
All right, let's break those apart. I want to take them phrase by phrase. The first one has named and then a crossed out name. When you say named, do you mean that as a verb? That Alex named?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What did Alex say next?
So after naming someone as having abusing her, she said that she had reported to administration and nothing had happened. Said that in the course of.
I'm sorry. We have an agreement not to refer to previous disciplinary or investigative things related to Alex. So I get that we need to have this testimony, but I'm wondering if we could go off camera and talk about it.
To the extent that this is the student's own statements, I don't
It's
know.
not the student's own statements. It's the statement of someone who wrote several days later his own recollection of what he thinks she said. It's not her own statements. She didn't make that statement here in this proceeding. It's being brought in by someone else who claims to remember it days after it happened. So I think this actually does impact your testimony is the thing that's bringing this in. It's not my client's testimony. So I think we need to go off camera and talk about it.
I would be okay with just simply having Ms. Smith move forward, because I agree it's restating what the student said.
All right, fair enough. After the comments that you've just heard us discuss, did the student lead chants?
Yes.
Did she do so over the megaphone?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, can we get this off of the screen if we've agreed that it's restating some? Yeah, like let's not have it on the public screen if we're agreeing that we're not discussing it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess what we're going to need to do then is have Mr. Bartz display this within the participant meeting and not to the broader audience. Could you do that for us, Mr. Bartz? And then Mr. Moe-Lobeda, are you able to still see that on a screen in your Teams? I am not, but.
Here it is.
Okay, and can we confirm that Mr. Bartz, you would agree this is not live to the broader audience?
Correct.
All right, would you scroll back up to the top where we were, please? Perfect, right there. Okay, we good? When the student led chants that you've listed in that first bullet point, did she do so over a megaphone?
Yes.
Could you hear her clearly from the second floor classroom that you were in?
Yes.
To the best of your ability to do the words that you put in parentheses on this exhibit as the student's words, capture what she led the crowd in cheering.
Yes.
Is your name the second of those two quotes?
Yes.
Then there were two more student speakers by your notes, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Then the next
three more. There's the two more who are blacked out, and then the third bullet point, who I do not know the identity of.
Fair enough, I missed that and you're right. Under that next paragraph then, you've described that about 11:38, the crowd moved inside. Where does that fit into the Newport Bell schedule?
That would have been roughly right at the end of fourth period, moving into either fifth period or lunch, depending on individual student schedules.
All right. You've described where you went and that you took a minute to get there. What was your next vantage point?
So I would have been at the north edge of the commons near the main staircase.
When you got there, what was happening with regard to the crowd that had come inside?
So there was a crowd gathering. There were people posting post-its on windows. There was one of the students up on the what we call the senior steps, the large tiled steps, leading something in the crowd. I don't recall exactly what, but I do remember at one point hearing some banging noises. It sounded like banging on the windows.
You weren't in a position to see who that was or what they were banging?
No, I heard that as I was coming down the stairs. By the time I had gotten down the stairs, it had stopped.
Passing time is your next sentence. Is that where students would need to go through the area where the crowd was assembled?
Yes.
Were students able to go through that area?
At times, no, at times, yes. There was times when the crowd was too big to allow people to pass, and there was times when there was a small gap where one person might be able to pass. in general, I did have some students coming up to me and asking me how they could get through to the other side. So I directed them out one door, around, and then through another door.
Was there a student with a disability who wasn't able to navigate that alternate route?
Yes.
What happened for their education that next school period?
They went back to an alternate setting and did not go to their scheduled class.
And during this time, as you're guiding students and helping the wheelchair-bound student get where they could, what's going on with the crowd and the speakers?
There was a variety of things happening at that time. There were different people on the megaphone at different times, leading some chants or asking questions such as to some of the other admin, whether they had daughters or were attempting to empathize, or in other cases, leading chants.
Right. What I'd like to do, Mr. Bartz, is have you scroll down so that the very top visible thing is the words "at approximately." There we go. Would you return this to the public viewing, please? All right, is that now live to the broader audience?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your notes, you've put in parentheses some of the chants. So not parentheses, into quotation marks. Is that because those are as close as you can recall exactly the words the students were leading the chants with?
Yeah, all of those were chants that happened during that time.
Did you see or hear Alex Sue leading any chants inside the building?
The one that I do recall is one of those, "We fuck you, Moe-Lobeda."
For how long or how many repetitions did Ms. Sue lead that chant?
Approximately 30 seconds.
Where were you when that was happening?
I was just to the north of the Commons. About 20 to 30 feet away from the crowd.
How many classrooms would have been within earshot of that chant?
Depending on how far it carried, somewhere between 6 to 10.
It appears that at some point shortly thereafter, a police officer arrived at the east entrance. You interacted with him?
Yep.
What was that interaction?
He had reported that I asked him what, if I could help him. He reported that someone had called the police. I directed him that the best way to enter the building would be through the west side in order to gain access to the main office.
If he had come in the door where you were interacting with him, he would have had to go through the crowd of students?
In order to get to the main office, yes.
Was there a reason you didn't want that to happen?
I'm sorry. The audio cut out for me for a moment. Can we rewind a little bit? I think maybe I was frozen because I couldn't hear anything for a moment. Could I get you to repeat the the officer arrived at the east entrance? It was very patchy after that for me. Could we repeat that portion, please?
Yeah, go ahead if you would.
Yeah. So the officer arrived at the east entrance. I went out to ask if I could help him. He mentioned that someone had called the police, so I directed him around to the west side of the building in order to gain access to the main office.
And then you said he would have had to go through the crowd if you'd let him in that door. Was there a reason you didn't want to do that?
I was concerned with having someone needing, of potential, authority or anything like that, trying to push their way through the crowd.
Are you aware of what time the announcement for lockdown was made approximately? I know you've written at a time unsure. Do you know the approximate time?
I was not paying attention to the time at that point in time. If I were to approximate, I'd say likely somewhere around 12:05, maybe 12:15, but that would be a very rough approximation.
How was the announcement for lockdown made?
It would have been made over the loudspeaker, the intercom system.
Okay, and what directions are given for a call for lockdown?
The call for lockdown would be for everybody to go to the nearest lockable space, typically a classroom, in order to enter it. Then for all teachers to lock the doors, turn off lights, and shelter in place.
Did you see any students who prevented lockdown from being able to take place?
Yes, at one point there were some students holding doors open that staff were attempting to close.
It appears that the next paragraph describes sort of the waning or the decline of the student activity as the police arrive. Is that a causal thing in your recollection, or is that just coincidental?
I'm unsure at that point, since I was at the north end and the half of the students that moved outside moved out the west side doors. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, and then that last sentence describes your activity after lockdown is called?
Yep. So there were some students who were outside in the east courtyard because that was their lunchtime. So I worked on getting them in the building to a classroom that they could lock down in, and then moving to the office to help coordinate more lockdown activity.
Okay. And then throughout the afternoon, just quickly in a very brief sketch, describe how that lockdown progressed.
So we had started in lockdown. We had questions from staff around the exact nature of things. We eventually shifted to a modified lockdown that allowed classroom activity as it was to continue, but to remain doors locked and not have individuals in the hallways. We did have some questions of staff about they had students in their classroom that were not theirs, that they had just pulled into the classroom. Those students stayed there. Around the end of fifth period, or a little bit before, we did allow students to, change the lockdown so that students could travel to their next class period. But once there, remain there and not go into the hallways.
How did the school deal with lunch or students who were unable to get lunch?
During that passing time, we gave them a short 10-minute time to try and grab some lunch before they went to sixth period.
Okay. And what was seventh period like that day?
Seventh period was similar to sixth period. After sixth period, students traveled to seventh period, but we're not supposed to leave the classroom during seventh period.
Was there any change to after-school programming on November 19th?
Yes, after-school programming was canceled, at least on-campus activities were.
And what did that include or capture?
That would have been any athletic practices, although I'm not sure if any were happening that day. We had a event called Friday Night Live, which is a sketch comedy, was canceled. Those are the two I know of. I'm not sure what else was on the calendar that day.
Was tutorial canceled that day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you part of the administrative team that met to discuss the imposition of discipline?
Yes.
Would you tell us about how that team convened, who was on it, and what those discussions entailed?
It was our building admin team. So the assistant principals, Principal Yehudi, as well as in consultation with Executive Director Patty Sigworth. And we discussed the nature of the events and what would be the most appropriate course of action as a result of the events.
Okay. How did that team go about identifying students that were even potentially subject to discipline?
We considered three primary things. One would be the promotion of the event, two would be preparation for the event, and three would be participation in the event. Specifically, the combination of naming students as well as leading some of the chants.
Okay, and just for those who may not understand the significance, what's the problem with naming other students in terms of that being worthy of any sort of discipline?
So when naming students publicly, it creates a situation where there's the potential for retaliation or other students trying to take action against those students. And when there's such the broad potential of that, it's very difficult to ensure a safe environment because there's not a specific individual that you can create a safety plan for, but it is a larger issue.
Now, you're not testifying that the district would prohibit a student from disclosing abuse, for example, right?
No.
So the nature of the problem with naming students was what? Again, just to be real clear.
Was specifically the environment it would create in that other students might act upon that information, or there would be the worry that that would occur.
Right. So you identified, I don't remember the names you put on it. It was planners, promoters, and then people who used obscenities in the protest itself?
Yes.
All right. With regard to Ms. Sue, because that's why we're here, tell me about the discussions or deliberations around the proper consequence. How did you ultimately end on emergency expulsion?
Well, first was the substantial disruption it had created to the learning environment, in disrupting classes, in the attempted access at one point to the office and the environment it had created there, and the inability to traverse the space. In addition, there was the disruption caused by the obscenities and the naming of the names, all of that creating a substantial disruption to the learning environment. And then in identifying individuals involved in that, for Alex specifically, noting that leading up to the event, she had been out of class preparing posters for the event, that during the event she had named a student by name, and that she had led chants that included obscenities.
And to distinguish, obscenities are one thing. Did it matter at all that those obscenities had been directed at individual administrators?
Yes, I think that would bring them to an additional level if they, not just administrators, but at anybody.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alex is saying that the video is totally frozen for her, and she's trying to get it to work, and she is. I just have a text message. She's having to leave and rejoin. So can we pause until the student is available again, and then when she gets back, rewind a little bit, because this is pertinent to her individual behavior. She really needs to hear every word of it so that I can consult with her if necessary. Thank you.
All right, why don't we pause and we'll come back in 5 minutes. It's 8:49, so actually we'll come back in 6 minutes at 9 o'clock. Will that work for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Alex. I just wanted to say I am back now.
Okay. If everybody else is back, we can restart. Thank you, Alex.
All right. Are we live and ready to roll? Thank you. I believe the question where we lost audio for Alex had to do with the use of profanity directed at administrators, and you were explaining why that's.
I'm sorry. The moment that I announced that audio had been lost was when I had received a text message. Alex had already been trying to get back in. So to make sure, I don't know exactly what moment we were in testimony when she lost audio, but I'd like to make sure that we go back to any and all references that were just made to Alex's specific conduct. So to include any of the details that we might have missed from Mr. Moe-Lobeda's testimony.
Well, let's ask Alex what she last heard. What did you hear, Alex? What was the last thing you heard? Ms. Sue, what was the last thing that you heard? You'll have to unmute yourself. You're muted.
Alex, I know we're not you're not being asked to testify, but we just are trying to figure out where we need to go back to in Mr. Moe-Lobeda's testimony. So if you can tell us the last thing you heard before you lost audio, maybe you're losing it now again. I'll try texting her.
She would certainly need to unmute herself.
Yeah, but if it's frozen, then she can't do that. Hold on, let me text her.
Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Hi, sorry. The mic takes a long time to unmute.
What was the last thing you heard, Miss Sue, before you lost audio?
I heard Miss Lippick saying that I had cut out.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so you had sent me a text message saying you were frozen, but when you were frozen, you could still hear, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the last thing you heard of what Mr. Moe-Lobeda said?
Something about leading chants.
Okay, then I guess we are in the right spot. Can we just go back to the beginning of whatever statement Mr. Moe-Lobeda was making about chants?
Yeah. The question on the floor when we lost Alex was what difference it makes to generally lead a chant with obscenities versus whether it mattered at all that those obscenities were directed at Newport administrators.
Yeah, and that they were directed at Newport administrators, or should they have been directed at anyone? It's targeting at that person. It's creating, potentially negative environment for that person, but it is also encouraging others' direction or negativity towards them, which could potentially instigate more.
Okay. Were there any other students involved in the events of November 19th who were known to have an organizing role, a speaking role, to have used obscenity, and to have named alleged abusers who were not emergency expelled?
Or can you go through that list again? Organizing,
speaking, naming students, and using obscenity.
that were not emergency expelled, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Those are all the questions that I have for you, but do please sit tight for cross-examination.
Yes.
I'm just gonna catch up in my note. Excuse me. I need to catch up in my notes for one moment, and it sounds like, excuse me, I might also need to drink a sip of water. Hold tight. I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute for one moment, and I'll be right back. Thank you for bearing with me. I just got a serious frog in my throat. Thank you, Mr. Moe-Lobeda, for being here. I'm going to ask a few foundational questions about how you prepared your statement and your testimony today. You said that you wrote your statement on possibly the 22nd, but some days after the day of November 19th. And is that accurate?
Yes, I believe it would have been the morning of the 22nd.
And why did you decide to write your statement then? Were you directed to do so?
Yes, I was told at some point to make sure I had written down a statement of what happened.
And who told you to do that?
I don't recall.
And did you give that statement to anyone after you produced it?
I don't believe I provided it to anybody other than Miss Smith. I could check on that.
Can you tell me what date you gave it to Miss Smith?
You'll have to bear with me for.
This is inappropriate questioning regarding attorney-client communication.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to establish when the district had the records that they had the obligation to provide to Ms. Sue as soon as practicable. And unfortunately, a lot of these documents and videos and things like that were never provided to Ms. Sue until after a deadline, and many of them were not provided until well after they were produced. So that's why I'm asking the question. If you want to assert privilege, that's fine. I'm not asking for any privilege information, just when it was provided to someone.
Ms. Lippick, when I interrupt you, you actually have to stop talking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. My audio might not be. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm sure everybody else heard me. I can guarantee it.
Yeah,
please stick with the scope of. I gotcha. Please stick with the scope of the hearing, which regards the emergency expulsion, not an investigation into when documents were or weren't properly provided. In your opinion, please stay with the scope. Please stay within the scope of the hearing.
Sure thing. When it's an appeal of a decision, I think that there is some relevance, but I'm happy to.
I'm going to ask that all of this colloquy be disallowed from the hearing. This is counsel testifying. Please.
Well,
excuse me.
It absolutely cannot be allowed. So it's got to stop. We may have to stop the hearing, and let me be very clear. If we have to stop the hearing, we will not be able to continue until 10 or 12 days from now would be the soonest we could re-up. That would be the soonest. So
I'm not.
So that's all has to stop. We have to stay within the scope of the hearing. That's what's reasonable, and that's what we're here for.
Excuse me. This is Alex. I just wanted to say really quickly, when two people talk at the same time, one of them is muted. So I don't think that Ms. Lippick is like purposely ignoring anyone or that anyone is purposely ignoring anyone. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But I need to be able to run this hearing in accordance with the scope of the hearing, which is the questions have to be within that scope. And if they continue to not be within that scope, we're going to have to end the hearing and resume in 9 to 10 days or 10 to 12 days. Whenever it is, I can remember when I'm getting back.
Can I ask a point of order question?
Sure.
I'm sorry, are you the only hearing examiner that the district has?
Yeah, we're not going to go into that right now.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if we did need to continue, which we might. I'm wondering if that's if your availability personally, Ms. McGuire, is the reason why we'd have to continue for 10 days.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to get a point of order. Thank you. So, all right, we will return and let me look at my notes for a moment. All right, Mr. Moe-Lobeda, did you look at any materials or consult with anyone or do anything else to prepare your remarks, your statement, or did you do it exclusively from your own recollection?
In preparing my written statement, as it relates to that, no, that would have been purely from my own recollection.
Okay, and so the statement that we have on the screen in front of us is the statement that you wrote on the 22nd from your own recollection and no other sources. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And so the specific times like 11:38 and things like that, those are based on recollection, not on any other source, correct?
Those are based on recollection, but also knowing that they were close to key touch points during the day, such as the beginning or end of a certain period.
Okay, so you're kind of like, well, I know lunch ends at noon, so I backed it up 5 minutes, or it's something like that?
Yes, it's
okay. Thank you for clarifying. And first I want to get to the thing that we were kind of a little interrupted during, which was the idea that Alex led chants. And I wanted to clarify what you mean by leading chants. It sounds like there are some people who have said, who said a statement like, F a certain person. And then there were other people who didn't just say the thing, but also led a chant. Can you tell me what you mean when you say someone led a chant?
So in that specific case, it would be someone using the megaphone to say something and repeat it, and then the crowd joining in on that. Sometimes including either, a pump fist or a raising with the middle finger at the same time.
Okay, and in the instance of Alex Sue in particular, did you see her raising a pumped fist or a middle finger like during a time that she was on the megaphone and saying a repetitive phrase? Did you see that? Or
yes, I did.
Okay, yeah. And my client asserts that she said one phrase and then handed the microphone to someone else.
It needs to be a question, not testimony.
My client is allowed to make a statement, and she's allowed to make a statement.
Absolutely is to be cross-examined.
Yes, if she wants to testify, and that
fair. I see the guidelines. I understand. I mistook what I was allowed to say on my client's behalf. Since this isn't, a technical trial and there's not rules of evidence, I sometimes get confused about exactly what I am allowed to say on behalf of my client. So I will say no more on that subject. But so when you heard people, students, you allege, saying repeatedly, F Moe-Lobeda, at the time, did you have your eyes on Alex Sue during the entirety of that chant? And did you see her holding a megaphone during the entirety of the time that phrase was repeated?
Definitely at the beginning, yes.
Okay, so for the first occasion, did you see her saying it more than once?
The first occasion, you're meaning outside?
No, I'm meaning at the time you alleged that she led a chant. I'm not sure where it was, or it doesn't matter. When you say you saw her leading a chant, meaning repetitively saying the same thing over and over again, how many times did you see her saying that phrase? Was it the first time you saw it, or did you have your eyes on her during the entirety of that chant?
I do not recall how many times she repeated that specific phrase.
Could she have said it one time and then the rest of the crowd or someone else in the crowd continued saying it? Is that a possible thing that could have happened according to your recollection and observations?
It's possible.
Okay, so is it possible then that Alex Sue just said one time, F Moe-Lobeda, and then other people said it again afterward? Is that a possible thing in your recollection?
Possible.
Thank you. One moment. And so When you made the assertion that Alex Moe-Lobeda, I'm sorry, that Alex Sue made the chant or led the chant, F Mr. Moe-Lobeda, for the purposes of deciding on discipline for Ms. Sue, did you verify with any kind of visual recording that Ms. Sue was the person who repeated that phrase more than once?
At the time when discipline was decided, no.
Okay.
Did look at.
Only question. That's the only question. Did you look at any kind of visual, a visual confirmation at the time the discipline was decided? Thank you. I have a few more questions. I'm going to go back in time a little bit. When you said that an officer from the, I'm assuming the Bellevue Police Department, you said a police officer arrived at the east entrance and that you talked to him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know that officer's name by any chance?
No, I do not.
Okay, and do you know who called that officer?
No, I do not know. I was
Okay,
outside, so I was not present for any calls.
And did you find out later, while evaluating what happened, did you find out who called him at any point?
No, I'm just aware it was somebody in the office.
So do you think it was someone from the administration or a staff person or an employee of the district?
He said he didn't know.
But he said it was someone in the office, and I'm trying to clarify whether he means physically in the office or working in the office.
I'm not 100% sure who called. I would assume it was someone in the office, which would have been someone physically in the office at that time.
I'm sorry. What I'm trying to determine is, do you think the police were called by an employee of the Bellevue School District, as opposed to a student or a parent that was hanging around?
I would think so, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And when you say you talked to one officer who arrived at the east entrance, was that officer alone or were there other police officers present?
On the east side, he was alone.
Okay, did you see other officers present in another location close in time to that?
No, but I had heard in conversation that there were other officers on the west side, and I did hear the word officers plural. Okay,
so your understanding from things you heard is that there were more than one officer present in different parts of the building at the same time, or different outside parts of the building at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And did the officers, to your knowledge, did any of the police officers enter the building and enter any of the school buildings on that day?
I don't have any knowledge of that specifically.
Okay, and when you talked to the police officer who was alone at the east entrance, what was the content to your conversation with that person?
Exactly what I shared earlier. Asked him how I could help him. He mentioned that someone had called the police. I said that he'd want to check in with the main office, but that he would want to go around to the west side to access it.
And to your knowledge, did he check in with the main office?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and at any point during the disciplinary decision making or any of the investigative stuff that you were privy to, did you review or receive any police reports about the events of November 19th at Newport High School?
No, police reports were not part of that.
Okay. Were you aware that any police reports related to the protest events on November 19th? Are you aware of any incident numbers or aware of any cases opened with the police?
This is once again not.
I want to know if the police were called on Alex and if Alex was named in a police report.
Then that's the question.
Right. Okay. So, to your knowledge, was Alex Sue named in any police reports generated by officers who responded to the dates the date of November 19th, and I'd like you to exclude any mention of police reports that go to any underlying complaints of that Alex made. I was just trying to not bring that part in. That's why I asked the question that way. What I'd like is to know whether you are aware or whether you viewed any police reports, or if you know of any police reports naming Alex Sue as a participant, an instigator, an organizer, whatever you want to put it, for the events of November 19th.
I'm not aware of any police reports naming her for the events of November 19th.
In the course of the decision to emergency expel Ms. Sue, are you aware of anyone from the district, or did you contact the police to find out if they had done anything to investigate Alex Sue, or if they had open cases about Alex Sue? Is that something that was part of the inquiry about the discipline?
No.
Okay. And one moment. And in your recollection of the disciplinary decision-making process that led to Ms. Sue's emergency expulsion for the events of November 19th, do you remember there being any verification of recalled statements by administrators through a review of camera or, surveillance camera footage? Was there any attempt to verify statements made by administrators in the process of determining the discipline applied to Alex Sue?
Statements of administrators.
Okay. Was there any review of physical documentary evidence like surveillance footage or photographs during the decision to emergency expel Alex Sue?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me continue. Just a moment. In your recollection of the conversation leading up to the emergency expulsion of Alex Sue, do you recall any examination or inquiry into alternatives to expulsion? Things other than an emergency expulsion? Did you discuss any alternative discipline for Alex Sue in that conversation?
The question was raised about whether there were other options, but no specific other options were considered.
Who raised the question about whether there were other options in your recollection?
That's not
fine. Fine. That's
okay.
Fine. I retract that question. So you don't recall a discussion of any particular options?
No.
Okay. And did you recall consulting with the disciplinary matrix to see what the usual guidelines are for disruptive conduct as far as what discipline is usually applied?
Yes, the discipline matrix has a list of potential ones. It also has I don't know what would be the right word for let's just say a paragraph that mentions that in the case of potentially considering other options that would be to a higher level, that we would consult a executive director or director of people management.
Okay, and who did you consult?
Executive Director Patty Sigworth.
Okay, thank you. And was Patty Sigworth also present on the day of November 19th during these events?
Yes.
Okay, one moment. And when you were in the process of determining what type of discipline to apply to Alex Sue as a result of the events of November 19th, was there an effort made to describe the specific times, places, and actions taken by Ms. Sue that were listed under the umbrella category of disruptive behavior?
Can you repeat that, please?
On a notice of disciplinary action, there's typically a place where you can describe what happened during the day. And I think, I don't recall the form exactly, but I think it says describe what happened or some, open-ended question like that. Was there any effort made during the conversation about discipline in the case of Alice Sue, as you recall, Was there any effort made to describe specific times, places, and actions by Ms. Sue that were described in the NDA as disruptive behavior or disruptive actions?
To clarify, are you asking if that was put on the NDA or whether it was discussed?
Why don't we have both? Was it discussed?
It was discussed about what actions had occurred. It was not put on the NDA.
And why was the decision made not to put those details on the NDA?
This is not the witness who prepared the NDA, counsel.
Exactly. So
just asking about the memory of the discussion. That's fine. I retract the question about why. Okay, do you have a recollection of which specific times, places, and actions were discussed prior to the NDA being issued?
Not specifics. I would definitely not times and places. I believe there were discussions around leading chants, naming a name, and then not having moved to the west side when directed.
And not having moved to the west side when directed, was there any discussion that you recall, either during the disciplinary proceeding or at any other point during the week? Was there discussion about contacting Alex Sue ahead of the event and asking it to be on the west side?
I believe there was some discussion around that. How I'm not sure how much I can go into academic record to explain why that may not have occurred.
I don't need an explanation of why or why it didn't occur. That wasn't the question. The question was whether you recalled any discussion about or whether you're privy to the knowledge of whether Alex Sue was approached before the event happened and asked to influence people to go to the west side instead of the east side.
She was not approached beforehand.
Okay, and how many days notice do you believe you had before the event that it might be occurring on November 19th?
It would have been about 48 hours.
About 48 hours, and during those 48 hours, was Alex Sue known to be in school?
For maybe 2 of those hours. I'd have to remember when exactly on Wednesday we
Okay, stop. Okay, I think the answer was 2 hours. I don't want to risk any further disclosure there.
I'm sorry, so the answer is that you only believe Alex to have been in school for 2 hours in the 48 hours prior to the event? I'm sorry, I think the question might have gotten lost in the answering and the interrupting.
Yeah. 2 to 4 hours in the school building. Yeah.
Okay, so did Alex, to your knowledge, attend classes in the day before the event?
No.
Did she attend classes the day before the event?
Yes.
Okay, and so did you know on that day when Alex was in class, did anyone that you know of, did you know the event might be happening on the 19th?
Yes.
Okay, and and to your knowledge, no one approached Alex while she was in school to ask her to go to the designated area instead of the east side?
No.
Okay, to your knowledge, when's the first time Alex was asked to influence people to move them to the west side instead of the east side?
As she was first starting to invite people to join the walkout at roughly 10:40.
Okay, and by 10:40, did people have other ways of knowing that the walkout was scheduled for that time?
People, counsel, what do you mean by people?
To your knowledge, were there posters, were there announcements on social media? Were there other ways besides Alex Sue's gestures that would have informed students as to what time the walkout was occurring on November 19th?
I was aware of 2 social media posts.
Were you aware of any posters?
Not specifically referencing a walkout, no.
And what were the dates of those social media posts that you were aware of?
The ones I saw did not have dates on them. I only know when we became aware of them.
When did you become aware of them?
On the 17th.
So the 17th, 2 days before.
Mm-hmm.
And when you became aware of these social media posts, did you become aware of who had made those postings?
Yes.
And who was it?
One was Alex, at least according to the screenshot, and one was an account that we're not sure who the owner is, that said Newport yearbook, although to the best of my knowledge, we do not have an official yearbook Instagram account.
And how did you, I'm sorry, you had a screenshot of a social media post. You didn't independently view the social media post on Alex's account?
I did not, no.
Did anyone that you know of in the district actually view it on Alex's account?
I'm not aware of anybody.
Okay. And was the source of the screenshot a district employee?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, so you don't have a recollection independently without checking. Do you have a recollection of how the screenshot came to the attention of the district?
Not on my recollection. I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, I guess we can ask that at a later time. But so a screenshot was provided, but to your knowledge, there was no attempt, or you don't recall an attempt by yourself or other district employees to actually look at Alex's Instagram account to see if the screenshot provided to you was up or was accurate or had been doctored. Had you taken a look at her actual account? And I'm sorry, was it Instagram? I am assuming, I don't know.
I think it was, but it may have been Snapchat. There was a social media post. I did not check, no.
Okay, and were you made aware of that social media post on the 17th, or was that just kind of the general date that the administration?
Yes, I became aware of it on the 17th.
Okay, and does the screenshot show the username for the poster?
I believe it did, yes.
Okay, and how did you know that that was Alex Sue's account?
I'm trying to recall. I believe it said alex.su as the name, and I don't recall whether the image was one of her or not, the little icon.
And is it possible, to your knowledge, to set up a Snapchat and or Instagram account under any name you want?
Yes.
It's not. It's we're moving too far afield. We're going into how.
I'm trying to. This is something she's specifically accused of doing, and there's not been any evidence presented that she actually did this social media post that's being referred to. So we don't have any evidence that it was Alex Sue who did that post. What we have is a screenshot, and no one asked her or looked into whether it was actually her account before this date. Okay, so moving on. We're one moment. So you've told us that when you considered discipline for Alex Sue, you considered 3 different categories of participation in the events of November 19th. And those 3 categories were promotion, planning, and participation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And under the category of participation, you mentioned 2 actions. One would be chants, meaning that was later elaborated to mean obscenities, and the other was naming students. And those are the 2 forms of participation that you looked at in terms of who would get disciplined and whether Alex would get disciplined?
Participation-wise, yes.
Okay, so in your inquiry about participation in the events, did you make any inquiry or take any notice of whether Alex participated in banging on the windows of the office?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Remember any inquiry as to whether Alex had made specific threats to people verbally during the day?
No.
Do you remember an inquiry as to whether do you remember a specific inquiry as to whether Alex Sue told people to enter the building and after the outdoor protest? Do you remember any inquiry as to whether she did that on that day?
To my recollection, she did not.
Okay, was there any inquiry made about whether Alex had encouraged violence towards any other student verbally herself that day?
No.
Was there any inquiry into whether Alex had herself, verbally or otherwise that day, encouraged or promoted violence towards staff or administrators?
Violence, no.
Okay. When you say violence, no, was there some inquiry into other things that Alex Sue directed other people to do, or?
No, not directing others to do, no.
Okay, not directing others to do. And was there an inquiry made into whether she had spoken to other participants and encouraged them to bang on windows, intimidate staff members, or lead chants, for example?
No.
Was Alex Sue ever asked questions about plans for the walkout before the walkout happened? To your knowledge?
I do know that she had a meeting with one of our other administrators a couple days ahead of time. I'm not sure if that topic was part of it.
Ask that administrator. Which administrator was that?
That'd be Miss Yehudi.
Okay, I'll ask Ms. Yehudi when she's on the stand. I wouldn't ask you to testify to something you weren't present for. So
just to remind folks, nobody's on the stand. This is not a court. And I recognize it looks and sounds very much like a court, but I would like to remind folks, I am not a judge or a lawyer, and this is not a courtroom.
Sure, my concern is that when inquiries were made into participation, it sounds like
we're not here to hear about council's concern, Mr. Meyer.
Sure.
Right.
I'm sorry. I started my question with the wrong words. Let me rephrase it. One moment. Okay, so to your knowledge, when it was under evaluation, which students would receive emergency expulsions arising from the events of November 19th, was there any inquiry that, to your knowledge, into which students physically congregated to or tried to move into the office, the main office, while the doors were open?
No, to the best of my knowledge, it was a crowd surge.
Okay, so when you call it a crowd surge, what's the difference between a crowd surge and individual students rushing forward?
Whoever's at front is going first, but other individuals following. I should say, that is based upon me seeing things after the fact, not at the time.
Okay, and so when you were part of the inquiry into whether Alex Sue should be emergency expelled for the events of November 19th, did any part of that inquiry include whether Alex was part of the surge that tried to push into the office?
No.
Okay, that was not inquired. And was there any inquiry into whether that surge was pre-planned or guided in any way?
Testified that she wasn't part of it, Ms. McGuire. Why are we going into whether the inquiry about
incitement? She's being accused of inciting something that she does not appear to be demonstrably aware of or have any prior knowledge of. And so I'm trying to figure out what is intended when the district says she incited something. How does one incite something? Does one put up a poster and then hours or days later, other people come rushing forward? I don't see the connection being as strong as the district.
That sounds like closing argument, counsel. Ms. McGuire, can we
Correct.
please I'm going to lose my last witnesses if we can't move through this efficiently.
I've lost all my witnesses. I have a lot of sympathy for your position. So, Mr. Moe-Lobeda, to your knowledge, were the Post-it notes that were placed during the date of November 19th on the windows and walls of the office collected as evidence for any inquiries that you know of, especially Alex Sue?
Can only Alex Sue.
Only Alex Sue, sure. Were they collected for the purpose of evidence to look at what the content of the notes were?
To look at the content of the notes, yes.
Okay, and would you say that the district was able to collect all of the notes, some of them, do you know?
It says some of them.
How many-ish do you think you were able to collect?
I'm not sure. I was not part of collecting them.
Okay, were you part of viewing them at any point?
Some were shared with me, not all.
How many were shared with you roughly?
About 5 or 6.
And who decided who gave you the 5 or 6 to examine?
That has nothing to do.
Right. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how those 5 or 6. So in Alex Sue's disciplinary matter, did you examine those 5 or 6 Post-it notes?
Not in relation to Alex Sue. No.
Okay, I was limiting my question to the relation to Alex Sue. So in relation to Alex Sue, there was no examination of Post-it notes?
No.
Okay, in relation to Alex Sue, was there any examination of posters? Posters that Alex Sue is alleged to have put on the walls. Did anyone examine them when deciding her discipline?
Not in terms of posters being put on the walls, no. Well, no.
Okay, so when we're talking about what Alex Sue actually did to warrant an expulsion, I've been told you considered 3 things. One of them was participation in either chants or obscenities. One of them was naming students. And so what we've figured out is that you witnessed Alex Sue to say one time F Moe-Lobeda, but you're not sure whether she said it additional times.
Summarizing for closing.
And I'm wondering if the statements made in your statement are the exclusive number of times that you heard or witnessed Alex Sue naming any students.
On November 19th?
There was a little jumble there, so can we?
Sorry, on November 19th, did you see or hear Alex Sue naming students in any occasion other than the one in your statement?
No.
Okay, and how many times did you hear Alex name another student during the date November 19th?
The one time, but it may have been a longer, 10, 20-second narrative potentially.
Okay, so there might have been a narrative, but during that narrative, there was one occasion on which Alex Sue named the name of one student to your knowledge. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. To my recollection.
Okay, and to your recollection, did that occur outside or inside the school building?
Outside.
Okay, and do you have any recollection of Alex Sue naming students or leading chants inside the building?
Yes, there was the one.
Sorry.
There was the one "fuck you, Moe-Lobeda" inside the building with the
one time. That's the time that you recall her saying it one time, and then you're not sure about the additional times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and outside, did she lead any chants to your recollection?
There was again a "fuck you, Moe-Lobeda" out there.
Okay, so 2 times there was a "fuck you, Moe-Lobeda." Is that correct? You heard her say it 2 times in total?
At least, yes.
Is it 2 in total on 2 separate occasions, or is it at least?
He's answered. Let's move on.
Okay, we'll move on. I'm sorry. Let me look again at the allegations. Okay, in your testimony, you referred to witnessing a conversation between Alex and another staff member. Is that correct? At near the beginning of the walkout?
Yes.
Okay, and what staff member was she?
There.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That has
I'm
nothing to
trying
do
to
with
figure whether was that the moment when Alex, who is alleged to have been informed about the preferred west side location for the walkout?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, and so, but you couldn't hear that conversation?
No.
Okay, and how did you get the understanding that that was the conversation where Alex would have been informed that the walkout should happen on the west side?
It was shared with me later.
How much later?
Later that afternoon.
Okay, so before the discipline was decided or after?
Before.
Okay, and was it discussed in the context of the decision to discipline Alex Sue with an emergency expulsion?
Yes.
Okay, and in that context, you learned that there had been, at a time you're approximating to be 10:40, that there was a conversation you characterized as being 10 to 30 seconds long with a staff member. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so in that 10 to 30 seconds, you saw staff member talking, sorry.
10 to 30 seconds until they moved outside the doors. The conversation continued a little bit longer than that.
Okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not getting this clear. They were inside at first, they talked to the staff member and then they were moved outside?
Yes, so right, like literally just initially they were inside the doors, which would potentially have been blocking the path.
Mm-hmm.
Staff member was talking to them. They moved outside, just outside the doors. The conversation did continue for a little bit longer than that.
Okay,
I don't recall exactly how much longer.
Is it still less than a minute?
Maybe roughly a minute.
Okay.
I would have assumed you'd have to talk to them.
Okay. And yeah, I appreciate that. I just am trying to get the timing down. Yeah. And one moment. Okay, you also talked about going into a lockdown, and you had said that you don't have an independent recollection of when the announcement of a lockdown happened. Although you don't have an independent recollection of the moment it happened, do you recall seeing any records or other indications about what time the lockdown was announced after the, did you view any such records after November 19th?
No.
Okay. And you said that somewhere between, in your recollection, somewhere between noon 05, 12:05 and 12:15, you heard an announcement over the loudspeaker about the decision to lock down or lock out. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a very rough estimation, though.
Sure. And I don't know how this loudspeaker system works. Is it like a computer generated voice, or is it like an individual person's voice that goes over the loudspeaker?
It is someone where someone is speaking over the loudspeaker.
Okay, thank you. And your understanding was that it was a lockdown, a full lockdown. You described it as being like going to the nearest lockable space and turning off the lights. And okay. And then you said that Alex was among or near or with students who were holding the doors open at that time. Was Alex outside the doors?
I did not say that Alex was part of people who were holding the door.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I made a mistake then. Did you see Alex near or around doors being held open during the lockdown?
No.
Okay. But you did see other students doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said staff were trying to push the doors closed and the students were trying to hold the doors open. Is that correct?
That is not what I said. No.
I'm sorry, I'm asking.
No.
if it's correct. If it's not what you said, can you phrase what you said? Were the
Staff were wanting to close the doors. There were students standing holding the doors open. These were some of our exterior doors. The staffs were having discussions with them, trying to get them to move so that they could close the doors.
Okay, and how long did that last before the doors were closed?
I am not sure off the top of my head.
Did it seem like a long time, a few minutes, a few seconds, like an estimate?
Couple minutes,
Okay.
few minutes.
And to your knowledge, when the doors were locked, was Alex, did you know Alex Sue to be inside or outside, or did you not know?
I did not know.
Okay. And after your last testimony about when you saw Alex, so that would have been, you say the crowd moved inside about 11:38, and then you heard Alex at some point then, but when's the last time that you saw Alex Sue on that day?
The last time I saw Alex, I could not put a specific time to it.
Do you think it was before or after the lockdown? Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, so at some point after 11:38, you stopped seeing Alex again, and you didn't see her again that whole day. Is that correct?
Sometime after or during the large crowd inside, I did not see her for the rest of the day.
Okay, so do you have a sense of when Alex left the building or whether she was inside when the lockdown occurred?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So then we know that sometime between noon and 12:15, the exterior doors were locked. And if Alex had been outside when the exterior doors were locked, you probably wouldn't have been able to get back in. Is that accurate?
Unless another student had opened the door to let her in, yes.
Okay, I get it. I see. I wasn't sure whether they were like automatic locks, that once they're closed during a lockdown, they're actually locked. And so you're saying
they're
that's not
locked from the outside, but someone could still open them from the inside.
Okay, so they're like a push door, a push bar on the door. Is that right? Okay. I thank you for helping me visualize that. I was hearing something about magnetic locks, and I didn't know whether a lockdown meant the doors were entirely locked. Okay, so during the inquiry into how to impose discipline and what discipline to impose on Alex Sue, do you recall there being an inquiry about when she left campus?
No.
Do you recall anyone making any statements about seeing her leave or what time she left or when she was definitely gone from campus?
Don't recall specifically, no.
Okay, so for now, the testimony that we've gotten, it's kind of an open question when Alex left entirely. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were talking about the imposition of discipline on Alex Sue, do you remember there being a conversation about the nature of an ongoing imminent threat posed by her that would require her to be kept out of school longer than that day or the next day? Do you recall an analysis of an ongoing threat posed by Alex?
An ongoing concern for disruption, yes.
Okay, and could you characterize that concern? What were you concerned that Alex might do if she was not expelled?
The concern would be that she could continue the action, that it could repeat on another day, that we were unsure of what would come next.
And so keeping Alex out of school for 18 days, was she prevented from using social media during those 18 days?
We don't have.
Object to the scope.
I'm getting right.
I mean, what she's been accused of doing is using social media to promote or encourage people to walk out. So what I'm asking is whether the expulsion actually addresses that issue, because if someone's able to incite by making a social media post, then how is spelling that
We're
person?
going to have a ruling from the hearing examiner.
Ms. Lippick, the emergency expulsion is counted by school days.
Yeah, I know.
So when you say
This one
18,
has to be 18 because of the holiday weekend.
okay, the holiday weekend doesn't count because it's not a school
It
day.
says 18 on the NDA. That's the number of days it's listed in documents.
I actually did see that. On the original one, I think it was 10 days. On one of them, it was 10 days. But a typo is a typo.
It wasn't.
Because she's scheduled to go back to school, as you mentioned earlier, tomorrow.
Yeah, on the 18th day.
Right. No, it's not the 18th day.
Okay, I'm sorry. What day is it then? I'm sorry.
That would be, today is the 10th school day.
Right, but how many actual days is what I'm asking?
That's immaterial, the actual days. It's school days.
I'll revise my question then. If one of the purposes of an emergency expulsion is to address a concern about ongoing disruption and the nature of the disruption that Alex Sue has been accused of creating was in part attributed to social media posts, was there any inquiry or effort to determine whether expelling her would prevent her from making additional social media posts that could cause additional disruptions? Did anyone check in about that during those 10 days?
Objective scope, this is parental, this is not school.
Correct. So let's keep about school.
So I guess it's about school in that when you're considering whether to emergency expel.
Mr. McGuire, I'm going to ask that you stop counsel's testimony.
Okay, you do have to stop, Ms. Lippick. The social medias, schools do not go into student social media accounts.
Okay, but they've used screenshots from social media accounts to bring the instant charges.
Those posts came to them. Move on, please, to a different line of questioning.
Sure. I'm sorry, I'm looking back at the allegations brought by counsel. Okay, one of the allegations is solicited people to attend protests via social media. One is statement of intent to create chaos on social media. One is refusal to go to a reasonable a designated location. One is obscene language. One is naming another student. One is passing out post-it notes. And one is unauthorized posters. One is inciting behavior and saying, don't be quiet, keep protesting. That was one of the things named as an allegation on social media. Okay, thank you. So if we can't talk about social media and whether it is effectively addressed by an expulsion, then I'll go to other prevention that is enacted by an emergency expulsion. So the concern was that if Alex was allowed to attend school for those 10 days, that she would create or incite or encourage other students to do other things. Is that accurate?
There is that concern, given the action that she had taken, that something like that could continue. Yes.
Like when you just told us that when you were considering emergency expulsion, you considered promotion, planning, and participation in the form of chants and naming students. So can you tell me which of the things was prevented as an ongoing concern by the emergency expulsion?
All promotion, prevention, and participation.
Yeah, what aspects of those things that you considered were informing the decision to emergency expel Alex, so in such a way that the emergency expulsion would prevent them or address them?
It would prevent her from engaging in any of the actions that she took on campus when she was here.
Okay, so it was your understanding that the emergency expulsion was based only on Alex's actions on campus while she was there?
It's the emergency expulsion is based upon a concern for imminent or current continued disruption. Right, there was the concern that that would continue, right, and that she, and so there's the concern that the need to take a temporary break in order to ensure it's effectively addressed.
Okay, and what steps were taken to effectively address it during that temporary break, to your recollection?
That's not part of a process that I would have been a part of. I was only part of the initial decision making.
Okay, thank you. And all right, one moment. All right, I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Borth, would you display Exhibit 9, please?
Are you redirecting to Mr. Moe-Lobeda?
I am.
Okay.
Mr. Moe-Lobeda, when you testified about how you were able to identify Alex as someone who had promoted the walkout, is this the screenshot that you were referring to?
Yes.
Is the name at the upper left corner the name you were referring to when you said it was fairly clear to be traced back to Alex Sue?
Yes, and
What is that?
It's alexsu.exe, and there's what appears to be an image of her as the profile pic or the icon.
All right. If you would then, please, Mr. Bartz, switch to Exhibit 14. Do you see the same name at the top left corner of Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Same profile picture?
Yes.
Does that appear to be in the image a photo of Principal Yehudi examining the writing on some of the Post-it notes that we've talked about at length?
Yes.
Does it appear, therefore, that this photo had to have been taken at least as of November 19th?
Yes.
Not sooner?
Yes.
All right. It has a timestamp of 1:10 at the top left corner. Is that after the riot had already quieted down?
Yes.
Mr. Bartz, would you display Exhibit 15 for me? Thank you. Mr. Moe-Lobeda, do you see that same name at the top of Exhibit 15?
Yes.
Same profile picture?
Yes.
Same timestamp as the one we just looked at with Principal Yehudi's photo?
Yes.
The second chunk of text in this reads, "Don't be quite, keep protesting." I would assume that the author meant "don't be quiet, keep protesting." If this is in fact a statement made by Alex Sue over her Instagram account, regardless of audience, would this give you pause about her safety in remaining at school after the events of the morning of November 19th?
This would make me concerned that there might be
has been made to establish that that is Alex Sue, the student who is making that social media post.
Are you saying it wasn't her?
I'm asking how they established that it was. They're the ones bringing the accusations. I have not heard any evidence that anyone looked into whether Alex Sue has that Instagram account, how it was brought to their attention, like who asked Alex whether that was her Instagram account. Anyone?
Are you asking the witness or me?
I'm asking the witness.
Okay, why don't you phrase it in the form of a question and he'll try his best to answer.
All right. Was any inquiry, to your knowledge, made at any point to establish who controlled that Instagram, that account, that social media account? Other than reading it on the screenshot.
between the dates of November 17th and 19th, no.
When was an inquiry made, if one was made, in order to establish whose Instagram account that was?
In relation to these days, none that I'm aware of.
Okay, so prior to the disciplinary action against Alex Sue, was any inquiry made as to whether she actually controlled that Instagram account at the time the post was alleged to have been made?
No.
Okay, so we don't know that
Okay.
this is Alex Sue's
That
Instagram
was
account.
the question,
Thank-
Council.
Great,
The rest
great,
is
got it.
testimony.
Thank you.
No redirect. We're done.
Okay,
You are excused. The district calls, I'm sorry, you can hang up.
Yeah.
The district calls Tom O'Connor. Do we need another break?
yeah, very quickly, just so I know who are the participants, I have Mr. Chen as Alex's dad, is that correct?
It's Mr. Sue,
Mr. Sue, I'm sorry. Mr. Sue, what is your first name?
Aiden.
Aiden. And there's a Mrs. Chen, is that Alex's mom? Is that Miss Sue's mom?
Correct.
And what is her first name?
Jerica.
Jerica, Jerica?
I'm
Yes.
here. Yep.
Oh, Miss, okay,
One
Miss
R.
Chen. Jerica?
Yes, that's the correct spelling.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Sue, is it Aidan?
Correct.
Okay, I just couldn't see you on the screen anymore, and I just wanted to be able to capture who is present. Thank you, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Smith, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I think we're still
Can we-
waiting.
Can we
Mr.
take this off the screen in the meantime?
Yeah, Mr. Bartz, thank you.
Thank you. And
You
that,
can- All the things of that.
Mr. O'Connor's here.
Hi, Mr. O'Connor. Thank you. The hearing examiner is going to give you a read on in just a moment.
yes, thank you. Just taking some notes. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, I'm going to give you what's called a witness advisement, and then you're going to let me know if you understand it at the end with just a simple yes, I understand sort of thing. This hearing is publicly viewable. That was Ms. Sue's choice. Ms. Sue's family has also elected to distribute the hearing's live stream link via social media. The district is not in control of where, how, or by whom your testimony may be viewed, re-recorded, or used. By proceeding, you are acknowledging your full understanding that your likeness, image, and oral testimony will be publicly available to anyone who has the live stream link and that they may disseminate it later. The scope of this hearing is whether on November 19th, 2021, Ms. Sue's behavior resulted in a disruption of the educational process that created a substantial barrier to learning for other students across the school day. It does not include allegations against other students. It does not include allegations against district personnel. There may be some level of discussion about the actions and communications of district employees as they pertain to this emergency expulsion. You are to restrict your testimony to that issue. You are not to disclose personal, private, or protected information about Ms. Sue, including information about any medical health, mental health, sexual health, disability, specific disability profile, or any other private information that has become known to you about Ms. Sue, other than what is contained in the exhibits and record in this proceeding. You are not to make any reference to any previous, future, or ongoing investigations, disciplinary processes, determinations, reports, findings, or any other information about disciplinary matters involving Ms. Sue other than what is contained in the exhibits and the record in this proceeding. Your testimony must be confined to the emergency expulsion process and order of November 19th, 2021. You may discuss, in a general sense, the policies and procedures at Bellevue School District and Newport High School, aggregate and statistical information about discipline, and the contents of any publicly available records regarding discipline generally in the school or the district. You may refer to Ms. Sue by her name, Ms. Sue. For any other students, please refer to them as students. There is zero tolerance for disclosure of other student names in this hearing. Your testimony can be terminated if you violate this rule. This hearing platform is not to be used to further harass, intimidate, or bully any other person. The live stream link will be shut down immediately if it is so used. You are not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or potential witness until after the entire hearing has concluded. Do you understand, Mr. O'Connor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. O'Connor, tell us your full name and title at Newport High.
Tom O'Connor, Assistant Principal at Newport High School.
And how long have you been at Newport?
I've been there for 5 years, and I work with students with the last name PE through Z.
Okay, the student body is distributed among the 3 assistant principals.
Yes, that's true.
Does that make Alex Sue one of the students assigned to your caseload?
Yes, it does.
Is that in part one of the reasons you were the one who signed the notice of disciplinary action?
Yes, it is.
Where were you during the outside speech portion of the events of November 19th protest?
During the outside speech process, I was mostly in the math hallway, which has an exit door that butts up against where the student speakers were, and was able to hear a lot of the statements made during the protest. That was one of the major spaces I was in addition to general supervision around the hallways.
We've heard a lot of testimony about what the speakers said and which speakers named student names. So I want to focus in on the next issue, which is, did you see any students at the event whose names were named as abusers or perpetrators? I don't want you to use their names, but did you see them?
I'm sorry, can we limit this to students that were named by Alex Sue, not generally?
No, because of the climate that was created by the whole purpose of the event.
Okay, so we're arguing about the climate, not Alex Sue's specific actions.
I'm going to go ahead and allow this because it speaks to the sensibilities of the group at large. And for example, if one student says one thing, chances are this wouldn't have erupted the way it did. So while you're right, we're here to talk about Ms. Sue. I believe Ms. Smith is going to get us there, but this is to sort of set the stage for what Mr. O'Connor saw and what he understood to be happening outside.
Okay. And more specifically to the disruption. Did you see any of the named alleged abusers or perpetrators in the crowd or at the protest?
I saw students who were named directly after the protest come to the main office.
And for what purpose?
Because they were upset and related to the matter in which other students interacted with them and confronted them. And that then I also learned about another student who was physically confronted and almost led to a fight.
The student who came to the office, was he fearful?
He was fearful and upset.
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, the student that came to the office and was fearful and physically and upset, was that person named by Alex Sue?
Okay, counsel, you're going to have your turn. If I could finish my direct, we'll let you have an exhaustive cross if you'd like. Mr. O'Connor, was that student who did come to the office fearful and upset able to return to class that day?
No, they were not.
Once the protest moved inside, are you aware of anyone who was not able to get to their next assigned class, either lunch or an academic class?
Yes, multiple students, due to where the student protest moved in front of the office, it blocked the majority of our students, but specifically as lunch was beginning, there are multiple students with mobility components who had difficulty and could not access their lunch time during that time.
Were you part of the group of administrators who considered disciplinary options for students as a result of November 19th?
Yes,
What was your role in that group?
I was one of the administrators who looked at the totality of the situation and evaluated what the best course of action would be based on what we knew at that time.
Did your group consider options other than emergency expulsion?
Yes, we did, but due to the substantial disruption of the school day and the significant and substantive disruption, it felt, and the unsafe atmosphere directed towards other students, it felt necessary to proceed with the emergency expulsion.
Did you sign the original notice that was issued to students, Sue?
Yes, I did.
At some point in this process, Ms. Sue asked for a more particularized statement of the allegations. Did you also sign and issue that notice?
I did.
The legal standard for emergency expulsion has to do with immediate and continuing threat of substantial disruption. Is it your professional judgment that Ms. Sue's conduct was part of disrupting the academic and educational process on November 19th?
On November 19th, yes. Yes, definitely.
Those are all the questions that I have. Ms. Lippick may have cross-examination for you.
I do. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Let me get my notes in order. Okay. You referred to students with mobility issues being unable to access lunch during the time of the protest. Was it possible, and I'm sorry, I don't know the layout of the school well enough to know this offhand, but was it possible for students to go around through the main office to go around? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We've heard in other testimony that students were invited to come through the main office in order to get around the protest activities. Was that option offered to any of the students with mobility issues?
It was for, we tried to get people to do that. Some people were so upset with how loud it was. They also have some sensory processing issues. They also had to stay in a quieter space than the loud space that was in the commons. So it wasn't just mobility. Mobility was one of the factors amongst many.
Okay, and was the option of going through the main office offered to the students with mobility issues?
When we found someone who wanted to go, who didn't have a compendium of other needs, yes.
Okay, thank you. And how many of those multiple students that weren't able to get through were offered the option of going through the main office?
One or two.
Okay, and when you say multiple students, how many roughly is that in total?
Of people who could not access lunch?
Of the people with mobility and or sensory and or other issues.
Oh, I would say about 30.
About 30 students were unable to access lunch because of their disability related profiles. And of those, I'm sorry, you said one or two were offered the option of going through the office?
It was such a chaotic event during that time. It was hard to get anyone to where they needed to go because of the unsafe environment during that time. When we were able to do is get students to lunch or some lunch by 12:45 or 1 p.m. way beyond their typical assigned time for lunch at 12 o'clock or 11:45. So we did our best to do what we could at the time.
Understood. And so, I'm sorry, so those students were delayed for, I'm sorry, I didn't write down the times you said, for about an hour, most of them?
An hour to an hour and a half, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And when you said that there were students named during the protest who came to the office because they were upset, was any student named by Alex Sue during the day, November 19th, among the students that came to the office because they were upset?
I was busy working in other areas during the time of that, so I don't have the answer for you related to that.
Okay, thank you. And to your knowledge, did Alex Sue name more than one student during the day of November 19th that you heard?
I am aware of Miss Sue naming one student.
Okay. And you're not aware of whether that one student came to the office because they were upset? Okay, so and you also mentioned that there was a student who reported being physically confronted by other students. Was that student the student named by Ms. Sue during the events of November 19th?
It was named by another organizer, facilitator of the student-led protest.
Okay, so this, I'm sorry, just to confirm, the student who said they were physically confronted by other students was not the student named by Ms. Sue during the events of November 19th?
No.
Okay. You also said that during the inquiry into what form of discipline to impose on Ms. Sue that led to the emergency expulsion order that you signed, that you considered other options for discipline related to Ms. Sue. What were the other options you considered?
On the 19th, looking at the totality of the events that happened on that day, looking at the categories, we thought about potential other options as per the disciplinary matrix, but none felt like the level that needed to be completed. So we went with an emergency expulsion given the substantial disruption of the school day.
Yeah, there's been a lot of testimony about the fact that the totality of events that happened that day were used to impose discipline or justify discipline imposed on Ms. Sue. What I haven't heard from anyone, including you yet, is what other options were considered in Ms. Sue's specific case. Which options, not just that they were discarded, but which options were they that were considered and discussed during that conversation?
One option that I did consider was whether we could come up with some kind of safety plan that would work, but given the level of intensity of that day and the disruption of there, I considered it and had to move towards something, move towards an emergency expulsion based on the disruption.
Did you consider a suspension?
We don't do short-term suspension. I did not think about a long-term suspension. Emergency expulsion is what we use to when we have a substantial disruption to the school day and we need to take action to press pause.
Okay, and so in pressing pause, I'm sorry if I don't understand exactly the rubric used for these disciplinary decisions, but what is the reason, like, why doesn't the district use temporary short-term suspensions?
That's irrelevant right now. That's not something that he can determine. That's a board policy decision.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a board policy. I was just asking. So you do emergency expulsions of up to 10 days, but you don't do short-term suspensions of less than 10 days. Am I correct?
Our policies outline related to disciplinary pieces that are there, and we do use emergency expulsions for a variety of disciplinary incidents at times, and we use other forms of discipline whenever appropriate.
Okay, and in your discussion and your decision making about what form of discipline to impose on Ms. Sue, did you consult the disciplinary matrix that's in the exhibits of the district?
I did, and when I looked at it, and again, because of the substantial disruption to the educational environment, I did consult with our executive director of schools related to this matter. I determined that the disruptive conduct displayed on the 19th was grounds for an emergency expulsion.
Okay. And when you looked at that disciplinary matrix and it gave you the rubric for what types of discipline are available in typical situations for the category called disruptive conduct, did you note that disruptive conduct is not a category that is generally warranting emergency expulsion?
I did. I also can say in my 20-year career, I've never experienced a day like November 19th in terms of the substantial level of disruption, as a result of which I contacted our executive director to proceed accordingly with an emergency expulsion.
Okay, did you consider using a different disciplinary category rather than disruptive conduct? One that, did you consider describing what Ms. Sue did as a type of conduct that is normally available as a reason for an emergency expulsion? I'm sorry, rephrase that. I'm sorry, I didn't do a good job phrasing that. Let me rephrase that. So when you look at the disciplinary matrix and you decide what specific thing to put on your notice of disciplinary action for Ms. Sue, how did you determine that disruptive conduct would be the type of how did you decide that her conduct would be described that way on the notice of disciplinary action as opposed to other types of descriptions available, other misconduct codes available?
Based on the descriptions outlined of all the different conduct components, disruptive conduct felt and appeared to define at the time the best description of what occurred.
Okay, and when it was the best description of what occurred based on what you knew at the time, can you describe to me what you knew at the time that made that the most appropriate disciplinary code to use? Conduct code to use, I'm sorry.
Specific to Ms. Sue.
Yeah, specific to Ms. Sue. What made that the most appropriate conduct code to use on your notice of disciplinary action?
Well, there was the refusal when learning from my colleagues about and the other people who were working at Newport on that day. There were a number of components that happened, including like the refusal from to follow some of the administrators' demands to move the location of the walkout rally to the other side, as outlined in the detailed NDA I provided earlier this week. There was also obscenity that was directed at administrators in a public setting. There was also inciting obscenity from attendees at the rally. There is also the creating and contributing of unsafe conditions in the office lobby by inciting a threatening and unsafe environment in the school environment. There's also creating a fear and intimidation for teachers and administrators by inciting a threatening and unsafe environment in the school environment. And all of those were part of what happened on November 19th that made me determine to use the disruptive conduct category, and why we took the extra step of consulting with our executive director of schools and moving towards using the emergency expulsion.
Is it possible to list more than one conduct code on a notice of disciplinary action, or do you have to pick just one?
I usually just pick one. You can pick more, but usually you can.
Okay. Is obscenity a misconduct code on the disciplinary matrix?
It is.
Thank you. Is inciting obscenity a conduct code on the disciplinary matrix?
You'll have to give me a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Are you looking at that, Mr. O'Connor? Are you looking at the conduct matrix somewhere?
I'm not right now, so I need to pull it up. So let me, but I may have misspoke. So just give me 1 second. I apologize.
And I think it's only fair to ask that he be shown the document you're asking him to testify from. If you'd like, I can have it displayed.
Sure, that'd be great.
All right.
Could you provide the notice that was given on November 19th?
Which one do you want? The conduct matrix?
One that was given on November 19th. If you want to show the document, show that. And if you want to show, I mean, I'd like both of them shown. If we can split the screen, that'd be fantastic. If not, then let's look first at the notice of disciplinary action from November 19th so we can verify which code is used. And then second, we'll look at the disciplinary matrix to see which codes were available.
Okay, so these aren't district exhibits. Mr. Bartz, I think council is asking for you to display the first document listed in the student exhibits called 2021-11-19 SU Notice of Discipline.
I'm sorry, was the notice of discipline not in the, I thought the notice of discipline was in the district's exhibits. My apologies. Can you scroll up a little bit so that we can see the nature of violation? Okay, and stop. Thank you. Are we ready? Mr. O'Connor, are we ready to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what I'm seeing here is that on the nature of violation and comments, there's the place to enter a violation code, and the violation code, as you've described, is disruptive conduct. And the description is substantial disruption to the educational process, creating a threatening, unsafe environment. So is that a description of Ms. Sue's acts or conduct, or is that just a list of the rule that was allegedly broken?
That's what was experienced that day in a broad category related to what was experienced that day.
Okay, so if that was a broad category related to what was experienced that day, what in that description is describing is describing Alex Sue's actions?
Well, what it would be is help participating and organizing aspects of the protests that happened on November 19th, and then also in part of that as leading some cheers, also leading the crowd in cheers. When I say cheers, I should be very specific. They were insults, as I imagine you may have heard in past testimony. I can certainly go over that, directed towards the school, directed towards students.
Over the previous step, I need you to go over your decision to write this phrase in this notice of disciplinary action. So in this notice of disciplinary action, did you write that phrase in? Are you the person who filled out that form?
Yes, I am.
Oh. And when you filled out that form, were you aware of those elements that you're listing, like the refusal to move to a different location, the obscenity, the inciting obscenity, were those elements things you were aware of at the time you filled this out?
Yes, I was, but like at the time we were still unpacking a lot of what happened and investigating lots of elements of this. As a result of which I stated it in this term and then provided more detail in the updated one provided at a later date.
Okay, and what was the later date that you provided that updated one?
I think it was printed on 12/3.
Okay, so that was Friday, is that correct? Friday of this week?
That's correct.
So on November 19th, when the emergency expulsion was decided and notice was provided to the student and her parents about why she was being expelled, the only information she was given was that it was disruptive conduct and this line of description. And then you're saying there was investigation that happened in the intervening time, and then there was a new notice printed on Friday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that new notice, did that provide notice to the parents and student at the beginning of the emergency expulsion what Alex Sue was accused of doing that resulted in the emergency expulsion?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yeah, did Alex Sue and or her parents receive notice of Alex Sue's behaviors leading to the emergency expulsion at the beginning of the emergency expulsion on November 19th, or did they receive that notice this Friday on December 3rd?
That's a legal question, Ms.
No,
McCoy.
it's not. It's a factual question. When did they receive notice of the allegations?
And he's answered that this was his description of the allegation. So if your point is to say that
there's a new one on the 3rd. Okay, so we'll just talk about the one on the 19th then. So at the time of the 19th, when you filled out this form and the investigation hadn't yet been done that would determine what things Alex Sue did that led to this disruption in your allegations, what were you not aware of at the time of the emergency expulsion that you became aware of sometime between November 19th and December 3rd when you revised it?
I didn't have the full scope about the creating or contributing to unsafe conditions in and around the office at that time, and I hadn't talked to enough of the staff to understand other students related to like some of the impact and fear that they felt. So there were a variety of factors related to that.
So between November 19th and December 3rd, you talked to some students about the impact that they felt?
I did talk to some, yes.
Okay, how many students were interviewed to figure that out?
Well, we were in interview, we were talking with people throughout that entire time. I talked to a number of students who were confronted or received text messages or direct messages on social media related to statements about their friends. I talked to upset students throughout, the students who were very caught up in the protest and all components like that. I talked to a variety of students. We're a public school of 1,800 students.
Okay, and the question was, how many students did you talk to?
I don't know if I can quantify it.
Can you guess or estimate?
Like,
That you talked to personally, not that anyone talked to, but how many students roughly did you personally talk to in the course of this inquiry?
Like 25.
And what form did those conversations take? Were you calling people into the office? Were you visiting classrooms? Were you running into people in the halls? How did you talk to those 25 students between November 19th and December 3rd?
It was a mix of all of those you described, of talking to some in the hallway, talking to some in the morning, talking to some in the office.
Okay, thank you. And were any of those 25 students that you talked to students who were specifically named by Alex Sue during the course of November 19th? You don't know names, please. Just were any of those students that student?
I did not speak with that student, no.
Okay, thank you. So were any of the students that you talked to, did any of them report that Alex Sue had named them during the events of November 19th?
No.
Okay, thank you. And when you were reaching your conclusions about expelling Alex Sue for disruptive behavior, did you, prior to issuing the disciplinary notice on November 19th, review any surveillance video from the school's cameras?
On the 19th?
Before you made the decision to expel Alex Sue, yes, whenever that was.
No.
Have you since reviewed any surveillance video from the school's cameras?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that you reviewed that video?
It was sometime around the weekend following that, the 20th and 21st. And then some of the subsequent days, the 22nd and 23rd.
And did you review uncut, unredacted, unedited security camera footage to make your determination about Ms. Sue's specific conduct?
I'm going to object to the scope. This is more about discovery than about getting to the issues of this hearing.
About finding out how it was determined between the 19th and the 3rd what Alex Sue did. And if that determination was made by this individual by reviewing security camera footage, that's not about discovery. It's about the fact of how he arrived at his conclusions.
Then ask him that.
Yeah, exactly. Ask that question.
So did you review any security camera footage to arrive at the conclusion of the specific actions you've accused Ms. Sue of that you listed in your second NDA?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that Alex Sue was positively identifiable in the security camera footage you viewed?
Yes.
Based on what characteristics?
Based on some of the proximity during the outside part of the protest, and on the interior part, there are multiple times where Ms. Sue is standing right next to the main speaker, and so pretty easy to identify and track through that process. During part of the interior time, she moves to the right-hand side of the office space.
That's how you identified who she was in the video. I'm not asking you to describe the video. I'm asking you to tell me how she was identified in the surveillance footage.
Well, because I know who Ms. Sue is, and I can identify students on video camera.
Okay, was Ms. Sue wearing a mask in the video you reviewed?
No.
Ms. Sue was indoors inside the school and not wearing a mask?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant by mask.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, the
okay.
surveillance video inside the school. Did you see her wearing a mask?
Yeah, most of the time I do see her wearing a mask.
Okay, and so when you reviewed this, okay, what I'm trying to establish is whether you and I looked at the same videos. were all the videos
That's
that
not,
were,
hang on. That's not the scope. The scope isn't
Okay.
whether or not you match videos.
Yes,
He-
if no, the scope is not whether it matched, it's to establish which things he saw so that, you know, I can recognize which things we're talking about.
That's not his job during this hearing.
Okay. I
recognized
think
it.
the job is to talk about why the decision was made to emergency expel my client, and there's some lack of clarity about that, but I'll change my line of questioning. Thank you. So, on November 19th, when you filled out this form and made the decision to expel Alex Sue, which of her actions did you identify prior to making the decision as disruptive conduct? Which actual actions did Alex Sue commit that you knew of at the time that constituted disruptive conduct?
Well, a few things. One was the obscenity that was directed towards administrators, and then leading the crowd in some obscenities towards those, and inciting obscenity from the attendees to that, and then those two pieces. Also, the naming of a specific student on the outside. That's the other one.
Okay, is that all the
Those
things that
those were
you knew
the
about?
yeah.
Okay, so at the time you knew about obscenity. Can we now pull up?
No, I'd like to be clear. Also, the naming of another student.
Oh, no, I heard the list. I'd just like to start with obscenity. Can we pull up the disciplinary matrix now, please?
Mr. Barth, I think you're gonna find that in the district's exhibits as exhibit number 7.
Okay, that's pretty small print. Can we scroll down to where I believe there's a misconduct code for obscenity? If you scroll down. I think it's alphabetical, maybe it's back up. I'm sorry, I don't know.
It's item T.
It's at the bottom. Right there.
Profanity, obscenity. I'm sorry, part of my app was covering it. So right there, we have, sorry, could you read that to me? It's very small print. What's the obscenity description in the disciplinary matrix?
Who are you asking to read that?
I'm asking you, could you read the final line there that starts with profanity, obscenity?
It's too small for me to read.
I can read it. It says,
Blow it up to read it.
Do you want me to read it?
I'd like to be able to see it if we can blow it up a little.
It doesn't blow up because it's a PDF.
PDFs can be zoomed in on. There's a, yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you read it now, Mr. O'Connor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, could you read that last line for me that starts with profanity, obscenity?
Profanity, obscenity, including use of vulgar and or abusive language and or cursing or swearing.
Okay. And can you scroll to show us to the right the types of discipline that are, okay, so on the far right, in the far corner, is that the box that represents whether this is typically an offense that is eligible for emergency expulsion on its own basis?
Yes.
Okay, and is it one of those offenses? Is emergency expulsion listed as a consequence for obscenity or abusive language or swearing?
No, it is not.
Okay, and what led you to not, why didn't you list the code for obscenity in addition to the code for disruption of conduct, or sorry, disruptive conduct when you filled out this first form?
Because disruptive conduct really centered around the substantial interference to the teaching and learning and school operations of that day,
so
much more so than just focusing in on vulgar swearing.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go through the whole list. You named 4 things that you said you were aware of at the time, and you decided to put those things into the category disruptive behavior. So we're starting with obscenity, but I'm not trying to say that that's the only thing. We have to do it because there's time. We have to go through the time. So obscenity is not an expellable offense, and you can put more than one discipline code on the form, and you chose not to put obscenity on the form. And then you say that the next element that you were aware of at the point that you decided on and filled out the form about Ms. Sue's emergency expulsion was leading the crowd or inciting obscenity. Is inciting obscenity one of the disciplinary categories here? Can we scroll over to the descriptions? Is there anything on the grid about incitement or inciting?
No, again, it's why disruptive conduct is the avenue that I chose.
Okay, and so if inciting things is not on the disciplinary matrix, how did you come to the conclusion that incitement was an element of the reasons why Ms. Sue could be emergency expelled?
Because being what was one of the primary organizing forces of the events on November 19th, it felt that, or it appeared, disruptive conduct is the best answer that I could put that captured it at the time.
That wasn't my question. I think you've answered that question already. What I'm asking is what led you to believe that incitement was an element for which Ms. Sue could be emergency expelled, not why disruptive behavior, because we're talking right now about incitement. It's not listed on here as a misconduct. So I'm wondering how incitement became part of your rubric for why Ms. Sue would be expelled.
Because the conditions in the student assembly were so volatile that it required kind of the consideration of this.
Okay, and did other people incite obscenity from the crowd?
Yes.
How many other people, to your knowledge?
4 or 5.
4 or 5
speakers.
The number of people that you heard speaking?
3 for sure, possibly 4.
Were those all outdoors or were they indoors?
Some were both.
Okay, so a total number of 4 people is the number of people that you heard inciting the crowd to obscenity, and some of those occasions were indoors and some of them were outdoors, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, how many people did you observe inciting obscenity inside the building?
2 or 3.
And how many people did you observe inciting obscenity outside the building?
3 or 4. And to be clear, when I say inciting obscenity, what I'm saying is in a call and response using the microphone stating, I want you all to say, fuck this school. Then a response.
Did you observe Alex Sue saying into a megaphone, I want you to say, fuck this school, to crowds of students? Did you see Alex Sue or hear Alex Sue?
Yes, I heard Alex Sue say, fuck Moe-Lobeda, directed
Did you
towards
hear
Leif
him say, I want you to say this, like you just gave an example of inciting? Did you hear Alex say to crowd, I want you to say this?
The time that happened, there was already an established call and response that was happening with the crowd. It was in the 38th minute.
Alex Sue make it happen?
The entire protest was already doing that.
Okay, so the entire protest was already doing that at the point that Alex Sue made the statement, fuck Moe-Lobeda, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Alex Sue couldn't have started inciting that crowd because it was already going. And by the time she said that phrase, everyone was already calling and responding. So she was not in control and not inciting that crowd. It had already been incited when she made the statement. Is that correct?
The contribution of Alex continued it.
How did it continue?
It directed it specifically towards the administrator whom she named.
Okay, what administrator did she name?
Mr. Leif Moe-Lobeda.
Okay, and did you hear her say more than once Mr. Moe-Lobeda's name, or did you just hear it once?
I believe I heard it once or twice.
So in a crowd of people who were chanting, you could distinguish that Alex Sue said those words once or twice?
To be clear, she had the microphone or megaphone, whatever they were using, and was leading calling that out. The
Okay.
audience was responding.
This is what I'm trying to get to. Could she have said on the megaphone one time the words that you've said and then handed the megaphone to someone else? Could that have happened? Did you see her stay on the megaphone and repeat that phrase more than once, or did you not?
I heard her that once, and then the crowd got so loud, and I got focused on other pieces related to that.
Okay, so what we heard was from you was that you heard Alex Sue say the phrase "fuck Moe-Lobeda" one time, and then the crowd became too loud for you to distinguish who was talking. Is that correct?
Then it was very loud, yes.
Okay, and that pattern of call and response was established long before by your testimony, Alex Sue ever said the phrase "fuck Moe-Lobeda." Is that correct?
There was call and response happening throughout the protest.
Okay, and before the time when Alex Sue said "fuck Moe-Lobeda," that was already happening. Is that correct?
It was happening.
Okay, great. So I'm asking you again, how is it that Alex Sue saying that phrase one time in a crowd that was already calling and responding, already incited, already worked up by other people besides Alex Sue, how was that element how did you consider that element to lead to the necessity to expel Alex Sue on an emergency basis on November 19th?
It wasn't just that.
I know it wasn't just that, dealing with things one at a time.
So then restate your question.
It's all right. I think I've asked it a bunch of times and I don't think I'm an answer. So let's move on to the next one. So leading the crowd, the next thing you mentioned, that was actually also inciting obscenity. So we've dealt with that. And then you talked about naming a particular student on one occasion when she was outside the building. Is that correct? That was the other element that you considered part of disruptive behavior?
Yes.
Okay, so the two elements that Alex demonstrably and verifiably did that you knew about at the time that you issued the emergency expulsion were a use of obscenity, which is on the disciplinary matrix as a profanity/obscenity, including using vulgar or abusive language and or cursing and swearing. And the second one was naming a student. And when she named that student, she was outside. And can you tell me, was that part of a longer narrative? Was it? I don't want to hear what the narrative was because that's outside the scope of what we're talking about. But when you heard her name the student, you know, how long-ish was she on the megaphone during that naming?
She stated the name, and it
What
was
else?
really.
Sorry, go on. I'm sorry.
She stated the name, and I believe there was some obscenity after that, or that the crowd responded with.
Did Alex Sue use an obscenity to refer to the person that she named, that you saw?
No, she used the name of the person, and then the crowd responded with obscenity.
So my initial question was, what did she say when she named the person? I don't need to know the words. How long was she on the megaphone during this utterance where she named the name of a student?
It wasn't an utterance because it was being set up that the featured kind of MC of the person said, this person, referring to Alex Sue, is the reason why we are.
What Alex said. I asked a question about what Alex said, not what other people said. I'm specifically asking about what Alex said. And I've asked the question a couple times now. And so utterance just means something that someone said. I'm not using it as a legal term. I'm just saying something that someone said is called an utterance because they utter words when they speak. So at the point when Alex spoke another student's name, how long was she on the megaphone during the naming, during whatever she said that named that student? Was it a long speech? Was it a few words? Like what?
It was a sentence or a few words.
A sentence or a few words, including the name of another student.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, were those other words threats?
I don't know because I'm not the other person who it was about.
It's not the other person that determines whether something's a threat. What Alex Sue did is the purpose of our inquiry right now, not what other people heard or what they thought. We're asking, what did Alex Sue do? And when she spoke,
no, it was not.
Did she threaten that person verbally in what she said?
No.
Okay. Did she ask other people to hurt that person in what she said?
No.
Did she suggest any course of action towards this other person by other students? Did she suggest anything that other people should do about this named student?
No.
Okay. Did she say that when you heard her say this, did she say anything threatening to other people, to staff members? Did she issue a verbal threat against employees of Bellevue School District or Newport High School?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did she urge students to do any particular thing, like charge into the main office? Did she say anything like that?
Not that I'm aware.
And that you're aware of. Okay. And did she at any point that you're aware of urge students to create any unsafe conditions by banging on the window of the main office? Did you hear Alex Sue ever say that students should do that?
I did not hear her say that.
Did you hear her say that students should go inside the building and continue the protest?
That was said by another student.
Okay, was it said by Alex Sue?
No.
Okay. Was Alex Sue the student who encouraged people to put post-it notes on the doors and windows of the office? Did you hear her tell other students to do that?
I don't know where the post-it notes started from with the organization of that. There were about 4 or 5 clear organizers, it seems like.
What makes an organizer clear?
Okay, we're not going to what the organizer.
Sue, Alex Sue, was she You say you don't know whether Alex Sue was involved in the Post-it note idea.
I don't know where the Post-it note idea originated from.
Okay, and at the time you filled out this disciplinary complaint, this disciplinary action notice, did you have any reason to believe that Alex Sue was the person who encouraged people or assisted people in putting Post-it notes on the doors and windows of the main office?
At the time, I did not know who did that.
Okay, and at the time, did you know whether Alex Sue was involved in any way in encouraging, verbally telling students to crush or push or surge into the main office or up to the main office?
No, I was not aware.
Okay, did you see Alex Sue pushing in the crowd to get into the main office?
I saw her on the periphery of the crowd and then somewhere up on the stand.
Closer than the periphery of the crowd?
No.
At any point?
I saw her up near I think on the second step of the senior steps that are right up there.
Okay, and the senior steps are across the hallway from the entrance doors to the main office, is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay, and which senior step did you see Alex on? Was she on the second one, the third one?
I think the second or third. It was hard to say.
Both elevated off the
ground, yes.
And she was across the hallway from the main entrance to the office, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, did you hear Alex Sue offer any words of encouragement to the students who pushed towards the office?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see Alex Sue posting unauthorized posters at any point?
Not on the 19th or anytime.
Okay. And did you see Alex Sue engaging in disrespectful conduct to administrators other than what you've described so far on the day of the 19th?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. And on the 19th, when you made this analysis, did you look at social media posts allegedly made by Alex Sue, including one that said the words "create chaos"?
I did not look at that prior to making my decision.
Okay. And did you?
I was just responding to what happened in the school day.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry, I'm taking a minute to go through my notes about what she's being accused of. At the point when you made your decision, did you review a social media post allegedly made by Alex Sue that included the words "don't be quiet"?
No.
Did you review a social media post allegedly made by Alex Sue that included the words "keep protesting"?
No.
Okay, so your decision on the 19th was made without the benefit of those social media posts. Is that correct?
I was responding to the substantial disruption to the school environment.
Okay, it's a yes or no question. Did your inquiry and your decision making into the...
No, I did not use a social media post.
Great. You didn't use social media. Did you view any social media before making that decision that was alleged to have come from Alex Sue?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask a couple more questions. All right. So when you viewed the totality of the situation, as you said, to decide to emergency expel Alex Sue, when you talk about the totality of the situation, is that phrase meant to indicate the actions of the several hundred students who were involved in protest activity that day?
No, it has to do with, I think, some things related to the the naming of a specific student, the other components related to that, the direction of obscenity towards the administrator, other pieces.
Okay, so those are the two pieces that we've talked about that you witnessed or knew that Alex had done at the occasion of your decision to issue the notice of disciplinary action.
Yes.
So, and we've covered that profanity/obscenity, including using vulgar or abusive language and or cursing and swearing, is its own disciplinary category. And then the other thing you're talking about is naming the student. So would that be considered malicious harassment?
At the time, given the scale and scope, disruptive conduct was that impending other matters outside of the things that run the 19th. I'm just focused on responding to what happened on the 19th. Disruptive conduct, it was the category that best fit that.
Okay, sure. And I know we've covered this, and so I don't need to hear it again, but disruptive conduct is what you determined would be the category that would be the best fit for what was done by Alex Sue on the date of the 19th. We've covered that. So what I'm looking at is the description for malicious harassment, and under C, malicious harassment C, it's up on the screen, and it says threat to a specific person. So that's not.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Council, this answer is going to cause a violation of our scope of hearing order.
I'll stop. So when you're talking about naming a student, you're not talking, you did not decide during your decision to expel Alex Sue, you did not decide that malicious harassment would be the correct disciplinary category to use to expel her. You decided instead that disruptive conduct was more appropriate to what happened. Is that correct?
I focused on using disruptive conduct given the large-scale disruption in the school day.
Okay, so your focus on disruptive conduct as the thing to accuse Alex Sue of doing was focused on the entire events of the school day and all the actions of hundreds of students who participated in protest activities that day. Is that correct?
It had to do with her contributions and statements during the time of the protest.
Yep.
Yeah,
and those. I think we're done. We're done. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions from me, and the district will rest at this point. Thank you.
Okay. So I understand. Okay. At this time, then, each party can give not super. We want to make sure we're staying within the scope of today's hearing. Can give kind of a final statement. Ms. Lippick, I'm most interested in hearing, as part of your final statement, Miss Sue's reason for appealing. And I mentioned that in my early opening, you know, when I sort of went through reasons that kids or their families will, not kids, but students and their families will appeal. Didn't do it. Did do it, but there are mitigating circumstances. Did finally, it feels that the severity isn't in a way that's reasonably related to the offense. Student wants it off the student's record because of whatever things they have about their school discipline record. And while those may not cover Miss Sue's reasons, if you could, it would be helpful to me to kind of know why she's appealing.
Okay, certainly.
That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I have a lot of notes, and I actually also have been drinking a lot of tea and coffee. So can we take an additional 3 minutes before I get to that? I just need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, we'll come back at 11:16.
Okay, thank you.
By my clock on my, so 3 minutes, whatever your clock says. Are all participants back?
Yes, Jerica is still here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chen. Is Ms. Sue back?
Yes, I'm always here.
Mr. Sue is always, thank you, Mr. Sue. Is your daughter, is Alex back?
I'm here.
Thank you. And Mr. Hasslinger is here. And so I think that completes our group. So typically, when I do a hearing, it's the district that goes first. If you prefer otherwise, I'm fine with that. Can't hear you. Can anyone unmute Miss Lippick?
Oh, you had said that typically the district goes first, so I was ceding the first position to the district. I'd love to have the district go first. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll keep this very brief. We really appreciate your time. We understand your constraints, and we apologize that we are still here. We told you at the beginning in my opening statement what we expected for you to hear about Ms. Sue's conduct, and I'm just going to briefly review what I think you have now heard. This 10-day emergency expulsion was because Alex prepared and posted posters unauthorized before the protest. We believe you also heard that she did so in part by skipping class to prepare posters. We believe you've heard that she solicited students to attend by waving, not waving high, but beckoning. We believe you've seen protest posts showing even if you don't care, just come to skip class, LOL. We believe we've proved that through social media posts on a more likely than not basis, it was Alex's Instagram account, which shared an intention to create chaos and feed this bullshit metaphorical fire. We believe we've proved that she was given an express instruction by an assistant principal of her school about where to take the students she was leading, and point blank refused. We believe you've heard evidence that the location actually chosen by the students was more disruptive, affected up to 18 classes whose windows faced that courtyard, and that's much more so than if they had gone to the West End where directed. We believe it's beyond dispute that Ms. Sue engaged in the use of obscenity, specifically leading chants using the F word directed at administrators of her school. We believe that it's undisputed she named at least one student as an abuser, and in a way that caused that student's father to withdraw him from school that day, causing a complete disruption of his educational experience. We believe that we've proved that Alex played a role in the climate of the crowd. And that's a tough one, right? Because how do you parse out the pieces of a puzzle like that? I mean, we're seeing that play out in national politics. What do you put on an individual actor who plays a bit piece in a much bigger drama? But we believe it's clear from the testimony you've heard that Alex's conduct contributed both inside and outside towards absolute disrespect of the student body towards their principal, assistant principals, by name in sexually violent and graphic ways, which is, of course, the irony of this, right? At a protest.
So no one throughout the testimony has alleged that Alex said anything sexually violent about administrators. That's inflammatory, and it's not appropriate to bring it up only in closing arguments. I'm sorry, I have to object to that.
Objection noted. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Because Alex's conduct caused or contributed to the student body's absolute disrespect towards the administrators. We believe you can find by a preponderance that it was the Instagram account of Alex Sue that afterwards, after we called lockdown, after police had responded to the property, posted, "Don't be quiet, keep protesting," that Alex intended to keep this going, and that was at a time where there had already been a substantial disruption. We talked about Bethel and Fraser. We talked about a school's need to be able to discipline obscene, vulgar, lewd speech. And in short, there was no option short of this for the decision makers in the room that day. The last thing we believe you've heard is that there was proportionality, to make that really simple. People who'd engaged in similar behaviors got similar punishments. And you can parse this out by individual acts and ask whether students who only swore were expelled. Well, no, of course not. Were students who only stuck up Post-it notes expelled? No, of course not. But you've heard evidence all night long that Alex fit into all of the categories of people or groups of students who were disciplined. She was a planner, was a promoter, she was a speaker, and she engaged in the acts herself of yelling those obscenities through the megaphone towards her administrators. So at the end of the day, we'd ask that you would uphold the emergency expulsion. As you know, we are on the end of school day 10. Alex is scheduled to be back at school tomorrow morning. So we would ask that you look at this through the lens of the WACs that apply, and apply that administrative code and find that she did in fact cause and continue to be a risk of causing substantial disruption. Thank you.
Okay, one just a second. Okay. All right, Ms. Lippick.
All right. You asked specifically for reasons why Alex Sue is appealing this disciplinary action, this emergency expulsion. And you listed 4 different, potential or possible scenarios for why a student might appeal a disciplinary action like this one. The ones you listed were that the student didn't do it, the student broke the rules but with mitigating circumstances, that the severity of the discipline is not reasonably related to the actions taken by the student, and that the student has reasons to not want emergency expulsion to stand on their academic record. And in brief, all 4 of those reasons are reasons why Ms. Sue is appealing today. I will come back around to why each one of those reasons fits this situation after I address some of the issues brought up in the district's closing arguments. Respectfully, it sounds like the district wrote their closing arguments before hearing any of the testimony that we've spent our entire day and evening talking about. The things that the district claims were clearly demonstrated were not clearly demonstrated in any of the testimony that they offered, any of the witnesses that they called, any of the exhibits that they offered. Now, what we heard from the district was that it's very clear that Alex Sue did certain things. Unfortunately, based on the testimony of the person who actually wrote the notice of disciplinary action, who told us what things were known at the time the disciplinary action was issued, and that was November 19th. The long list of things that Ms. Smith is attempting to attribute to Alex Sue in her arguments are not things that were demonstrated by the testimony and not things that were mentioned by the actual decision makers who issued the order of emergency expulsion on November 19th. So Ms. Smith would like you to consider a whole bunch of different things: posters, social media posts, being obscene, using obscene languages, playing some role in passing out Post-it notes, playing some role in a crowd crush. That was in her opening statement. Posing a safety risk. Telling people not to stay quiet. There's this long, long list of things that Ms. Smith would like to incorporate into the decision to expel Alex Sue on November 19th. Unfortunately, that long list of things introduced by Ms. Smith are not things that were considered on November 19th prior to the issuance of this order of emergency expulsion. And we know that because we've heard very directly, not only from the person who wrote that order of disciplinary expulsion, but also a number of other administrators who were involved in the conversation leading up to that decision. The person we haven't heard from is the executive director who made the call to authorize an elevation of this charge of disruptive conduct to the level of an emergency expulsion. This isn't an offense, even if disruptive conduct, as described by Ms. Smith, had been demonstrated. That doesn't automatically elevate a disruptive conduct charge to the point of emergency expulsion. We saw very clearly on the disciplinary matrix, when you scroll and look at what types of discipline are typically applied for disruptive conduct, those types, it stops. It doesn't even get to suspension. It doesn't get to emergency expulsion. It definitely doesn't get to a student having a permanent record of an emergency expulsion that will immediately hinder their chances to get into college. Ms. Sue's a senior, right? She's a senior and she's almost done with her time in this district, even if she isn't expelled, even if she's allowed back, even if she's not imposed, this discipline isn't imposed. She's applying for colleges right now. Her record right now is going out into the world and determining her future. So the idea that the district, such a minor amount of effort, such a lacking investigation, and then consider that sufficient to do their darndest to ruin a young person's life, it's just really, really painful. It's painful for Ms. Sue. It's painful for me to look at. It's been quite surprising for me to hear the difference between what Ms. Smith asserted was the reasons for Ms. Sue being expelled, and then hearing the testimony about the actual reasons Ms. Sue was expelled. When we heard the actual reasons for why Ms. Sue was expelled, and we drilled down into what elements comprised the category of disruptive behavior for the person who wrote the notice of disciplinary action and who considered everything that was known at the time the emergency expulsion was ordered, the elements come down to two things that were actually, beyond by a preponderance of the evidence suggested by any of the testimony or documentary evidence given today. Those two things were the use of obscenity and saying a student's name out loud. And the use of obscenity has a place on the disciplinary matrix. It's not an expellable offense. It's just not. Even if the district had accurately described its own reasons for expelling Ms. Sue on their own form, and if they had said it was disruptive conduct and obscenity and saying a student's name out loud, none of those things is an expellable offense on its own disciplinary matrix. And three of those things also aren't adding up to an expellable offense on their own disciplinary matrix. If you look at it, you have to get to many, many, many offenses before you even get to the point of requiring, on their disciplinary matrix, things like, a resolution session or a safety plan. So the idea that two non-expellable offenses adds up to an expellable offense just because they chose a different category to list on the form is not sufficient justification for the extreme impacts this has had and will have on the life of a 17-year-old who's just trying to get through school and go to college. It's not proportional. It's just not proportional. Not only is it not proportional, the severity is not reasonably related to the offenses described as the reasons why Alex Sue was expelled. It's also not proportional when compared to other people who committed other acts on the same day that Alex Sue is accused of using obscenity and saying a student's name out loud. On that same day, we've heard tons of testimony about how unsafe people felt, how threatened people felt, how surrounded people felt, that they were subject to a surge or a wave or a crowd that was uncontrollable. And it strikes me that the district would like to limit our comparison of proportionality to just the other students that were expelled. Well, that's a circular argument. It's the district who expelled those other students. So to say, oh yeah, it's comparable because we picked those students to expel, therefore we should have picked those students to expel, that's not a solid argument. What you need to look at is the severity of actual behaviors that were exhibited by a variety of students, hundreds of students, on the day of this protest. And you need to compare the discipline that was imposed on Ms. Sue with the discipline imposed on other students who committed other more severe acts on the date in question, November 19th. And that is one of the most disturbing things, I think, about the way the district has presented this case and the conclusions that it's hoping you will draw. What troubles me about this is several things. One thing is, from every description that I've heard of the investigation and the steps taken to determine that Ms. Sue should be expelled, it sounds like those are investigations that began with a conclusion. They didn't look for facts, they started with a conclusion, and then they looked for categories that would fit the conclusion that would allow them to expel Ms. Sue. That is not the direction of inquiry for an investigation. That is the directory of an inquiry for a kangaroo court, and I'm aware this is not a court, but it does have very real-world impacts on Alex Sue. And if anyone in this room is an educator and they've become familiar with the research, this is exactly what people are talking about when they talk about student discipline being a school to prison pipeline or being, a thing that can be imposed without due process of the same level, without evidentiary standards of the same level, but then that lead to extremely negative outcomes for students. Students that are expelled have much poorer outcomes. They have harder times finding college placements, then they have harder times finding jobs, they have harder times finding housing. All of these are the cascading effects of the decision of a district to expel a student. And that's why these decisions have to be made with the most caution and the most judiciousness that it's possible to apply. And it's troubling that in this case, what looks like an investigation was not an investigation. It was an inquiry into how to expel Alex Sue, not an inquiry into whether to expel her or how to find out whether to expel her. That was the wrong inquiry. How do we expel Alex Sue is the wrong question to ask at the beginning of an inquiry that could lead to devastating effects on a 17-year-old's life. How can we hold one student accountable for the actions of hundreds? That's also an inappropriate starting point for an investigation. And it's extremely troubling to hear that there has been no inquiry that we can tell from the testimony of the district or the documents submitted into which students actually beat on the windows of Miss Woodard's desk area. We don't know which students did that. We know it wasn't Alex Sue because no one says that she was close to the walls or the windows of the main office at any point that these things were happening. Not a single person was able to testify, even though they have reviewed the video evidence since making the decision. No one was able to place Alex Sue close enough to the administrators in question, the walls in question, in order to place her as part of the crowd of people who allegedly beat on the windows and caused fear in the administration. Now, it's troubling that the inquiries of the district have focused on people who organized, who planned, and who spoke and participated in the protest. We have not been told that there has been any serious inquiry into the people who committed violent acts, or the people who committed threatening acts, or the people who engaged in threatening behavior against other students. We're told that this happened, right? We're told that students came to the office and complained that they had been confronted by other students, that they had almost gotten in fights, that they felt afraid, that they had to be removed from class. We have not heard anything that would indicate Alex Sue was the reason those students became upset. And more troubling, we haven't heard anything to indicate that the students who did engage allegedly in those behaviors have been pursued or investigated or disciplined with anything like proportionality to what has been imposed on Alex Sue. So that's what's troubling to me. The district would like you to compare whether Alex Sue's punishment was proportional to other people that the district punished for similar acts. The proper question is, was Alex Sue's punishment proportional to her acts? And was that level of punishment proportional to the severity of all of the acts that were committed by all of the students on the day of November 19th? And in both cases, the answer is no. This is not a proportional punishment to the severity of what Alex Sue did. And the district can't impose collective punishment, collective responsibility for every single thing that happened that day on Alex Sue or on 5 students. That's an issue. I can understand why it would be a troubling prospect for a district to investigate 200 or 300 students and find out which one of those was engaged in violence or threats or, specific insults. That's a daunting prospect. That's a lot to go through. And I understand why a school wouldn't want to expel 150 or 200 or 300 students. That would be a major chunk of their student body, and that would definitely decrease trust among students in district and parents in district. But the alternative to doing that is not locating 5 scapegoats and blaming them for everything that happened on the day in question. That's not the proper inquiry. It's not the proper procedure. It's not the way this should be handled. You can't select 5 students from among hundreds and decide that those 5 students are the ones who are going to carry the burden of being expelled for all of the other students and all of their other behaviors. And I'm afraid that's what is happening here, because we have not seen testimony or evidence that Alex Sue is herself responsible for all of the events that happened at the hands of hundreds and hundreds of students on that day. So that's one of the reasons why I think the severity of the punishment is not reasonably related to what Alex did. It's also not reasonably related to what other students did. The first thing you mentioned was that one of the reasons people appeal disciplinary decisions because they just straight up didn't do it. And I think we've seen from the opening statement to now the steady erosion of claims against Alex Sue. We started with a disciplinary complaint and an expulsion on the basis of one thing, and that one thing was described as disruptive conduct, an expellable offense on the disciplinary matrix. We're told that there was some kind of inquiry by Executive Director Patty Seaworth to escalate the disruptive conduct charge to the point where it is expellable. We didn't hear from Patty Seaworth, and we didn't have any testimony about that. We didn't have any documentary testimony about her inquiry or her determination or her communications. So we shouldn't properly consider that. The fact that this was escalated and we haven't been told why. We were repeatedly told that an executive director made that ultimate decision and was consulted for approval of that escalation, but we haven't heard from that person. We haven't heard why that escalation to expulsion was implemented in this case. So we don't really know any more than what we've been told here. And what we've been told here does not warrant an escalation from something that should be a matter of, either a safety plan or a restorative justice practice or some kind of mediation to expelling a student. We haven't seen any justification for that type of escalation. Further, because I think what happened was the district probably started doing an investigation into Alex Sue's behavior after issuing an emergency expulsion. Then they generated a whole list of accusations that were never provided to Ms. Sue. They were never provided. Although there was a revision to the notice that was provided on December 3rd after my strident insistence that it be specified what Alex Sue was accused of doing, not just the category of rule that she broke, but specifically what actions she took that led to her expulsion. And I had to fight to get that revision. And then when we saw the revision on Friday, just before Alex was, due to complete her submissions for this hearing, we still didn't get specificity, and nothing like the specificity that Ms. Smith lists in her opening statement and her closing statement. Here's my notes in highlight. These are all the things that Alex Sue was accused of doing tonight. Tonight, she faced those accusations. That's the first time, right? In none of the notices have those accusations been described, but they were described in the opening statements here. And unfortunately, that was the peak. That was the most information that we saw all night that would indicate Alex Sue committed any of those actions. So Ms. Smith would have you believe that Alex Sue was expelled for a huge range of reasons, from social media posts to posters to not leaving a location when asked to, obscene language, leading chants, naming another student, having some role in passing out Post-it notes. There's a litany of things that Ms. Smith has accused Alex Sue of doing. However, those things are not the things that led to the decision to expel Alex Sue. And now we know, because we've talked to everyone the district presented, and no one that the district presented, except its lawyer, was able to name these specific, repeated elements. There was no actual proof in the end. We've heard a lot about social media posts. Ms. Smith would have you believe that social media posts were a major reason that all this disruption happened, and a major reason why Ms. Sue was expelled. However, those social media posts were not considered in the process. They weren't considered. They weren't considered by the person who filled out the form and made the decision finally to impose expulsion on Alex Smith. That person didn't consider those social media posts. Further, it's been admitted repeatedly by multiple district witnesses that no one ever did the inquiry as to whether those social media posts even came from an account controlled by Alex Sue. Now, there's open questions as to how they even got those screenshots, those alleged screenshots. We've seen them presented as evidence, but no one in the district was able to explain where those screenshots came from and who provided them. We don't know. I don't know. The district might not know either, but somehow some screenshots of a social media post alleged to be from Alex Sue ended up in the district's possession. All the people who made the inquiry into whether to expel Alex Sue, nobody knew where these screenshots came from. So we don't know who may have set up that account, who was controlling that account, who was monitoring that account, whether it was private or public. whether that account was a Snapchat account or an Instagram account, there's a big difference. Snapchat is a chat function. It's like a text message with a group of people. So the people have to be friends and they have to be voluntarily a part of a text message thread, right? And that could be 3 people, it could be 100 people, but all of those people have to actually be friends with everyone else on the text message thread. And those messages, you know, they're not transmitted publicly, they're transmitted to other people. So if this was a Snapchat message, it begs the question of how the district would get a hold of it in the first place and how they would classify it as social media. If this was an Instagram post and it was public, then the district could have trivially looked up on Instagram on a regular web browser. They could have opened up an Instagram account, you know, opened up that Instagram account, taken a look and seen if there was any evidence that it was actually Alex's account or if it was just an account using that name. They could have looked into when that account was set up, you know, what other accounts are held by that same person. They could have looked into those things and they didn't. Instead, they're relying on us to not really inquire as to where evidence came from or whether it's solid. This isn't solid evidence. The idea that these screenshots led to the expulsion is incorrect. They didn't. And the idea that those screenshots are necessarily even evidence of Alex's behavior, that's not true either. We don't know that they came from Alex. All we've heard is allegations. We haven't heard proof. So that's one way in which Alex didn't do the things she's accused of doing. When it comes to unauthorized posters being put up on the wall, we have one person testifying they saw Alex put one poster on one wall on the day of the protest. And that poster, which is the only testimony we've heard solidly, is like definitely Alex definitely put one poster on one location. That was the day of the protest. We can't say that Alex created the conditions of that day when through posters, when she's only really been found in the testimony here to have placed one poster that morning. One poster that morning wouldn't have created this disruption. And I think you said it well in the middle of the proceeding. You said if one person said one thing, none of this would have happened. And I think that's true. If Alex Sue made one social media post, named one name, said F you Moe-Lobeda one time, and placed one poster, none of this would have happened. It just wouldn't. Alex Sue herself is not a mastermind. She's not a superpower person. She can't control a crowd of hundreds of teenagers. We've heard from well-trained, well-educated, professional adults whose whole job it is to educate and keep safe and secure 1,800 teenagers. And we've heard from all those professionals that even with days' notice and tons of resources, you know, security professionals and law enforcement and all these resources they could have called on, that they were unable to control the actions of 150 or 300 students. So the idea that Alex Sue somehow controlled those 150 or 300 students is ludicrous. Alex Sue is a 17-year-old. Alex Sue is very bright, she's very gifted, she's charismatic, but she's not able to control the actions of 150 or 300 students. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the phrase herding cats. Well, that's what it's like to try to control hundreds of teenagers. I think, you know, everyone's lived experience can verify that. Alex Sue is capable of inspiring people. She's capable of generating sympathy if she expresses her lived experience of what's happened to her and her anger and frustration and hurt at being ignored and silenced. She can do that. It doesn't control what other students do in response to that. If Alex is able to inspire that level of frustration and, you know, the supposed absolute disrespect for the district, I submit that that respect didn't exist in the first place. One person's actions, one person's words cannot destroy a relationship between an entire student body and an entire district administration. If respect can be destroyed in one day, then that was a fragile edifice to begin with. In my opinion, and as evidenced by what we've seen as testimony today, it's just too thin. Alex didn't cause this stuff. What happened is that there was a groundswell of sentiment, feeling, frustration on behalf of hundreds of kids. Hundreds of kids expressed their frustration with the district, and some unknown number, but definitely more than 5. Many students in the district put sticky notes on the walls, made posters, made social media posts, testified verbally, talked to their friends. Many students related stories of feeling unheard and feeling unnoticed and feeling ignored and feeling abused. And those things can't be manufactured by one student posting a few things on social media or telling her story. Those things cannot be created by the actions of one person like Alex Sue. Those conditions are created by a collective of students, a group of students, a number of students. They can't be coordinated. Things like this happen when there's a catalyst for an existing tension, an existing conflict, an existing feeling in the group that something's wrong. Alex Sue would never have been able to, or you can't organize a walkout just by putting up posters. You could ask anyone who's tried to organize anything. You can ask people who've tried to organize student clubs or people who've tried to organize football games for the school. You can't just put posters on the wall and have hundreds of students enthusiastically respond. You have to work. And there wasn't time or opportunity for Alex by herself to do that kind of work. What happened was an outpouring of public sentiment, an outpouring of student sentiment that reflects a pattern. And the pattern is a pattern, and I'm not going to make any statements about the facts, but it's a pattern of students feeling neglected and unheard in their own school that's supposed to keep them safe. It's a pattern of students feeling disregarded and feeling like when they try to use the proper channels, they're ignored. That's why protests happen. They don't happen for fun. They don't happen because someone's charismatic. They happen because people feel like there's no better option remaining to them, that they've tried other things and they haven't worked. And to hold Alex Sue responsible for all the actions of the hundreds of students that went out on that day is an attempt to hold Alex Sue responsible, not just for the actions of the students, but for the actions of the district that may or may not have precipitated these feelings. So when I see the district responding to this outpouring, these many students crying out for help and attention, and the response of the district is to pick 5 of them and expel them and tell them they shouldn't talk about this anymore. That's not the action of a district that's attempting to resolve the pattern or resolve the relationships. If the district wants to resolve the relationships, then they have to do the hard work of engaging with all the students, the window pounders and the sticky note writers and the poster makers and the loudspeaker talkers and the call and responders. All those students need to be brought in by the district, not pushed out. They need to be brought into dialogue and brought into conversation. And I guess that's the ultimate reason why I find it so disappointing that the district is so strenuously resisted having any engagement with Alex Sue on the matter, even of this discipline, on the matter of this expulsion.
I'm going to object to this line of argument as exceeding our agreement about the scope of this hearing.
It's not an argument. This is closing statements, and I'm happy to redirect my comments. So one of the other elements that you said is that sometimes students are able to, or they appeal disciplinary finding on the basis that rules were broken, but there were mitigating circumstances. And I think the things that we've said so far and the testimony that you've heard from district employees is pretty clear. Alex, the only things that have been demonstrated by testimony here is that Alex used an obscenity to say the words F a teacher's name on one occasion. Now, the district wants you to think that everybody else saying things after that is also the responsibility of Alex for saying that one phrase, but ultimately nobody was able to say that they even heard her say it more than once. So one time, Alex said, F this teacher's name. So she used obscenity. And that, if you consider it to be a plausible allegation, then that is breaking the rules. But I think there were mitigating circumstances. And I'm not going to go into exactly what they were because we do have an agreement not to talk about underlying issues. But I'll just say that one of the mitigating circumstances is that an individual student who says, you know, fuck you to a teacher is very rarely subject to expulsion on that basis. We asked everyone we could in this proceeding whether they had any recollection of anyone ever being expelled for saying something like that one time. And nobody recalled that ever happening before. So it's a mitigating circumstance that the severity of the discipline that's been brought down on Alex for these 2 minor violations, that itself is a mitigating circumstance. It necessitates a strength and a resolve, and it necessitates fighting harder to appeal the disciplinary expulsion. So the other allegation of naming a student, I mean, frankly, saying another student's name out loud one time, even if it causes a reaction in other people, it's gotta be the kind of thing that a district who is populated by a bunch of people with really advanced degrees in education, a district has to be able to understand that the behavior of teenagers, children, is not perfect. They're not never going to express their frustrations. They're not always going to be 100% compliant. They're not capable of it. No one is. It's not possible to 100% of the time always respect the authority of every person who intervenes in your life. And so I guess what we need here is a little bit of empathy and compassion. We need empathy and compassion for the fact that Alex, without going to any facts, and frightened and alone and hurt. And that being the case, and Alex Sue being one of the students for which the district is responsible for taking care of and for protecting, given that, and given the really rather trivial things that Alex Sue has demonstrated by testimony to have at least valid allegations about, you know, given that triviality, I just think that the district should be showing some compassion and recognizing that an adolescent who's not finished with development, who's going through, you know, the process of trying to reach adulthood, who's in complicated worlds, the world of high school and the world of social media and the world of consent and all these worlds colliding at this moment where it's hard for anyone to establish who they are and what should be done and their ethics and their integrity. It's a formative time, and we call it a formative time because teenagers aren't done forming yet. They're not the people they will become. And that's why education is important. It's important because while someone is in a formative period, they're not done growing yet. And the people around them and how they're treated has a huge effect on how they grow and what they develop into. So I think, you know, this is one of those things where Alex expressed frustration. Did she do it in the most advisable and productive fashion? That's not for me to say. What is for me to say is that she's not deserving of the most severe discipline imposable on a young person because she used obscenity and named a student because she was upset and frustrated. I think this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the district to reach out and show some compassion and try to make this the environment safe, not just from Alex Sue, but for Alex Sue. The environment should be made safe for her, not just from her. And I think that you as the hearing examiner also have an opportunity, and it's a grave responsibility. It's a big opportunity. And I know that we all get caught up in rules and regulations, and we get caught up in the details of our argument and our evidence, but ultimately everyone in this room hopefully has the same goals. And the goals I hope we share are the goals of ensuring that Alex and other students, but today we're focusing on Alex. I hope we share the goal of making sure that Alex gets the best possible outcome, the best possible care, the best possible support from this difficult situation. And I'm hoping that as the hearing examiner, your role in supporting Alex will be offering her the opportunity to move on in life without the stigma of an expulsion, and with the best possible scaffolding for success going forward. Expelling her doesn't give her that. What would give her that is, support, compassion, additional services, maybe a counselor she can talk to, college prep, recovery of credits for time that she's missed, and deep engagement, not punishment. Deep engagement on the issues that have brought us to this point. Alex's issues, Alex's thoughts and feelings. We have to attend to all those things. We spend all this time talking about kids, and we have to talk to people. We have to talk with them to figure out what the best course of action is. And I would hate Alex Sue to be expelled for something that no one ever even talked to her about, like this expulsion in the investigation into whether to expel her. She wasn't even asked. She wasn't asked. She wasn't asked to do anything different than what happened. She was just punished after it happened. And I'm hoping that you decide not to continue punishing Alex, and that we can all work together to try to resolve the situation and repair it instead of making it more harmful. That's my statement.
Okay. Well, I think that ends our evening. It's a record breaker in my career. So, Mr. Hass, do we have anything else we have to attend to? You're muted.
Sorry, I keep trying to unmute myself. I apologize. No, there's nothing else that we need to attend to, I don't believe.
Okay. I thank you all for your time and your efforts and your patience. So sleep well. Go to sleep. It's late.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night.